Akagi finished recounting Alice's story, her tone calm but firm. Hishia's changed a lot over these past 2 years, she said.
So go easy on her.
She knows she messed up, and she's doing her best to make amends. But it doesn't change the fact that she, and the assault team, were the ones who finally shattered what was left of Alice's mind.
Connor frowned.
I get being angry at her. But labeling Alice as an enemy? Was that really necessary? Tensions were already high after Alice defected to Akagi's side, and when she vanished shortly after, Hishia's narrative about her siding with an assassin only fueled the fire. When the Battle of Hassan ended in catastrophe, Alice became the scapegoat. Declared a traitor, bounties were placed on her head by her former allies, some out of anger, others out of guilt. Many believed that with Alice's puppets, the assault would have gone differently. To Hishia's credit, Akagi continued, she did try to stop the manhunt. And once they realized I wasn't behind Sylphana abandoning her castle, things calmed down. But by then, the damage was done. Alice couldn't trust anyone. She started calling me Mom after we got back to base. Shocked everyone, though it made perfect sense to me. I remember that, Yumi said, giving a dry laugh. We'd known Alice a long time, but hearing her say that so confidently, it was surreal.
Kana looked down.
I want to talk to Hishia. I know she's not who she used to be. People can change, and maybe she needed to go through all of that to become better. I just want to understand. Akagi shrugged.
People screw up.
And honestly, if they really believed I orchestrated the whole thing, then Hishia's reaction makes sense. She only knocked Alice out and yelled at her.
It could have been worse. So yeah, talk to her.
Ask her about Hassan too. That disaster really puts the assault team's intelligence into question. You've mentioned the Battle of Hassan before, Naomi said. Was it really that important?
Oh, it was a circus.
Akagi rolled her eyes. But I'll give you the basics.
She leaned back.
The assault team got intel that one of the world bosses, Sylphana, was mobilizing her army to attack the fortress city of Hassan. They assumed I was behind it, since world bosses weren't supposed to leave their areas, and I'd spoken to her the day before.
You talked to a world boss? Naomi blinked.
Weren't they just powerful NPCs meant to be fought? Sylphana was different. She was the only humanoid boss, and like Yumi here, she was sentient. You could talk to her if you weren't dumb enough to rush in swinging. Then why was she moving?
Naomi asked.
Turned out, it was all scripted. A hidden event that nobody knew about. I went to her for unrelated info, and next thing I know, I'm being blamed for triggering the event. And then she attacked?
Kana leaned in.
We responded by deploying our forces to defend Hassan. Left a garrison behind. But I'll let someone else explain it. A man stepped forward, dressed in a tailored suit and worn armor plates. My apologies for interrupting, Lady Akagi, he said with a bow. I just returned from a mission and overheard your conversation. If you'd allow it, I could explain what happened at Hassan.
Akagi nodded. Perfect timing.
Marshal, you were in command at Hassan.
Go ahead. With pleasure, he smiled.
Assuming you three don't mind hearing from an old soldier?
Not at all. Kana beamed.
I'd love to hear your side of it, Naomi added. And so, the marshal began his tale. The girls listened intently, swept up in the story of battle, sacrifice and strategy. Akagi slipped out. She had no interest in reliving it. 30 minutes later, the marshal wrapped up. And that's the tale of Hassan. That was incredible. The girls chorused. I still can't believe the Empire abandoned you after what you did.
Kana said, appalled.
You saved so many lives while the players ran around like headless chickens. The marshal gave a wistful smile. Your kind words mean more than you know. But truly, without Lady Akagi's intel, things could have gone much worse. Still, Kana pressed, good intel's worthless without someone who knows how to use it. You're the one who made it work. That deserves credit. And there she goes again. Mika and Naomi exchanged glances.
The marshal chuckled. You really are her sister.
Lady Akagi said you'd have done even better than I did.
I didn't believe her, but now?
I think she might have been understating it.
Kana flushed red.
She always says stuff like that. I'm not that special. Her friends shot her simultaneous glares. Ms. Perfect scores.
Mika grumbled.
Ms. 180 IQ.
Naomi added.
If you're average, what are we? Just then, Akagi re-entered with drinks. I see the old man entertained you. Why is someone like him not leading everything?
Kana asked. Akagi grinned.
Marshal, want my job?
Gods no. He laughed.
Having you as my subordinate? I'd rather be court-martialed. Akagi passed him a drink.
Wise choice. The marshal sipped.
Lady Kana thinks I'm a better commander than you. But I can't even beat you at shogi.
Wait, what?
When did you become good at commanding armies?
Kana asked, baffled.
War is a game, Kana, Akagi said. And you know what happens when I play games. But war isn't a game.
It's real life.
And that's why militaries around the world use war games to train. It's not about fun, it's about simulating strategy. Prussia, Germany, even modern nations, they all do it. I've implemented her methods in my own training.
The marshal nodded.
They've been invaluable.
Kana sighed. Fine.
But you don't even have an army. I planned the whole operation at Camp Katsura, Akagi said.
Every move, every order.
Marshal executed it, but the strategy? That was all me. Same with the Mitsuhide raid. She's being modest.
Marshal smiled.
I've never met a better tactician. Not magic, Akagi said. Just logic.
War has rules.
If you understand them, you can predict the outcomes. That's all I do. Kana, Naomi, and Mika exchanged glances. They had no idea just how deep Akagi's involvement went. I thought you were just lazy, Kana mumbled. Same here, Mika said. Guess she's not as useless as she looks, Naomi teased.
Akagi sighed.
Seriously? Libra's been far too quiet. Aoi's voice echoed through the secure video feed, her face lit only by the glow of her monitor. The rapid response team members filled the screen, each stationed at a strategic point across Japan, poised to counter any Libra threat. It's been a full week since the Kyoto incident, she continued. I doubt Akagi alone scared them into silence.
She might have, Superbia replied.
Hishia seemed certain Akagi is the real problem. And after what we heard, I'm inclined to believe her.
A demon.
Excelsior said with a frown. A literal, honest-to-God demon? As the team's devout member, the concept sat uneasily with him. That sounds more like fear-mongering to me, Hoshino cut in, scoffing.
Come on. Demons?
Before all this, they were just bedtime stories. Exactly, Superbia countered. And yet here we are. After everything that's happened, maybe we shouldn't dismiss the supernatural so easily. Imp backed the story too. Yeah, but Imp's insane, Hoshino smirked.
No offense, Impy. None taken had. Imp grinned.
Aoi steered them back. Regardless, we've been ordered to avoid Akagi unless absolutely necessary. Demon or not, she destroyed a JSDF base like it was nothing and has killed 3 players since returning. She's not to be taken lightly. Those players weren't exactly elite, Hoshino shrugged. Hijacks and Sumeralia? I could have taken them. You're underestimating her, Minazawa finally spoke.
Hishia was crushed at Hassan.
Not just defeated, shattered.
You didn't see it.
And in that exhibition match? Akagi didn't even try. Hishia told me herself, she never stood a chance. Still sounds exaggerated to me, Hoshino muttered. That thinking got Ishigami killed, Minazawa snapped. You saw the recording.
1 strike.
He was one of our best, and she cut him down like nothing. I agree, Aoi said quietly. Akagi's not our enemy right now, but we shouldn't provoke her.
Focus on Libra.
That's our priority. Wexel, a girl with wild purple hair, spoke up. Speaking of which, my familiars spotted a material surge at the Nagoya base. Looks like they're gearing up for something.
That fits with our intel, Aoi nodded.
We know Alice is stationed there.
Metal and wood?
Likely puppet materials. I still don't get how she's managing such numbers, Wexel muttered. Even with her summoner ability, it doesn't add up. Let her come, Hoshino cracked her knuckles. We'll carve through her tin toys.
Don't underestimate her, Wexel warned.
Those puppets were crucial in the world boss fights. Weak individually, but deadly in swarms. Yeah, Mishu added dryly. She was good, until you all ran her off. Threats, betrayal, bounty on her head. Real smart move. Minazawa's expression darkened. We made mistakes. Hishia owns up to that. I passed along the intel that started the spiral. I regret it, but regret won't stop Alice now. She's our enemy. Little girl was nice.
Ticklish hugged. Imp smiled. Imp, please, Mishu groaned.
Stop fraternizing with the enemy.
She's not innocent, Hoshino muttered.
Don't forget that hospital slaughter.
And she calls Akagi Mama, Superbia added.
That's what worries me. If we hurt Alice, Akagi might retaliate.
She said she wouldn't, Aoi said.
But I don't know if I believe her. Freaks gotta stick together, Hoshino snorted. This isn't funny, Excelsior said, his voice tight. Alice is dangerous. And if Akagi steps in, we'll be in deep trouble. I don't like the idea of killing a child, but we may not have a choice. Just pray it away, Mr. Priest. Hoshino sneered. Your people do worse to kids. Excelsior's face darkened, his hand going to his hammer.
Enough. Aoi barked, silencing them.
We're abiding by Akagi's terms. No entry into Kansai without permission. Let's focus on Libra.
She turned to Wexel.
Keep your eyes on the Nagoya base. Any change, I want to know immediately. Minazawa, you're going to Nagasaki. Intel suggests Libra activity. Superbia, once your meeting with Hishia and Akagi is done, head to Nagoya. You'll be our eyes there. Hoshino, Aoi narrowed her eyes, you're going to Sapporo. Skipper's been spotted. Eliminate him, quietly this time. Hey, not my fault things blow up, Hoshino grinned. Mishu, you'll remain in Tokyo. Excelsior, you're needed for a joint op meeting with the US military, also in Tokyo. Understood.
All 7 nodded.
As the call ended, Aoi leaned back in her chair, exhaustion written across her face. She covered her eyes with trembling hands. I just hope we don't regret turning Akagi down. A lingering sense of dread coiled in her chest.
Meanwhile, in Nagoya.
Is everything ready? Herlex asked, his voice cool and steady as he surveyed the shadowed conference room. The key figures of Libra stood in silence, their faces cloaked in the gloom, eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Almost. Armalthy smirked.
Everyone's in position. With luck, the RRT will take the bait. Good, Herlex said, lips curling into a smile. Once Wexel's out of the picture, we hit Nagoya. That should make the world take us seriously. He turned to the assembled operatives. Birdie, Spellhauser, Zappy, Max, you'll stay and help Alice finish the preparations. If Wexel's neutralized, we attack mid-January. That gives us enough time to finish the army. He nodded to each in turn. Spellhauser, Max, Sabia and Merkiel, you'll make up the main assault force with Jim and Grim. Elna, Armalthy, and I will strike auxiliary targets. We've got some key items to collect. Birdie, you're Alice's escort. Zappy, stay behind and secure the base. Originally, Herlex had planned a full-force assault, but their sponsors demanded moderation. Russia and China wanted instability, not annihilation. So instead, the Nagoya strike would be large, but controlled. Herlex expected 10,000 casualties at minimum. More would be ideal. Some members grumbled, but Herlex assured them, their time would come.
Good to go, Birdie grinned.
About time we stopped poking around, Spellhauser added. Been dying to swing this axe, Max bellowed.
Happy to help, Zappy said.
Can't wait to rip that Oni apart. Jim shouted over the radio. Just hope she's tougher than her sister, Grim added with a chuckle. Skipper's already heading to Sapporo, Armalthy noted. Perfect, Herlex said. Then let's ruin Christmas. Let the world know, nowhere is safe. Their eyes lit up with malicious glee. The attack on Nagoya would mark the beginning of Libra's grand offensive. History would remember it. Just not the way Herlex thought.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Hishia, Kana, Mika, Naomi, Yumi, Kira, and Superbia were currently standing in a clearing in a nearby valley. Hishia was wearing a brown tunic in preparation for the test that was about to take place. They were waiting on Akagi, who finally showed up. There you are, Akagi. Hishia was annoyed at the delay. They'd been waiting for around 20 minutes. Why were you even late anyway? You don't live that far from here and everyone else got here on time. Sorry, Chloe wanted to test her new strength for my ability and things took a bit longer than we expected. I'll have to show you the results then. It's crazy just how strong the family is getting now. She might even be able to go toe-to-toe with you now. Akagi smiled, she was proud with their growth. As Akagi approached and Superbia caught sight of her, the Oni unconsciously backed away as she gazed into Akagi's eye. No need to be afraid, little Oni.
Akaji laughed.
I'm not hungry for your soul today.
Hishia wasn't kidding. What is that aura?
And why is everyone else acting so nonchalant? This was the first time since the events in Kyoto that Superbia had met Akaji, and she couldn't believe her dramatic changes. Her aura was much denser than before, almost as if it was the embodiment of darkness itself. Though despite its eerie feel, it was strangely calm. You get used to it pretty quick, Superbia.
Hishia sighed in defeat.
Just don't think about it. Why yeah, sure, Superbia said nervously. So why did you want me out here, Hishia? Because I wanted you to see this for yourself. Hishia shrugged as she turned and walked a bit further away. And I figured you would get a kick out of it. She looked over her shoulder, her right eye having turned draconic. I have a bad feeling about this, Superbia said.
Yeah, me too. Kana agreed.
In fact, only Akaji, Yumi, Kira, and Hishia herself knew what was going on. They'd wanted this to be a surprise. Just let it out slowly and take your time. There's no rush.
Kira said.
Our training has been quite successful, so you should be fine. Kira's training had been a great boon for Hishia. While she couldn't go all out just yet, she was able to safely control more of her power. Alright, here I go. Hishia closed her eyes and took a deep breath, gathering energy inside her and clenching her teeth. At first it was a small amount, akin to a faucet filling a large sink. But the pace at which she pulled her energy increased as an enormous amount of power gathered within her chest. The air around her started to heat up, and the air grew denser with each passing second. After about a minute, her body began to emit a faint trail of steam as the water vapor in the air around her started to boil away. She stood like that for a moment before her eyes snapped open, and she let out a low growl. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr to cover her body, and she sprouted a tail and wings.
Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr
Eventually, she stopped looking human. Her clothing absorbed into her body, and she eventually dropped on all fours before growing bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until she was a fully grown purple fire dragon. When the transformation was complete, she let out a massive roar that shook the hills.
Boom crack.
Her forearm slammed into the ground, causing a minor quake, and her large tail accidentally crushed a tree behind her. Oops, Hishia said telepathically.
Nice job.
That poor tree's family is now going to starve because of you.
Akagi smirked. Ha. Ha.
Very funny.
Hishia growled.
Anyway, it looks like the transformation was a success. Hishia was now completely in her dragon form, and she was massive. Her build meant that she was easily 20 feet tall, and likely weighing over 10 tons. Hishia's draconic body was truly a sight to behold. Akagi, Superbia, Yumi, and Kira had seen many dragons. But the girls had never, outside of fiction.
Magnificent. Kira smiled. It was a success.
That's crazy. Mika's eyes sparkled.
You look so cool.
I knew she was a dragon, but...
Kana was awestruck. Beautiful.
She's massive. Naomi exclaimed. Keep absolutely still, her vision is based on movement. Akagi quoted a famous movie. I am not a T-Rex.
Hishia growled.
Sure sounded like one to me.
Akagi laughed.
But seriously, any issues? Akagi asked as she got closer. Nothing to report. I'm in control of myself, and nothing seems off. No sudden urge to burn villages or kidnap poor unsuspecting cows.
Hishia chuckled.
Though, I have the feeling that I can stay like this as long as I want, and I can feel that I'm more powerful than I was in the game. I guess this is similar to how you were just granted knowledge about things. It's really strange.
She thought for a moment.
Also, I can now tell that my equipment will just disappear and reappear, so the tunic was unnecessary. Oh well, better safe than sorry.
Makes sense, Akagi replied.
Many of the game's limits no longer apply anymore, so the time limit being removed is reasonable.
She nodded.
I could tell you were stronger even in human form, so your draconic body probably received a buff as well. The energy welling within you is crazy though. You could probably fight an entire army with that much power. Akagi figured the game's lore regarding Hishia's race meant that without those restrictions she was actually quite a bit stronger now. Yeah, I'm not as magically inclined as you two, but even I can tell you've gotten much stronger. Superbia put her hand over her mouth. Beating you in that form would be quite difficult, even with all of us together.
Superbia looked at her.
She'd seen Hishia's dragon form in the game, but seeing it in real life was something entirely different. The aura Hishia gave off was overwhelming and was enough to terrify people just by looking at her. Well, that's why you're here.
Hishia looked at her.
I needed someone to test things against, and you were the best person I could think of for such an endeavor.
What? Superbia jumped. Why me?
Akaji is much stronger. You would literally kill me in that form.
Superbia.
I don't want to be thrown through mountains for fun, no thanks. If a dragon could sigh, that's what she'd be doing. Don't worry, I won't be doing anything crazy. Mostly just maneuvers. I want to test just what I can actually do like this. Maybe, Hishia was actually excited to test out her strength, and she might go a bit further than that during her testing with the Oni, but that was neither here nor there. Come on, don't you want to put on a show?
Akaji smiled.
Not every day you get to fight a real-life dragon. I don't have a choice in this, do I?
Superbia sighed. No.
Akaji x Hishia. Yeah, I figured. Superbia couldn't exactly win this argument, so she just gave up. Before you fight, can we check you out a bit?
Mika asked.
You're a real-life dragon. I gotta touch you.
Mika. Kana scolded her.
Don't be rude, she's not some giant pet. I want to touch her too, but I'm holding myself back. That was what Kana's face said.
I don't mind, Hishia said.
Do you have any idea how many hours I stood in front of the mirror playing with my tail? It's understandable for you to be curious. I know I would be. She understood their curiosity and could tell that Kana was equally as interested as Mika.
Yippee!
Mika took off running toward Hishia and hugged her leg. Oh my god, you're so warm. Mika's face looked like she was in bliss. It wasn't super cold outside, but it was enough that the warm scales felt good.
You're right.
Naomi followed suit. It's like a heated blanket. Well, I'm a fire dragon, Hishia said. If I wasn't warm, that would be stranger. Seeing her two friends hugging Hishia, Kana gave up and joined in. Oh wow, it's way different than your tail.
Kana touched Hishia's forearm. Really? Hishia asked.
Yeah, these scales are even smoother.
Kana tapped one.
And I think they're even harder? I feel like they're even stronger than steel. Probably because these are battle scales.
Kira chimed in.
My tail is quite a bit softer than the scales of a dragon, and when they take human form, a full dragon scales are usually softer as a result.
Makes sense. Hishia said.
If I recall, dragon scales were quite valuable for making gear.
Yumi chuckled.
Perhaps Hishia wouldn't mind sharing a few? We can always use some more for upgrading equipment. Hishia looked at Akaji, who was considering it. Please don't use me as a scale farm. She had zero interest in being torn apart for her valuable pieces.
Akaji grinned.
All right, I've made my decision. Instead of a royal pet, you will be the royal scale producer. Congratulations on being selected for this most prestigious position, Hishia. The descaling will begin post-haste. What is that supposed to mean? Keep the hell away from me with your grubby mitts.
Hishia exclaimed.
It took a moment for her brain to catch up as she recalled another part of what Akaji just said. And what's this about pets? Why am I suddenly one? Imp and Alice's idea.
Akaji laughed. Blame them.
I should have known.
Hishia cried. Those idiots.
Superbia, tell Imp I'm going to give her some lumps next time I see her. She will regret her words.
Sure.
Superbia had a conflicted look on her face. I think your lumps might just kill the poor girl.
Superbia.
Kana got an evil look in her eye.
Wani-chan, can I keep her?
She gave an innocent look. I'll feed her, water her, and walk her every day. So please see. Hearing this caused everyone except Hishia to bust out laughing. Don't go taking after your sister. She's a bad influence.
Hishia roared.
Don't go corrupting Kana, Akaji. Don't look at me. Akaji shook her head. She's corrupted herself.
Lies. Hishia said.
Kana would never act this way without your influence.
Right, Kana.
She looked down at the young girl who was whistling. Seeing this, Hishia lowered her head. What have I gotten myself into? I might as well resign myself to being the family pet now, huh? I will be great. Akaji smiled. You'll get a nice collar and I'll make sure Kana gives you plenty of belly rubs. And I'll feed you plenty of snacks. Kana said while holding in a laugh. Are we done picking on me?
Hishia asked. Never. Akaji laughed.
Mika walked back over to Akaji. Hey, do you think Hishia will lay eggs in the future? I mean, she is a dragon after all. And I wonder if the child will look more like Kana or her. It's a pretty big toss-up. I'm betting Kana since her DNA is probably stronger than a dragon's. Not expecting this, Akaji fucking lost her shit and doubled over laughing.
What the hell, Mika?
Akaji said through her laugh. Where did that come from?
Very funny, Mika.
Hishia slowly opened her mouth and began channeling fire. Anyone have a problem if I turn this girl to ash now? Go right ahead. Kana gave an evil smile.
Mika panicked. Ah. A little help here.
She looked around, but no one came to her aid. You get a 30-second head start. Use it wisely. Hishia said as she charged up a blast. Realizing she was on her own, Mika ran, and after 30 seconds, Hishia began shooting small fireballs at her.
They wouldn't hurt her, but they were quite hot. Yow!
Mika yelled as one small ember burned her arm. This isn't funny. Someone help. But no one did. They all just watched and laughed as Mika dodged Hishia's fire for a few minutes. Once she was satisfied, Hishia stopped, and Mika collapsed to the ground.
You all suck.
Mika said, exhausted. Yumi came over and healed any burns. You brought that on yourself.
Kana and Naomi.
Yeah, that was funny, but you deserved it.
Akaji chuckled.
What did you expect would happen? I don't know, but not that.
Mika cried out. Haa.
I feel so much better now.
Hishia laughed.
Is this why you all enjoy picking on me? 'Cause it feels great to do it to others. She smiled, satisfied with herself.
Ain't it nice? Akaji agreed.
Picking on others is one of life's greatest joys. Now, don't you start taking after one each on Hishia.
Kana glared at her.
I've already got one super-powered troublemaker, don't go giving me another pain to deal with. Cowering under the weight of Kana's gaze, Hishia squeaked.
Yes, ma'am.
Scary Kana is scary enough to cower a dragon.
Naomi laughed.
I guess we know who wears the pants in that relationship. At Naomi's comment, everyone burst out laughing. It was all in good fun, and everyone got to enjoy themselves a bit, so it was all good. Yeah, the only person scary Kana doesn't work on is Akaji. Mika walked back over after Yumi checked her burns. That's only because Akaji is scarier than Kana, Hishia added.
It makes sense.
After all, Kana is only a baby yokai compared to her older sister. Hishia took the opportunity to fire back at her would-be girlfriend. I am not a yokai.
Kana yelled.
Notice how she didn't deny being scary though, Naomi said to Akaji, who laughed. Hishia, would you mind burning Naomi too?
Please.
She looked at Hishia with puppy eyes. Please don't do that. Hishia looked away. I might actually do it. Eep. Naomi hid behind Akaji. This girl is protected by the two most powerful players in FWO. People who might just be the most powerful beings on the planet. God have mercy on whoever decides to harm her. Superbia thought in her mind. Alright, enough playing around. Hishia looked over at Superbia. Let's fight. Her draconic lips contorting into a terrible smile. Oh fuck. Superbia wanted to run away, but figured that would be futile. Have fun, Hishia. Akaji smiled. Just remember not to kill her, but it's okay if she gets burned or exploded a bit. I can leave her alive. That's easy. Hishia roared. Akaji, you bastard. Superbia screamed in her head as the two began a sparring match. The devastation of the mountainside was quite bad as Hishia may or may not have exploded some things and caused massive streams of lava with her breath. When Superbia got to Nagoya, she did not enjoy having to explain why some of the mountains north of Kyoto were on fire. Spoiler. The rest of December flew by until Christmas Day finally arrived. It was cold and snowy, but overall not too bad for this time of the year. Akaji and Kana enjoyed the holiday at their home in the mountains, having a nice relaxing celebration of the holiday. There was a minor gift sharing, but they'd kept things to a modest level, just happy to spend some time as a family together. Unfortunately for the rest of Japan, while Akaji enjoyed a nice relaxing day, Libra was about to show that tragedy can happen any day of the year. Alarms rang out in the Tokyo headquarters of the RRT. Aoi, who stayed just in case, rushed into the main control room. She'd been worried about the possibility of a Libra attack and decided to stay in the office building over the holiday. We're getting reports of strikes throughout Japan. An officer spoke to Aoi. Nagoya, Tokyo, Koriyama, Hiroshima, and Sapporo have all reported explosions, and some of our local agents have already engaged Libra members. Law enforcement and military units have been notified, but things are in chaos. Bastards couldn't even let us have the holiday, could they? No, this was their plan all along, wasn't it? Why did I have to be right about this? Aoi quickly put on her uniform. We don't have enough people for this. Most of the attacks were Libra members, but Hiroshima and Nagoya were on sets by players, as well as puppets. Aoi scrambled the RRT members, some of which were quite angry to be disturbed on the holiday. With their limited resources, they couldn't effectively handle this many attacks simultaneously, and it would take time to get their forces in place. Seeing no other choice, Aoi ordered Wexel to head to Fukushima. Since it was only being attacked by puppets, she figured it would be safest for the summoner to head to a place without players. While Mishu and Excelsior went to Nagoya to provide backup after they finished in Tokyo. Minazawa would reroute to Hiroshima, while Hoshino dealt with Sapporo. I have a bad feeling about this. It's far too coordinated for a normal attack. Almost like these attacks are a diversion, so we don't see their real objective. But I don't have the liberty of just letting them run roughshod over any one city. The government is already inundated with complaints, so we have no choice but to defend everywhere, even if that spreads us too thin. Damn it. Aoi cursed the politics of this war in her head. She understood people were scared, but that fear was letting Libra control the flow of the conflict. At this rate, she seriously doubted they could win. Underscore 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 underscore. After receiving her orders to sortie, Wexel took off from the roof of her home in Tokyo. She rode a giant eagle as a mount, and its speed meant she could reach Koriyama in about an hour. This was still quite slow, but since it was only puppets, local law enforcement and the military were estimated to be enough to handle things until she arrived. After summoning him, she took off towards her destination. Let's go, Kitamaru. Wexel urged her friend to move swiftly, and the eagle let out a crow. Flying at top speed, Wexel rushed to Koriyama, hoping that she could make it in time to prevent fatalities. The cold wind blasted against her skin, and even though her magic, she still felt a slight chill. Kitamaru was unaffected by the cold, and the two rocketed over the skyline, quickly putting the Tokyo metropolitan area behind them. This would be the first time Wexel was sent out alone, so she was nervous, but the girl would still try her best to handle whatever threat came her way. Even though she was a summoner, she was confident in her familiar's powers and her own magical ability. As she flew over Highway 4, which ran from Tokyo to Koriyama, the location of the attack, she began to plan and prepare for the coming battle. Underscore 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 underscore. At a point just over halfway between Tokyo and Koriyama, three people stood on top of a nearby mountain. They were bird watching. Specifically, they were looking for the rare giant eagle. A rarity in these parts. Shouldn't be much longer. Aha. Armalthy was using some binoculars, keeping an eye on the sky above the highway. Right on schedule, and it looks like she's alone. Fantastic. He grinned. They took the bait. Alright, let's make this quick, Herlex said from behind. Armalthy, you knock her out of the sky, and once she's forced to the ground, we jump her. If we do this right, she won't even know what's going on until it's too late. Sounds good to me. Armalthy put down the binoculars and flew up into the sky. Herlex followed suit, carrying Elna. Alright, little birdie. Armalthy charged up some electricity in his palms. Let's see how well done you are after this. As he flew towards Wexel, he sent a barrage of lighting into the atmosphere and clouds above. His abilities allowed him to control and influence natural lightning, and so supercharging the atmosphere to create a powerful blast was quite easy. After a few moments, a massive bolt came down, striking the flying eagle, and causing it to careen toward the ground. Zap goes the birdie. He laughed.
Alright, let's go. Full speed.
Herlex took off, and Armalthy followed suit.
Kitamaru.
Wexel screamed as she spun towards the ground. The bird was not dead, as a familiar couldn't really die, but it was unconscious. And without its flight, it would hit the ground any second. Unable to awaken her friend, and left with little choice, Wexel took out her staff and channeled some wind magic around her and Kitamaru in an attempt to break their fall by creating an air pocket to act as a shock absorber. Seconds later, the two impacted the side of a nearby mountain, causing an eruption of dirt and rocks as they impacted into the ground. Miraculously, Wexel survived, but she ended up smashing her head against the eagle, which caused a concussion.
Kitamaru.
Wexel was woozy from the impact and fell off the side of the eagle onto the ground. She tried to activate her communicator but found it had been destroyed by the collision with the ground. Unable to stand or move, Wexel watched as Herlex and co arrived. Well, I don't think we were needed at all. Armalthy floated down next to her. The fall nearly did the job for us. Armalthy. She looked up at the man with anger in her eyes. But with her injuries, she was unable to do anything. I suppose I underestimated the damage of the fall. That or she's simply that weak of a summoner. Herlex floated down next to him and put Elna down. Either way, finish her off. With her dead things get easier, and we shouldn't hang around longer than needed. Armalthy reached down and picked her up, holding her by the throat.
Sorry, kid.
It's nothing personal, just be happy I don't have time to play with you a bit. He pulled back his arm, channeling electrical energy and into his fist as he struck Wexel in the head, killing her instantly. Well, that was easy enough.
He threw her body onto the ground.
With her death, Kitamaru vanished into a blue mist. Oh well, their mistake is our gain. But damn, that actually worked. I thought they'd never send the kid out on her own like that. They had no choice. Herlex shrugged. They are supposed to be the heroes who protect everyone, and don't have the luxury of just letting us attack cities and causing destruction. It was only natural they'd send her out. Otherwise they'd be in hot water for having abandoned civilians to their fate. That's what's wrong with these hero types.
Elna laughed.
Always trying to save everyone. You'd think they would have learned from the countless stories made over the years that such stupid ideals don't work in practice. Well, there aren't many people who actually understand the reality of the situation like we do. Akagi is probably one of the few who's pragmatic enough to understand the proper way of dealing with things, hence why keeping her off our back is in our best interest.
Herlex sighed. Elna, if you would?
We might have killed Wexel, but I don't want to just leave her body to rot on the side of a mountain. Herlex looked at her, and she threw out her fist, burning the body to ash with her fire. It's the very least we can do, Elna smirked. Not to mention if someone revived her with magic that would make what we just did pointless.
Armalthy. Good point.
Herlex nodded as he kicked the ashes, scattering them into the wind. Alright, let's go. He picked up Elna as the three flew off back towards their base, confident that they'd come out victorious in this conflict. Underscore 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 underscore. What do you mean Wexel's gone missing? Minazawa screamed on the video call. The attacks by Libra had been quickly routed, and it was apparent that they were little more than a feint. Once things settled down, the RRT was called into a group video meeting to discuss things. We've lost all contact with her, and her radar and comm signal went silent about halfway between Tokyo and Koriyama.
Aoi winced.
We've got search parties looking for her, but so far there's no sign of her. Were they after Wexel?
Mishu asked.
She was our scout and recon, perhaps they planned this attack to get her specifically? It was plausible, but still a stretch. Libra had been more interested in killing civilians than them. Though as someone who dealt in underworld dealings, Mishu probably had the best insight into Libra's mindset among the RRT.
It's possible, Aoi admitted.
But to go through all that effort just for her? It seems unreasonable to assume that. Libra was quiet until today. Is it possible they took her out because they're hiding something they don't want us to know about? Mishu pressed onward with her theory. She was constantly surveilling their base, so I think they wanted her gone. If I was Herlex, she'd be my priority target. Killing off our ability to keep an eye on their movements really fucks with our plans. Even American intel isn't perfect and we've been blinded by the loss of Wexel's familiars.
Mishu.
Why the hell was she sent out alone?
Minazawa exclaimed.
You know she can't handle fighting one of us. It's the reason Mishu isn't sent outside of Tokyo without either me or Excel. She was pissed that Aoi had made that call.
I didn't have a choice. Aoi yelled back.
We needed to respond to every attack, even if that meant splitting our team. We don't have the numbers necessary, and the higher-ups are under public pressure to handle Libra. We don't have the leeway to just ignore an attack at this stage.
She continued.
I sent Mishu with Excelsior to back up Superbia at Nagoya, and I figured that Wexel would be fine to handle puppets at Koriyama. You're right that it was my decision to send her there alone, but I was given little choice as we had no one to escort her. The only person available was Imp and that won't work. So why the hell aren't we getting any help?
Minazawa yelled. Where's the JSDF?
Where are the Americans? And why is no one else joining us? They had been getting military help, but she thought it was too little to actually matter. Even if the Americans had killed Ikemen.
Calm down, Minazawa. Excelsior chimed in.
Fighting like this is pointless and arguing gets us nowhere. Aoi isn't the person to direct your anger at anyway, it's not her fault things are as fucked as they are. He tried to lower the temperature in the room. I've spoken to the JSDF command and the Americans. They are moving as fast as they can to deploy forces. Trust me, it's been a real hassle to move American troops into the county and supply them, but they are here and they are helping. With Wexel missing, the US military was the one that rushed to Koriyama to handle the puppets. American forces have been great help in securing places we simply can't be, and their intel sharing has helped us deal with a few Libra cells, like how you took down Tatsumaki and captured Shirmari. The girl was still in a coma from her injuries, and it was unknown how long she'd be asleep. Why yeah. Minazawa took a deep breath to calm down.
You're right, sorry Aoi.
I shouldn't have screamed at you.
It's fine. Aoi shook her head.
Trust me, I'm just as frustrated as you are. The fact that Wexel might be dead because of my call is just.
Her eyes darkened.
Well, if you thought we're having a hard time getting more players to join us before, it's only going to get worse now. On top of optical issues, most don't want to fight anymore. Minazawa, Mishu spoke. Ones like us, who are willing to keep the fight going, are rare. Most just want to put down their weapons and have peace. That's what they fought for in FWO, and well, I don't blame them. Plus our potential pool of backup isn't exactly large, as there was only 100 of us to begin with, and subtract those who are dead, on Libra's side, or not recruitable, and you've got perhaps 50 to 60 people who we can pull from. So they just sit this whole mess out? Even if that means the country is destroyed by Libra.
Minazawa was still upset. Are they idiots?
If we don't defeat these bastards, they're going to be next. No, they're just scared.
Mishu shook her head.
Listen, Wexel is probably dead. Once that gets out, what do you think happens? Do you think we're gonna get more willing volunteers?
No.
Not after that. People were already hesitant to fight. Now that the RRT had lost a member, people would be even more afraid to get involved. Her words caused the call to go silent. I hate to say this, but Aoi, you need to pressure the government into giving Akagi whatever it is she asked for. At this rate, we're in deep trouble. Unless we get her and or Hishia involved, Japan's future isn't looking great. I hate to admit it, but she's probably our best bet. Mishu sighed internally. Hishia would also be good, but I'm not convinced she could turn the tide completely. No matter how much more powerful she's gotten, I doubt she can fight all of Libra's combat players at once and win.
I know.
Hopefully, I can use this incident to pressure them, but I really doubt they would agree to her terms.
Even now. Aoi sighed.
They're stubbornly refusing to consider her terms. What did she ask for anyway?
Hoshino asked.
Is it really something that outlandish that they'd refuse? This is classified, but she asked for an area of land around her home. She wants it to be given to her so she may form her own country. Like the Vatican. Aoi pinched the bridge of her nose. You can imagine what that was shot down. She wants to rule her own country?
Hoshino exclaimed.
That's nuts. Since when did Akagi have that kind of ambition? She never thought the assassin would want something so grandiose. What's next? She takes over all of Japan and become empress.
Heh. Imp laughed at that comment.
Demon Empress. Now I see why the government declined. Superbia connected to the call. But I still say it's necessary. We're strong enough to fight most of Libra's members. But Japan is too big, and there's not enough of us. Unless the US military is allowed to effectively occupy the country, we're not going to be able to handle this Aoi.
She sighed.
I know, you're not telling me what I don't already know.
But still, we must fight on.
If we give up, so many innocent people will die. Aoi's tired eyes had a spark in them. I will try to persuade the government to accept Akaji's terms, and I will reach out to Hishia once more. Hopefully, we have some good news soon. Excelsior, please try to speak with the military and tell them we need more help.
Will do. Excelsior smiled.
Few days later. In a hotel in Nagoya, a cloaked woman entered one of the rooms and plugged a small device into a laptop. Taking off her hood revealed blue and red rainbow hair. She turned on the device, input a passcode, and placed the laptop on a nearby table. Once finished, she pulled the blinds shut and darkened the room right before a cloaked figure appeared on screen. It's good to see you again, Birdie. The woman in the image was sitting in a chair, wearing a heavy dark cloak that obscured her face, and her voice was distorted so it wasn't easy to discern who she was. I trust all is going according to plan?
Birdie kneeled.
It is good to see you too, my lord. Please forgive me for the delay in communication. Things have been busy with the plans for the Nagoya attack. It has been hard to find time to slip away from my reports. But yes, I am happy to report that everything is going as you foresaw. Libra has dealt with Wexel, the last obstacle before their planned attack on Nagoya.
She looked at the monitor.
Excellent, all the pieces are falling into place.
The woman laughed.
It won't be much longer until I have what I wanted. Continue to monitor the situation and inform me of Libra's activates. I do not want a repeat of what happened in Kyoto. Her tone got slightly harsher as she said that. Birdie started to sweat a bit. Yes, my lord, and please forgive me for failing to adequately monitor the movement of Libra's members. My failure nearly caused a great tragedy, and I am sorry. Birdie bowed her head deeply in regret. I knew they planned on attacking Jifa, but that they would change targets abruptly was something I did not foresee. I have failed you.
It is fine. The woman waved her hand.
It would be unfair to expect you to foresee that those two would take independent action. You had no way of knowing and have otherwise done your job to perfection both here and within FWO. Besides, my other agents are more at fault for not detecting their entrance into Kyoto. So there is nothing to forgive. Please raise your head.
Birdie obliged.
I am grateful for your understanding and mercy, my lord. May I give you my full report? The hooded woman smirked, and for a brief moment, you could see a glowing orange eye under her hood.
Proceed. Spoiler.
At roughly the same time as Wexel was killed by Armalthy, Hoshino was on the lookout for Skipper in Sapporo. She was sitting on the edge of a building looking at a picture on her AR device. She'd been told about his presence within the city, and attacks across Japan had her on high alert. There were already a few small skirmishes with puppets, which she'd easily dispatched. Oh, my cute little Kaori. She ogled the image of her sister floating in front of her. Where have you gone, my little toy? Her smile turned into a perverted grin as her cheeks flushed red. She'd been missing tormenting her little sister and had tried to find her on numerous occasions, to no avail. An official missing person bulletin had gone out, but as of now, she'd not been found and there had been no sightings of her in weeks. I hope you turn up soon, my cute little toy. I've got so much more fun ways of playing with you. She smiled and swiped away the picture. Hoshino figured that Kaori was still alive, though she regretted dropping her off in Kyoto since now she couldn't find her.
Kaboom!
Suddenly a massive blast sounded out from behind her. Hoshino detected some kind of large projectile coming towards her and jumped away. Seconds later, a massive metal cannonball slammed into where she'd been sitting, blasting through the building and crashing onto the street below, crushing a few cars. I guess that answers where the pirate is. Hoshino sighed as she looked down at the carnage below. The ball had crushed several cars and even killed a few people as it embedded itself into the front of a building across the street.
Yo, Skip.
Hate to say it, but a fucking cannon isn't exactly stealthy. She turned to look at Skipper, who was standing atop a massive cannon perched on a rooftop a few blocks down. Stealth isn't the pirate way of doing things. He cracked a smile. Besides, I just wanted to get your attention, my fair wench. My tremendous intuitive sense of the female creature informs me that you are troubled. Is there anything I can do to help you? He let out a hearty laugh. He's quoting that fucking movie again. Hoshino growled in her head, she really hated Skipper. I'm going to fucking kill you for calling me that. Even if you're just messing around, you stupid NET. She summoned her twin blades and ran towards Skipper, who fired his cannon again. Hoshino easily dodged the blast, which smashed through the rooftop, collapsing the building beneath her feet. I'm so going to get an ass chewing for that. Hoshino sighed internally. She knew Aoi and Superbia would give her hell for the collateral damage, but she didn't care. The only reason she joined the RRT instead of Libra was because she couldn't stand most of the people in the terrorist group. That, and she had a bone to pick with Armalfi, and a chance to legally kill him was one she couldn't pass up. She didn't give a damn about innocent people's lives, and she knew the RRT was desperate enough that they'd never kick her out. It will take a bit more than that to trip me up. Hoshino hopped between the falling sections of the building, running up them at high speed before leaping towards Skipper.
Let's dance.
You annoying son of a bitch. Hoshino brought down her twin blades and clashed with Skipper, who drew his scimitar.
Let's.
Skipper smirked as the two dueled on top of the building. As expected, he was a swashbuckler, a type of rogue that dealt with combat up close and personal. That class was also one of the very few that could get bonuses for using firearms. Skipper manifested his magical flintlock in his offhand and fired it at Hoshino, who deflected the shot.
Oh ho. Skipper laughed.
So you're not just all talk. I'm surprised you dodged me, manstopper. I hate you. Hoshino growled. I hate you and your stupid fucking roleplay. You're almost as bad as Imp. She slashed her blades, sending energy blasts forward which Skipper deftly avoided. You're not in the game anymore. So for the love of God, stop it.
She sent more blasts.
'Tis nothing to cease. Skipper moved forward and clashed blades with Hoshino. I am Skipper, the greatest pirate who ever lived.
Ahahaha.
His rakish audacity gave him the ability to fight as equals with her in a 1v1 scenario.
You're not a pirate.
You're a neck-bearded NET that lived in his mom's basement, playing video games, with way too many anime body pillows. Hoshino was getting annoyed. Skipper was one her least favorite players, due to his role play. Imp was just as bad in her eyes, but she could tolerate the madwomen due to her usefulness, but not Skipper. She'd known him before FWO and knew exactly what kind of man he was, and seeing him act like this just rubbed her the wrong way. The two continued to duel across the rooftop, clashing blades and sending sparks flying as they fought. Skipper kept trying to strike Hoshino with his pistol, but to no avail. She was too agile for the slow rounds. After a few more clashes, the two disengaged with Skipper spinning away in a fanciful manner, while smiling. Then what are ye? Skipper tilted his hat with his gun.
Are ye any better? You still call yourself Hoshino, don't ya?
If you're going to call me all sorts of names and claim 'tis all pretend, then perhaps ye should look in a mirror. He spun around with his footwork skill to avoid her blade.
If you're still Hoshino, then I be Skipper.
Mighty pirate and handsome rogue. That's an actual name, one my parents considered giving me. Hoshino's real name was Hijika. Besides, I always liked it much better. So why not change it? She got more aggravated as she activated her blade's special property, increasing their damage. Don't compare me to losers like you. I actually have friends, a life and hobbies outside of looking at 2D girls. Can't deny the handsome though, Hoshino. Touched a nerve, have I? Skipper grinned as he slid forward, extending his blade toward Hoshino, starting the duel again. You're no better than I. You seek to escape reality, to change into that which you were not. The only difference between us is that I stopped lying to myself. He laughed as the two danced with their blades. No, the difference is that you belong in a mental hospital along with all the other crazies. You're a freak like Imp and Akaji. Idiots who still don't understand the difference between games and reality. Hoshino slammed her blades down at him, locking them together in a test of strength. Unlike you, I'm perfectly sane.
Skipper laughed.
But your eyes tell me the opposite. In fact, you might just be crazier than most. He spun his foot around and knocked Hoshino prone. I have seen what ye do in your spare time. 'Tis pity that poor lass must deal with a sibling such as yourself.
Fuck.
I let this idiot get under my skin. Hoshino cursed her carelessness as she slammed into the ground.
Bang.
Skipper fired his pistol at point blank, driving a lead ball into her shoulder, opening a large wound and spraying blood everywhere.
Ack.
Hoshino screamed in pain as she frantically moved away from him. I'm going to make you pay for that, you stupid NET. What can ye do in that condition? Skipper laughed as he tap danced in place. Ye can't fight without your other arm. Ye should just run away like the coward ye are. I don't need 2 arms to beat you. Hoshino put away her second blade and focused her effort on using her good arm as she charged in ready to continue their duel.
Fool.
Skipper laughed as he lunged forward to intercept her blade.
No, you're the fool.
Hoshino stopped short, deflecting his blade by the tip, channeled a blast of magical energy through her leg, and slammed him in the side, sending him flying across the rooftop. I know karate, and I recently figured out that we can channel magic through any part of our bodies, not just our hands and arms. That was the limitation in the game, but in the real world, it didn't matter which body part was used to cast. A bit of blood trickled from Skipper's mouth as he got up. Not bad, wench. He wiped the blood from his lips. I suppose 'tis time I got serious. He zipped forward at high speed, and the two continued their clash across the rooftop. Hoshino was still at a disadvantage with only one arm, but her ability to channel magic through her body helped mitigate that issue. The fight continued as they leapt down onto the street below. Civilians began to scream and run as they clashed. Get the hell out of the way. Hoshino yelled at the onlookers. I don't have time for you. People had gathered at a distance to watch the fight.
Fucking idiots.
Get away from the danger, you damned fools.
Hoshino.
Do ye really have time to look at them? Skipper took the momentary lapse in Hoshino's concentration to lunge at her with his blade and cut her across the arm. An action she repaid by slamming him with her leg and sending him flying toward the civilians.
Enough playing around.
I'm going to end the tale of the worst pirate to ever live. Hoshino was fuming. I might be the worst pirate to ever live, but that means ye have heard of me.
He smirked.
I hate myself for setting that one up for him. Hoshino cringed internally at her word choice.
Besides,
methinks this tale is only just beginning, Skipper said as he got up and grabbed a woman who was nearby, holding his gun to her head. You bastard. Hoshino was going to approach him, but stopped. She didn't care if the lady died, but the lecture from the others would be annoying. Let her go and fight me. Or are you too afraid? 'Tis only a break in the action, Skipper said as Hoshino tried to step closer. The two were about 20 feet apart before he kicked the woman forward, causing her to collide with Hoshino, who caught her. What the hell? Disoriented, she looked around for Skipper, who was standing on top of a roof. Let this be known as the day you almost caught the great pirate Skipper.
He ran off out of sight. Ha 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 ha.
His laughter slowly faded as he got away. That quote doesn't even fit. At least use the references correctly.
Hoshino screamed. I hate him.
I fucking hate him.
Ack.
Her arm was still bleeding, and she decided not to give chase, as she called Aoi. I swear to God by the end of this, that fucking idiot pirate is going to die horribly. I don't care how or by who, I just need this one win. She heard a noise in her comms set as she connected back to Aoi. Aoi, let me just tell you how much I hate roleplayers.
Hoshino limped down the street.
And also get me someone who can heal or something. Having a bullet in my arm really hurts, and I've got a lot of pain. Most physical, but some psychological. God, I hate that idiot. Akagi sat at home watching different news feeds, all of which were inundated with a discussion about the recent Christmas attacks and the death of one of the RRT members. There was a great deal of anger, fear and concern about the recent attacks, and debate raged among the public and the government about what to do, as it became clear that Libra was winning. Some argued for increased U.S. military presence, while others called for an international peacekeeping force. Russia and China backed this, but with the threat of a U.S. veto, it wasn't happening anytime soon. Things were slowly but surely moving in Libra's favor, and their backer were very pleased with their progress. The new year came and went without much fanfare as public events had been cancelled, and people were reluctant to gather in large groups. A general sense of unease washed over Japan, as many people began to discuss either leaving the country or at least hunkering down until Libra was dealt with. Kana was still on winter break, and there was some speculation that schools may stay closed until the crisis passed. Something Akagi figured was likely given the fact that Libra was more than happy to hit students. Yumi and Akagi were relaxing together as information flashed over the TV. If nothing else, Libra's causing one hell of a panic. That's for sure. Akagi said as she took a sip of her drink. I'll give them credit for being effective, if nothing else. I wonder what will happen now. Yumi was sitting next to her with a drink of her own. Perhaps now they will seek you out again? At this rate, I don't think the RRT can win on their own. Even the military help they've been getting isn't enough from the looks of it. While not impossible, under current conditions I'd say round 2 of negotiations is unlikely, Akagi shook her head. They're going to try everything else before they come crawling to me. You can bet on that.
Though, if this keeps up,
I suspect we might see a second American occupation of Japan. Akagi thought to herself. I should get Hikari to take the temperature in the White House and Congress and see if they're considering it. Her agent in the US had been proving quite valuable for reading the American military and political winds. If Libra actually goes through with their plan, perhaps the Japanese government might have no choice but to accept my demands though.
Akagi chuckled.
Her mole inside Libra meant she knew exactly what they were planning. If they actually attacked Nagoya and caused destruction, the government might have no choice but to relent. Akagi wasn't going to forewarn the RRT about this impending attack. Some might see this as cruel and even some level of evil. After all, she was using innocent people's lives as a means to get what she wanted. As she could easily stop the Nagoya attack or, at the very least, tip off the RRT. But doing so would compromise her mole's position, and Akagi was not above letting people die to get what she wanted, especially in this case. Her rules meant that she would not take lives without due cause, but nothing in them said she had to lift a finger to help people. Kana had already figured out that Akagi was intentionally using the deteriorating situation to wring out concessions from the government. She initially voiced concerns, but backed off when Akagi asked for a logical explanation of why she should help for free. As smart as she was, Kana couldn't give a persuasive enough answer. Kana knew her sister was no hero of justice. Many would even call her a villain, and Akagi was okay with that. The demon did not subscribe to the heroic notion of using one's powers to help others like some superhero. Just because she could help people did not mean she had to, and she would not allow others to push their morality on her. If others wished to risk their lives for the greater good and play hero, that was fine. But Akagi was not such a person, and with her humanity dwindling, one would be hard-pressed to convince her otherwise. Does seeing this really not bother you, Yumi?
Akagi looked at her. Unlike me, you're still humanish.
I can't imagine you don't feel something seeing all this. Akagi knew Yumi wasn't entirely okay with her actions at time, but kept her opinions quiet out of loyalty and respect.
Yumi thought for a moment.
While it's true that I feel sympathy, I am prioritizing your decision and feelings. I know very well just what kind of person you are, and while I may personally wish to help, I would be overstepping my boundaries by attempting to push you to act against your own judgment.
This girl. Akagi. But you do want to help?
You do wish that I would?
Akagi asked.
You don't need to lie to me, so please be honest. If I have to answer, then yes. I would absolutely prefer that you go out and defeat Libra right this moment before more people die. Yumi reluctantly answered. But as I said, my feelings are irrelevant. I do not have the right to persuade you on a matter where your core principles are at work. At the end of the day, this is your decision to make and I respect your judgment and how you came to it. Even if I have my disagreements with the outcome. You really are nice, you know that? Akagi put her arm around her and hugged her. Never feel like you can't voice your opinion to me, though, okay? Even if you know my mind is made up. You have every right to voice your thoughts and never say your feelings are irrelevant again. Because that's not true. Akagi was happy to hear Yumi's answer. Part of her was glad that Yumi understood just how Akagi was. Though even if she understood why Yumi and the others stayed silent, she would prefer they at least voice their feelings. Even if Akagi's mind wouldn't be changed. I don't like yes men and submissive people who are only capable of taking orders and doing as I say. You are my bonded soul. You have every right to speak to me as an equal. Even if I am far more powerful than you.
Yumi chuckled.
You say that, but I can never view myself as your equal, and you know that. Not just because of your power either. Yumi's complex past and trauma had warped her view of Akagi strangely, and she understood that. I know, I'm just saying. Akagi smiled. Just from now on, don't hide anything from me. If I do something you don't like or disagree with, please tell me. Who knows, you might just change my mind.
I doubt that.
You are quite stubborn. Yumi rolled her eyes. But I will keep that in mind. She didn't show it, but she was quite happy to hear Akagi say all that. The two sat silent, snuggling, until Yumi recalled something important.
Oh! Yumi exclaimed.
I forgot to mention it, but Mizumi wanted to speak with you.
She said it was important.
Then, can you please go fetch her?
Akagi said.
If it's important, I should hear her out, and I've got nothing else scheduled at the moment. Yumi hugged Akagi and walked out of the room. A few minutes later, she returned with the blue-haired spirit. Yumi took a seat next to Akagi and snuggled up to her, which caused Akaji to laugh and the spirit to turn slightly red in embarrassment. Crazy how a millennia-old spirit can still get all embarrassed about some minor skinship. Akaji laughed in her mind. What did you want to speak to me about? Akaji said as she sipped her drink. I assume it's important since you don't typically request to speak with me like this.
Yes, well.
It's about that demon tongue of yours, Mizumi said. I think I recognize it.
Oh.
Akaji's lazy expression snapped into a serious one.
Go on.
There were demons in my world. Though I've never met one like you. Mizumi continued. I've studied countless historical records and have a comprehensive knowledge of all my world's languages, so I can say for certain your demon tongue is different than what they use in my world. But, I feel like I've seen it somewhere in my library, something about it seems familiar. I just can't quite put my finger on it. She'd sworn it was something in one of the old legends or historical accounts from millennia ago, but the specifics were just not coming to her.
Interesting. Akaji thought.
If others have used it, we might just learn a bit more about myself. If someone else used this language, it's reasonable to assume that we might be related in some way. Yes, those were my thoughts exactly, Mizumi nodded. My library is in a state of chaos at the moment, so I would like your permission to retire to my home for some time to conduct research and sort through things. It will likely take several weeks until I have an answer if that's okay.
Do it, Akaji said.
Any information you can give me will be useful. Take as much time as you need and search your records. If you do find something, I want you to bring it to me as soon as possible.
She nodded.
Perhaps you might just blow this whole mystery of what I am wide open.
Yes.
Though, I have a bad feeling I am not going to like the answer to that mystery. That language was most likely not used by some peaceful being. I'm sure of that just from the sound of it.
Mizumi sighed.
If you wouldn't mind, could you give me a vocal and writing sample? That would help me cross-reference things, and your technology makes doing both quite easy. Sure, Akaji took out a small recorder and spoke into it, then pulled out a pen and paper and wrote a few sentences for her. Will that suffice? Yes, this is perfect.
Mizumi smiled.
Seeing this writing has me convinced I've seen this in my library. I just can't remember where. Where have I seen this script before? I think it was in one of the old books given to me by Elder Zanin.
Mizumi.
Alright, off you go. Akaji waved her off lazily. Mizumi opened a portal, much like the one she appeared through originally. Alright, I shall return when I have an answer. She said as she stepped through and disappeared along with the portal. I wonder if she really will find the answer, Yumi said. I would certainly be interested in knowing more about you. Who knows, but she seemed sure she would. Akaji shrugged. And we lose nothing by having her look, so why not? The two sat on the couch watching the news feeds while snuggling together for a while until Kana entered the living room. Am I interrupting something? She grinned as she walked over to the two of them.
Jealous.
Akaji winked at her. I can turn into Hishya and snuggle with you if you're lonely. Hishya was supposed to come over today before heading to some family for belated holiday visits. And I did that to myself, didn't I?
Kana sat down.
I should know better than to try that stuff on you. I'll never win.
Nope.
Akaji smiled. What's up? Did you need something? I just came to remind you that we're having your party tomorrow, that's all.
Kana smiled.
So don't go off somewhere and miss it. She would be furious if Akaji missed her party.
Trust me, I won't.
Akaji waved her off. I tried talking you out of it, but once everyone else got invested in the idea, I gave up. Plus I don't need Kana breathing down my neck if I ditched. She'd never let me hear the end of it. Akaji. I think you'll like it. Yumi looked up at her. We never got to celebrate your birthday before, and everyone is looking forward to it. Yumi had gotten Akaji a special gift, and she was excited to present it to her. Plus, it will be fun to have a nice celebration. If you guys are throwing it, I know I will. Akaji smiled. She'd never celebrated her birthday before, and while she wouldn't show it, she was happy that people cared enough about her to celebrate. But even without a party, just knowing you all care enough to remember my birthday is more than enough for me. Happy birthday, Akaji.
Everyone.
A large amount of streamers exploded as everyone congratulated Akaji on reaching her 21st birthday. In fact, today marked the first time ever that she'd celebrated it. Kana always tried to do something each year, but she was only really able to spend time with her older sister and not much else. Shima and Taichi never congratulated her or had a celebration, as the only birthday they cared about was her 18th, since that would be when they could legally kick her out. Funny enough, Akagi only knew her birthday because it was needed as part of her personal identification, and if not for Kana, she probably would have missed it each year. Her parents' attitudes always upset Kana, who tried to do something fun with her sister each year. Akagi never minded the lack of celebration and always told Kana that it didn't matter if no one cared. But she always appreciated the young girl's thoughtfulness, and spending time with her was always a source of comfort. However, this year was different. Gathered outside, after the use of magic to warm the area, were over 100 people. Each of them here to celebrate Akagi's birthday and congratulate her on not just another year, but also for surviving FWO. Everyone's faces showed a genuine happiness, and she could tell that each and every one of them was happier with her around. She'd never imagined such a spectacle, as even in the game she'd never celebrated, and it wasn't until recently that she understood that she was truly loved by these people. Seeing all this warmth and joy truly touched her heart, and reminded her once again that she truly had a place to belong. I really don't deserve all this.
Akagi laughed.
Her face showed a surprising amount of embarrassment. But thank you.
Really?
As she tried to speak, tears came down her cheeks. It seemed the dulled emotions in her heart had burst to the surface.
Huh? What's this?
She tried to wipe away the tears.
That's funny.
I thought I didn't give this body tear ducts. Her comment caused everyone to laugh. It's not becoming of me to cry. Though I've done a lot more of that since FWO ended. Akagi thought to herself. It's okay to cry, One-ichan.
Kana smiled.
We're all here for you. And you're wrong, there's nothing wrong with being happy. Holding it in isn't good, and you've been doing that for your entire life. It's okay to let it all out. After all, you're not alone anymore. Akagi pulled her into a hug. You really have to be the best little sister ever.
You know that?
Who else would put up with all my crap and still love me in the end? Akagi squeezed her.
Thank you truly. All of you.
I guess I've turned into a bit of a crybaby since we got back, and I hope you can put up with that for a bit. It's just nice to have people who care about me for once. And you're the best One-ichan I could ever ask for. Kana smiled and hugged her back. Now then, let's celebrate. Kana pulled away, and the party began. At Akagi's urging, things were kept to a reasonable level, though things quickly got rowdy with music blasting and alcohol flowing like water. Akagi did not want gifts, and told everyone not to get her anything. Though Kana ignored this and gave her a homemade hairpin, which Akagi loved. However, Kana was not the only one to get a gift for her, and Yumi's gift is what truly broke Akagi. My lord. Yumi walked up with a small wooden box in her hand. Kana helped me pick this out. It's not much, but happy birthday. She handed it over. I think you'll like it. Yumi, you didn't have to get me anything, you know that. Just being around me is the best gift you could ever give me. Akagi was embarrassed. But thank you. I appreciate it.
I know, open it.
I think you'll like it.
Yumi smiled.
I bet she'll be surprised.
Yumi.
Akagi slowly unwrapped the box and opened it. Inside was something that took her aback, and she had to do a double take at first. In FWO there was a unique item, one that could only be obtained via a rare in-game event. That item was called the Locket of Hearth and Home. It had no actual effect and did nothing, but was an extremely rare collector's item despite its mundane nature. Akagi had tried to find it, but could never get the quest to fire, and for whatever reason it was not tradable in-game. Akagi slowly lifted it out of the box and inspected it, and for a moment she was rendered speechless. Is this real?
She asked. Yup. Yumi smiled.
And look inside, it wouldn't be a locket without a picture. Akagi slowly opened the locket. Inside was a small picture of Yumi placed within the center of the locket. Her hair was rolled up, and she was wearing a traditional kimono. Yumi rarely dressed up, so it was truly something special.
Tada! Kana said.
One Yumi picture you can keep at your side at all times.
She smiled.
I hope it's to your liking, my lord. It took a few tries to get everything right, but I think it came out nicely.
Yumi said.
Akagi just stood speechless, her mind racing as she looked at the photo. She was stunned by this gift, it was completely unexpected, and before she knew it, she'd burst into tears. A reaction that neither Kana nor Yumi expected. I expected her to like it, but Kana was shocked. Before Yumi had a chance to say anything, she was hugged tightly by Akagi, who threw her arms around her as she sobbed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Akagi cried.
You have no idea how much this means to me. I knew you would like it, but I had no idea you would react like this. Yumi smiled as she hugged her back. I'm glad my feelings got through. Mika walked over to Kana and asked a question. Does that locket have some kind of meaning? Akagi answered. The locket. The locket was said to bind the person whose picture is within it to the person to whom it's gifted forever. Akagi was still crying. To give it to someone means you truly wish to be with them. Even if you were to die, you would find your way back to me. And that you accept them, all of them, no matter what. It was just a silly little item in the game, but Yumi giving it to me just.
She couldn't finish.
And it's all true.
Yumi teared up a bit.
I love you, all of you. It's why I asked Kana to help me find that. To show you just how much you mean to me. You already said you would stay with me for eternity, but this.
For some reason, this.
Just hit me harder. Akagi smiled. I'm not sure why, but it did. Kana and Yumi had been scheming to figure out the perfect gift for Akagi's birthday for a while. After the events of Akagi's shadow and the declaration that Yumi was her bonded soul, the priestess mentioned the locket as the perfect gift. Upon learning its meaning, Kana got excited and contacted Imp, who easily gave it over as she had no use for it. In the game, Akagi merely wanted it for the novelty since it was rare. But now with her accepting Yumi as her bonded soul, the meaning of giving it would be much deeper. She expected Akagi to be happy, but not to this level. One-ichan, you always said you liked to be alone, but you were actually starved for affection, weren't you? You always craved that one person who could accept all of you, even the dark side, and that's just what Yumi is. So I understand just why you're so happy. Kana smiled internally as she saw her sister weep tears of joy. You truly are my bonded soul, aren't you? Akagi stroked her cheek. Thank you, and please stay at my side. Now and forever, Yumi. There is nowhere else I'd rather be. Yumi's wiped away some tears and hugged Akagi back. Everyone else had gone silent, out of respect, and watched until the two separated. It was a touching moment, and that gift made Akagi certain that Yumi was truly the one she needed to be with. As she looked into the priestess's eyes, all her troubles seemed to melt away as the void within her heart filled just a little bit more. Kana was right, Akagi needed Yumi just as much as Yumi needed her. I don't have to be alone anymore, as long as I have her, nothing else matters. Akagi thought to herself. Thank you, Yumi, for everything. For putting up with all that I am, for accepting me despite my faults and for loving me even if I can't love you back. Akagi lifted her up and spun her around. Yumi.
Ha ha ha.
Yumi. Akagi rubbed her face against hers. I think you've made me the happiest person in the world. She placed her down and looked out at the rest of her family. I know I said to keep things to a reasonable level, but fuck it. Akagi yelled. Let's celebrate until we can celebrate no more.
Hurrah!
Everyone cheered. From that point, the party went into overdrive as Akagi dipped into her stock of alcohol and busted out the best she had. Which naturally everyone loved and the drinking commenced in earnest. As Kana would later describe it, you could practically feel the happiness in the air around them. She and the girls couldn't drink, but that didn't stop them from joining in the fun. Some of the ninja brought out some games and all sorts of entertainment commenced ranging from creative juggling to insane feats of magic. As the night went on, Akagi brought up the idea of dancing, since around half the people present could play instruments. After some discussion, it was decided that there would be a slow dance and people began to partner up. Seeing that both Akagi and Yumi knew how to dance, the two took center stage and enjoyed themselves. They'd only danced together once before at an imperial noble's party, but they were perfectly in sync. Kana was surprised by how well her sister could dance, as she'd never done so at home. When she asked her afterward, she told her that she'd learned from some imperial nobles as part of her training in etiquette and social activity. While Yumi said she was taught as a young girl for her priestess duties. Since Hishia was also here, Akagi pushed her and Kana into a dance, which the two stumbled through. Neither could dance to save their lives, but they had fun anyway. Mika was taken by her two girlfriends and spun between them. While Naomi was captured by Chloe and forced to dance with a cat, who was quite bad at it. The festivities continued a bit longer than expected and things continued well into the night. The jovial atmosphere seemed to energize everyone and it took a long time until exhaustion settled it. Eventually, things winded down, and Akagi advised people to rest. Luckily, with a bit of magic, the aftermath of the alcohol could be avoided, but she wanted to ensure people got proper sleep. Though she proclaimed that all work was cancelled for the next day, as to allow for rest and relaxation. While most people could handle their drink quite well, The sheer quantity and quality of Akaji's stock knocked out quite a few people, and there was some minor pranking of the sleeping people with some marker. Once everything was cleaned up and the sleeping people were moved to beds, Akaji, Yumi, Kana, Hishia, Naomi, and Mika went into the house to talk for a bit. They'd be sleeping over, so it didn't matter how late they stayed. Yumi's tolerance for alcohol was quite poor, and she found herself sleeping on Akaji's lap, even after having it removed from her system with magic. I'm glad to see you and Yumi finally get together.
Mika smiled.
I always knew you would. Yeah, and here I thought you said you couldn't be with someone.
Naomi teased.
But looking at the cute sight on display, I see that was wrong. No, it was not wrong, Naomi. Despite what you might think, I cannot feel mortal love, and thus I am not with Yumi as you are using that term. Akaji shook her head as she stroked Yumi's hair. Yumi is not my girlfriend, nor is she my wife or my lover, and she never will be. That is simply not the kind of relationship we have. Naomi, Hishia, and Mika tilted their head.
What do you mean? They asked.
You're clearly going out, Naomi said. Why else would you be acting like that? She said, pointing at the sleeping Yumi. You sure look like lovers to me. You even picked her up and spun her around earlier. Yeah, don't try to deny it.
Mika chuckled.
There's no need to get all shy around us.
Akaji sighed.
It's going to be hard to keep people from misunderstanding this, isn't it? She looked over at Kana for help. Yeah, it's kinda hard for us to understand, Wani-chan. Even I only partially get it, and I was there for the whole explanation.
Kana agreed. What do you mean, Kana?
Naomi looked at her. Wani-chan does not love Yumi, Kana said. Hence why she said she's not her girlfriend, wife, or lover.
Mika squeaked. She doesn't love her? What?
How does that even work? Is this some kind of demon thing I'm too human to understand? Hishia asked with a sigh. Funny statement coming from a dragon, but yes, you are correct in concept. As mortals, you cannot understand what my relationship to Yumi is, since it logically makes no sense to you.
Akaji sighed.
Your minds will forever look at things through the lens of love. Whether it be romantic, platonic, or sexual, love and all its forms and meanings is the only way you can understand relationships. That's just how you're built.
Immortals.
Mika stammered, hearing that term just thrown out. My kind does not have a concept of love, romance, or sexual attraction. Akaji stressed those words. They do not exist for me, and as a result, the idea of loving Yumi the way you would boyfriend or girlfriend is not possible. It's not that I do not want to feel love for Yumi. It's that I am incapable of doing so, even with conscious effort. I told her that when I asked her to stay with me, that no matter how much she loved me, I am incapable of returning it. Now, because I was raised human for so long, I have some quirks in my mindset, such as my preference for women or my sisterly bond with Kana, but those are anomalies. Ordinarily, my kind does not differentiate between the sexes. However, despite these abnormalities, I still cannot feel mortal love. That emotion or process is simply impossible for me, and it explains why I always struggled with those emotions in the past. Though, in my opinion, the bond between Yumi and I is much deeper than anything two mortals can experience. So while I do not love her, she is the single most important thing in my life, and I'd do anything for her. She simply means that much to me. Akaji smiled as she put a blanket on Yumi. Love is not the be-all end-all of things. That's interesting. Hishia tilted her head. You say you lack the capacity for love, but then why are you acting like that? She pointed at Akaji petting Yumi's head. And your face tells me you're enjoying yourself. Are you certain you aren't feeling love when you're happily petting her head as she lays on your lap? I mean, as you said, love can take all sorts of forms. So perhaps what you're describing is simply another form of love unique to your species.
It was a good point.
It's hard to explain, but I am certain that our relationship bears no connection to mortal concepts of love. Sadly, I don't think I can explain it. In fact, Yumi herself probably doesn't really understand it, because even though she's bonded to me, she is still immortal. Though she probably understands a bit more of what our connection is. Sorry, I can't explain it better, but I simply lack the words to articulate it to you.
Akaji sighed.
And to answer your point about my skinship with Yumi, lacking the ability to love does not mean I cannot enjoy having Yumi here with me, does it? Touching her and having her close feels good to me, and I know she feels the same way. Since we both enjoy non-sexual, skin-to-skin contact, and snuggling is our favorite activity. For whatever reason, my kind very much enjoys physical contact with our bonded soul. I'm not entirely sure why, but I suspect it's because I want to be as close as physically possible with her.
Akagi chuckled.
I actually very much enjoy having her cuddle with my real body, that feels very good.
I guess.
Naomi was still having a hard time understanding it. The idea of a relationship with no love like that is really hard to understand.
Just don't think about it too much.
It's not worth the headache.
Akagi smiled.
She's important to me, and that's all you need to know. That term, bonded soul. What does it mean?
Mika asked.
You've called her that a bunch, can you explain it a bit? A bonded soul is simply the term my kind use to define our connected partner. My kind do not mate or take partners as mortals do. Instead, we look for a soul to spend eternity with. Not out of romantic or sexual attraction, but because we feel that the other completes us and provides that which we are missing. Take the idea of soul mates and multiply it by 11. Akagi looked down at the sleeping girl. In my eyes, now that Yumi has accepted me, she has become an integral part of me. Not in a literal way, mind you, as while our souls are connected, we are still distinct and separate beings. However, my perspective is that we are one, for lack of a better description. The information I received is incomplete, but from what I can tell, once my kind bond with someone, that bond is intended to be permanent. And while Yumi and I are technically considered equals under the bond, my power and status gives me a senior role in the partnership. This means that I view her as someone I can no longer live without and that I will protect her, no matter what. And should anything happen to her. Akagi's face grew dark, and her left eye began to glow as the room turned cold. Well, let's just hope for the sake of the world that no one ever harms her. Akagi looked up and laughed, completely doing a 180 from her attitude just a moment prior.
EEP.
Mika, Naomi, Kana, and Hishya. The four of them understood that if anything happened to Yumi, the world would probably end.
Spoiler.
Alright, everyone. Herlex looked at the other members of Libra who were standing around a large table. Tomorrow marks the start of Operation Droid Army and the beginning of the end of the Japanese government.
He smirked.
They considered all of us misfits, outcasts, and losers. Some of us were even discarded by our families for no other reason than because our appearance changed.
He looked at Elna.
And tomorrow, we'll show them just what we misfits can do. We're all here for different reasons, but the thing that binds us, the thing that makes us work together as a team, is the desire to see this world burn. His little speech caused the members to cheer. It's finally time for the real fun to begin.
Armalfi smirked.
Let's make Nagoya burn to the ground. Spellhauser cheered. She was originally from the city and was looking forward to causing as much destruction as possible. Let those government bastards who threw me away burn in the fires of hell. Max cheered. Finally, some real action.
Merkiel yelled. No more hit and runs.
We'll hit them where it hurts.
Fuck them all. Sabia exclaimed.
It is not the destination so much as the journey.
Skipper commented.
Everyone was riled up and ready for war. But in the corner, Alice sat quietly. She was looking forward to tomorrow's attack, but chose to stay quiet. Her puppets would kill many people if they were unleashed as planned, and while she wasn't having second thoughts, she was worried about what Akagi would think of her after this. Will Mama be mad? Alice thought to herself as she squeezed Fluffy, who quietly squeaked. Of course, Akagi would never be upset with Alice for following her desires and doing what she wanted. She'd already told Alice as much, but the young girl was still worried. Tomorrow would bring many changes, and she was worried about what might happen. For no matter how much she hated this world, losing Akagi wouldn't be worth it. Once they finished their meeting, Herlex and Alice descended into the underground portion of the base for an inspection of the puppets. Normally, constructing a facility this massive and complex should have taken months if not years, but magic made things much easier. Not to mention their backers granting them an extraordinary amount of supplies and equipment. As they stood on a gangway overlooking the neatly aligned army of puppets, Herlex let out a laugh. Look at them, 5,000 soldiers, all created by you. With thousands more well on the way. They're very impressive, Alice. I'd hoped you'd be pleased. Alice smiled as a new batch of puppets entered the gathering area from the foundry. With Imperial's help, I'd say they're my finest work. Herlex grinned as he watched them march in sync as they took position, their boots giving a loud snap on the ground as they took their spot in the order. Magnificent, aren't they? Alice smiled as she looked down at them. Each puppet soldier looked like a metal doll. They had no face and no distinguishing features, save for a small number placed on their forehead. They were little more than toy soldiers, but make no mistake, They were dangerous. Each was outfitted with magical firearms and body armor, both products of the crafting team's dedicated work. What they lacked in Imp's genius, they made up for in sheer numbers and willpower, and Imperial was no slouch when it came to design. Libra's numbers had swollen due to their string of victories, and they could count no less than 30 members of the organization. With several talented mages and craftsmen, they'd turned this mountainside into their base in no time. Alice ordinarily couldn't create such a large number of puppets this quickly, but the crafting team had discovered some ways around her abilities' limitations. As a result, the forges deep in the base had been running non-stop, creating these metal puppets and the weapons they would use. They might not be that powerful individually, but in these numbers, even players would need to be careful. Tomorrow, your puppets will march on and attack Nagoya, and all those people who treated us as little more than a nuisance will be silenced.
Herlex looked at her. Are you happy?
I know what those people in Nagoya did to you.
How they threw you away, how they let you be taken by those people.
Won't it be nice to make them suffer as you had? Alice hugged Fluffy as another company got in position, shifting its rifles into order.
She nodded.
Let's make them pay. The hospital Alice had been experimented in was in Nagoya, and while she'd already killed most people involved, she'd held a grudge against those in the group home that allowed her to be taken. While it wouldn't be a priority target, there was a chance that a few puppets might wander down a certain street where they lived. And well, Alice was happy to let coincidences be coincidences. Herlex was excited. For the first time since Libra's creation, he felt that things were finally coming together. It didn't matter how many people died to him, only that chaos would reign. He'd long since given up on trying to reform this world or change it. Now all he wanted was destruction. Tomorrow Nagoya would burn, and with it, the fate of not only Japan but the entire world would change forever. 6:30 a.m., January 16, 2059. Dawn had just broken over the city of Nagoya in Japan. The usually busy streets were quiet, as people had become reluctant to travel due to Libra's activities, though the roads still had some cars on them. The most recent Libra attacks had left their marks on the city, and a few ruined buildings could be spotted along with craters from the battles between the RRT and the terrorists. The US and Japanese military had been monitoring the Libra compound north of the city since it was constructed and assumed they'd catch any move on the city long before it happened. They'd originally tried to shell Libra's base from afar, but a powerful magical barrier prevented any such attacks, and while ground assaults were planned, nothing concrete had materialized as of yet. With the loss of Wexel's familiars, it became even harder to track Libra's movements, and while modern technology was good, it was unable to handle magic, a fact not fully appreciated at this time. So when calls started coming in about attacks within Gifu, an outlying suburb, it took everyone off guard as there had been no prior warning of an impending attack. Civilians reported gunfire throughout the area, and police had called in sightings of members of Libra. Casualties were already reported, and it soon became clear that this was a full-scale attack on the city as the quantity of attackers exceeded anything that Libra had done before. Superbia was the only member of the RRT within the city and was immediately notified of the attack at Jifa, running full speed toward the coordinates provided. She was expecting players, but when she arrived the site before she left her stunned. Marching down the main road and fanning out throughout the backstreets were hundreds of metal soldiers armed with magical weapons. Countless bodies littered the streets, cars and buildings were on fire, and a general sense of panic had kicked in. The puppets were gunning down innocent people, and Superbia's stomach sank. What the hell is going on? Superbia radioed back to headquarters. Jifa is being invaded by some kind of army. I'll go by some time. Get the military here as fast as dash. She was cut off as the local commander spoke in a panic. We're getting reports of more attacks in Toyota. They say an army of robots is killing civilians.
Commander. Superbia was stunned.
How many are there? Get in contact with the military immediately and put an SOS out. We need as much help as we can get. I can't handle this on my own. Superbia figured it wouldn't just be the metal soldiers attacking, and while she could probably deal with them herself, if she had to fight other players too. Superbia changed channels and connected to Aoi, who was in Tokyo. You need to get everyone here immediately. Nagoya is being invaded. Those bastards brought an entire army. Aoi was startled by the call and fumbled for a moment. What army? A mix of confusion and fear took hold. Libras, who else? Superbia mocked her as she hopped off the building and began attacking the soldiers. Get Mishu and Excel over here and call Minazawa and Hoshino back. These are probably Alice's puppets, and Imperial's grubby little fingerprints are all over these weapons. If I can find and kill her, that would remove the puppets, but that's going to be hard.
Superbia.
It will still take hours for everyone to arrive. Even if they go full speed, Nagoya isn't exactly close.
Aoi sighed.
I've put an emergency call for military aid up command, but local garrisons will still take time to respond. There are a few JSDF units that were transiting through Nagoya, but they're not exactly ready for this.
Damn it.
Superbia cursed as she cut down several more soldiers. How the hell did they get these into the city without anyone noticing? US and Japanese intel should have picked this up. I thought they said nothing got by our surveillance?
Alice POV.
Standing atop a high-rise, the young girl was escorted by Birdie to ensure her safety. From here, Alice could command the puppets more effectively and respond to changes on the ground. She didn't normally like to be close to combat, but there was little choice in this instance. If she got too far away, it would make quick changes to the battle plan difficult. Your plan to use temporary invisibility seems to have worked wonders.
Birdie praised Alice.
They never even saw it coming. I must admit I was a bit skeptical, but it seems like their detection really can't handle shadow magic. She watched as the puppets marched below and began wiping out scores of civilians. Birdie was indifferent to what was happening, feeling neither joy or sorrow over this loss of life. She'd fully committed to her role as Akagi's spy and so would not allow personal feelings to interfere with her mission, not that she cared to begin with.
Of course, Alice smiled.
They never expected it.
I mean, who would?
We've never shown off this type of capability, and shadow magic is already rare to begin with. Invisibility was quite a useful skill but was usually reserved for temporary effects via potions or abilities. Only a few dedicated classes could access it reliably. In this case, Alice had worked with a craft team to create enough temporary items to allow for the puppets to march to the city and enter without being spotted. It was risky, as they were unsure if military hardware could see them, but it seemed their gamble paid off. Shall we unleash Wave 3? It looks like Superbia has already engaged the first group at Jifa and is tied down. The small JSDF presence in the city should be easily overran with what we've got.
Birdie chuckled.
With this much chaos, I think we might just exceed Herlex's expected casualty count. Birdie put her hands behind her back and laid them over one another in a stereotypical villain fashion. It seemed her master's bad habits and vanity had bled over a bit. Yes, it will be some time before the other RRT members arrive. Sending in the next wave now would guarantee massive casualties. Alice nodded and snapped her fingers, causing the puppets near Okazaki to decloak and begin their attack. The sudden attacks left the city nearly defenseless. JSDF garrisons were not prepared for this sudden battle, and American troops were not close enough to reach before serious damage was inflicted. The lack of RRT members meant that the city would suffer severe casualties, and this was before one added in the extra damage of the Libra members who were still waiting. Superbia was just one person. Even with her power and speed, it would still take time to clear the puppets from Jifa, let alone the rest of the city, time she didn't have. She knew this, and was trying her hardest to defeat the puppets, but it was a losing battle. This is Jim and Grim. A raspy voice came over Alice's radio. We've reached Jifa and are preparing to engage Superbia. The two goblins were quite adept at stealth and were sent specifically because they had the best chance of killing Superbia. Not to mention, they had a bit of a history with her.
Roger, Alice replied.
Try to remove her as quick as possible. She's the only threat to our plans at the moment, but don't get cocky. Superbia isn't weak, and one wrong move and you're going to lose your head. Roger, that queen of the droid army. Jim laughed as he cut the connection. Alice just rolled her eyes as the next call came in.
This is Spellhauser.
I've reached point 5A and am beginning my attack. She spoke over the radio. No signs of any other RRT members and JSDF troops have engaged nearby my location. For now, just worry about escorting the puppets, let them do most of the work. Focus on taking down heavy equipment when it pops up. Alice gave her orders. If any other player or RRT member shows up, switch priority to them. Sounds good, it would be nice if I got a bit of action. Spellhauser laughed as she disconnected.
This is Max.
I've breached point 3B and will begin disruption of command and control as scheduled.
Max said.
His smile could be seen even over the radio. It's probably too late to stop a call for help, but taking them down will ruin their ability to coordinate. Don't focus on individual soldiers, handle infrastructure and comms equipment. Officers should also be dealt with immediately.
Alice explained.
Engaging now. Max said as he dove into a building, going radio silent. Looks like everything is going according to plan. Birdie grinned and looked down at the street where the puppets marched. Countless people had already died in the invasion, and countless more would. The sand had drained from the hourglass and the time for battle was now. I wonder how things will play out. Birdie thought to herself. Will they be able to drive us back?
Or will the city be destroyed?
Either way, my lord's goals will be served. As screams and explosion echoed through the city, it was clear that today would be a turning point in the war. I suppose all that's left is to see if our wildcard will act.
Superbia POV.
Superbia was cleaving through the puppets as fast as she could. While they were tough and their weapons dangerous, they were no match for her as long as she paid attention and avoided their fire. Though unfortunately, the sheer number of them meant that saving civilians wasn't an easy task. Aoi told her to prioritize her own safety and focus on dealing with the puppets themselves. Civilian lives were important, but they couldn't afford to lose Superbia. Zap zap asterisk asterisk zap asterisk asterisk zap asterisk asterisk zap asterisk asterisk zap asterisk. Magical rounds zoomed by her as she deftly moved out of the way. Her speed kept her safe from the puppets' rifles, but the slow civilians were no match for them, as they high-temperature magical attacks scorched whatever they touched.
Hiya!
In a flash, 10 more soldiers went down, only to be replaced by even more.
Damn it!
At this rate, I won't be able to respond to the other 2 attacks. She cursed the situation in her mind but continued to cut down the puppets, but it seemed no matter how many she destroyed they just kept coming. How many of these fucking things are there? She roared as she slammed her weapon into the ground, causing a massive explosion around her, destroying a large number of puppets. She couldn't fire off such attacks at random. Since if she did, any nearby civilians could get hurt, so her combat ability was limited in this urban area.
A little upset, are we?
A voice rang out, and Superbia sensed danger as a dagger barely scraped her shoulder. Nice miss, Grim.
Another voice laughed.
I'd like to see you do better, Jim.
Grim exclaimed.
Superbia looked around frantically trying to spot the 2 of them before her eyes focused on a nearby rooftop where she spotted 2 small goblins pointing and laughing. Hey, she finally found us.
Grim smiled. Good job. Took long enough.
Jim gave a hearty laugh before the 2 jumped down in front of Superbia. How's it been, princess?
Grim smirked.
Long time no see, what's it been, 2 years? I see you've gotten stronger since the last time we faced. Though I don't think that's going to matter in the end. Superbia knew these 2 goblins quite well, and their history was not a happy one. Superbia glared at them, her eyes filled with hatred. You bastards! She dove forwards towards the 2 of them. The first PvP in Nagoya was about to begin.
Spoiler.
You bastards! Superbia screamed as she dove towards the 2 goblins, her blade at the ready.
Whoopsie.
Jim jumped back narrowly, avoiding her katana. Come now, your sister's swings were much faster. Grim threw another dagger at her from the side, which she deflected. The 2 goblins were tricky bastards and she wasn't about to let them hit her again. Don't you even talk about her, you son of a bitch. Superbia charged at Jim once again. But the goblin kept moving out of the way and avoiding her strikes. They were surprisingly deft on their feet, and as rogues they could be hard to deal with in close combat, even if their overall power level was low.
Why not?
Jim smirked as he threw several daggers toward her. She's already dead, can't exactly hurt her feelings, now can we?
Yeah.
Grim moved to stab Superbia in the back with his short sword but was kicked away. Who cares what the dead think? It was you bastards that killed her. Superbia screamed as she slammed her blade against the ground, causing another explosion with her Oni power. Grim and Jim were unharmed as they managed to jump back to a safe distance, but both realized just how serious the Oni was. Superbia fully intended to kill them, no matter what.
Hey, what can we say?
She had it coming, interfering with our fun like that. Stupid girl just had to stick her nose in other people's business.
Jim smiled.
She screamed and cried in the end, did you know that? It was one hell of a sight to watch that Oni bitch dash. He was cut off mid-sentence as Superbia appeared right in front of him. Her sudden movement caught him off guard. When did she? Jim was startled and barely managed to back up just enough to where her blade scraped his cheek, drawing blood. I am going to rip the tongue out of your mouth so you can't scream while I tear you apart. Superbia's eyes glowed with a hate-fueled fire. You'll pay dearly for killing her, so I hope you're prepared to face a fate worse than death. Jim and Grim started sweating a little bit. It seemed they underestimated Superbia's strength and her resolve. Seems we touched a nerve.
Jim. Grim commented. Yeah, but that's fine. It's the truth. Jim laughed.
And I'd just love to see her follow through on that threat. Need to be a bit more careful though. That actually surprised me. A second later and my head would be on the ground that I guess Alice was right. Superbia was no joke, and he knew they couldn't continue to underestimate her. She's definitely on a whole other level than her sister, but we can handle this. After all, we just need to buy time.
Jim.
He nodded toward Grim, and the two began to throw a barrage of daggers at her. Let's see how you handle this many.
Jim.
Superbia easily deflected them. But the sheer volume of daggers made it impossible to move while defending Ogrentham. Using this to their advantage, Grim and Jim mixed in a few explosive bombs which detonated when Superbia hit them. They wouldn't do much damage, but would temporarily blind her due to the smoke. This was their bread and butter, misdirection, subterfuge and traps, and they'd created a golden opportunity.
Perfect.
Jim smirked as the two goblins moved in closer and started laying traps along the ground around her. These were not designed to harm, only by time and delay. They too had a plan, and all they needed was to wait until things fell into place. The two figured Superbia would try to explode them away with blade like she did earlier, and that would leave her open for their secondary surprise. Superbia was not one to just sit and wait, and with a flick of her sword the dust was dismissed, revealing the two goblins. But around her lay a hastily assembled network of wires, explosives, and other assorted hazards. It was an extraordinary number of traps and made one wonder just how they could work so quickly. Tricky bastards. Just how fast do these two work?
Superbia complained.
The two goblins and their network of traps would be a problem, and she knew better than to just walk into the traps since she'd seen other players get hurt by similar things. Her initial thought was to blow them away, but she figured that's what they wanted. What's wrong?
Jim asked. We're right here?
Why don't you come and get us?
Yeah. Grim smirked.
There ain't nothing to be afraid of. It's only a few toys. Yeah, sure, these idiots want me to leave an opening so they can do whatever it is they have planned. Superbia thought to herself. But I'm not going to give them what they want. Superbia put away her blade and began to mutter an incantation. Her entire body became engulfed in pink Oni fire, and she began to move her hands similarly to how an Onmyoji would cast a spell. Once she finished, she called out her attack's name. Oni fire, sea of flames. As she placed her hands on the ground, and a wave of pink flame pushed out, covering all the traps and incarnating them instantly. Taken off guard, Grim and Jim tried to jump back to safety, but Superbia was waiting for them and rocketed forward toward Grim, who was just a little too slow. His small delay left him wide open, and Superbia wasn't about to let that mistake slide. I got you now, you son of a bitch. She grabbed him by the scuff of his jacket and headbutt him, before slamming him into the asphalt with a loud thud. Stunned, Grim struggled to fight back as the Oni began to pummel him relentlessly. Boom boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. She wailed on him, causing his hat to fly off, and blood to leak from his ears and mouth. I'm going to make you regret killing Mooney. She screamed as she grabbed him by his jacket and chucked him through a nearby building, giving chase. In this moment, Libra, the attack on Nagoya, none of it mattered. All she cared about was avenging her sister's death and killing the two men who took her. Superbia chased after Grim, who was staggering to his feet in the living room of some unfortunate renter. Drawing her blade, she swung downwards, putting a massive gash across his chest, causing blood to spill onto the floor. Her eyes seemed to glow brightly in the low light of the building. Ack! Grim screamed in pain. He tried to slip away, but was met with a right hook to the side of his head. Superbia had no intention of letting him get away. She placed her blade back in its sheath and grabbed him by his throat, throwing him through the building and out the other side into a street. She followed once again, but this time she jumped on top of him, pinning the goblin with her right foot, leaving him unable to stand up. Jim finally caught up, after frantically giving chase, and saw his partner in such a bad state. Shit, how much longer will it take? Jim cursed in his head. With Grim in a compromising position, he began to fire a flurry of daggers at Superbia. Her blade was still sheathed, but she stuck out a hand and cast more Oni fire to melt the incoming daggers. There was nothing he could do at the moment, and he was afraid that Grim might die before the timer ran out on their plan. Now. She looked down at the dazed goblin beneath her. Your turn to burn. She channeled power into her hand, ready to burn him, but just as she did. Thunk thunk. Her body tensed, and she began to have trouble breathing as her vision blurred. What is going on? She stepped backward, her body feeling sluggish. Seeing this opportunity, Grim quickly got up and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying into the road. About damn time. A few more seconds and I'd be a crispy goblin carriage. He sighed in relief. But damn, she's a toughie. Even just a drop of Moon Knight poison is enough to drop a wall hell mammoth, and she was going fine there for a good while. He limped over to Jim, who healed his wounds with some magic. Superbigled to get to her feet. Poison, but when?
Superbia thought back.
She'd only been hit once, by that initial dagger. T.H.A.T. de Garrett.
Was.
She collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Yup, everything else was just a ruse, little princess. Jim laughed as he walked over and kicked her in the face. Did you really think we'd fight you head on?
He smirked.
Funny, this is the same trick we used to kill that idiot of a sister of yours. Now ain't that interesting? He picked her up by the throat. You won't die right away, so get ready for some real fun. That poison will slowly kill you as it eats away at your nerves, and it'll slowly dissolve your insides into a nice liquidly paste. I've heard the pain is quite excruciating. Yeah, the people we tested it on were quite something. You should have heard their screams.
Grim laughed. Baresti yards.
Superbia spit on Jim's face.
Oh. Jim frowned.
Still got some fight in you? Well, let's see just how long that lasts. He yelled as he began to wail on Superbia. He punched her in the face, causing her to bleed and bruise. You like that? You Oni bitch. Not so nice when plebeians like us give you a black eye and draw your blood now, isn't it? He said as he continued to pummel her. Grim and Jim were not brothers but were as close as such. Growing up in the streets, they'd come to despise people who had nice comfy lives at home, and they resented those who had it made. With their backgrounds and histories, they found it hard to gain employment and were forced to work jobs of manual labor, and even then their bosses and other people always found them disgusting. They were dregs of society, with no family, no friends, nothing. They'd cursed this world for casting them aside and for its people for abandoning them to lives of poverty. Through no fault of their own, they'd been forced to live a miserable existence. All because of who their parents were and what they looked like. Superbia was the complete opposite. Her family owned a successful business, and she was expected to take over as the heir to her father in the future. She'd grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, but she and her sister were anything but spoiled rich girls. Her parents lived in a modest home, they lived comfortably but not lavishly, and they went to public school. Her father wanted Superbia and her sister never to forget just how lucky they were and wanted to ensure they understood the plight of less fortunate people in the world. She'd taken her father's lessons to heart and always had compassion for the less fortunate, since she knew her happy life was little more than luck of the draw. Bitches like you disgust me. Jim kept punching her. You look at Jim, and I like we're trash, like we're human waste. He punched her in her face, causing blood to splatter. Where do you get off acting like that, huh? Just because we're ugly, just because our parents were criminals, we don't get to live. He threw the barely conscious Superbia into the middle of the street. You never had to worry about your next meal, you never had to worry about a place to sleep, you never had to worry about anything. He kicked Superbia in the stomach. You got everything you ever wanted, you got loving parents and a warm home. And what did we get? Nothing. And for what? Because you were born to the right people? Fuck that. The two had taken to VR gaming to satisfy their needs and let them vent their frustrations. By the end, it was more of a coping mechanism than anything else. However, as a result of their time in VR, the two goblins' hatred only grew and grew because in-game the same unfairness applied. People with more money could afford to buy overpowered items and boosts at a cash shop, while he and Grim had to work backbreaking jobs to just keep afloat. This hatred festered for years until FWO, where the two took a position as charlatans and tricksters, swindling players and NPCs out of money and items. It was a happy life, one they considered much better than the real world, and if they stole from a few fools, oh well. They figured this was them getting what they were owed by the world. Superbia's younger sister, Munikika, had tried to stop them and even went so far as to negotiate with them, and she even invited them onto the assault team, but they repaid her kindness with death. They'd grown tired of Munikika's meddling and so chose to kill her. An act that neither thought they were capable of. Upon finding out about her sister's death, Superbia placed a massive bounty on their heads and even contemplated going to Akagi for her help. However, she was persuaded by Hishia not to do so, mostly because Hishia herself already regretted using the assassin's services and didn't want Superbia to fall as she had. Jim and Grim were henceforth outcasts in FWO, hunted by bounty hunters constantly, and were reduced to nomads and wanderers. Other players viewed them as murderers, and they were once again unwelcome around civilized society. This only caused their hatred to grow, as they felt they were being unfairly punished while others who did similar or worse things ran free. A belief that wasn't exactly untrue, since Akagi was allowed to roam freely even after having killed comparatively more people. Superbia had only stayed her hand in game because she was sure they'd be properly punished upon awakening and because of Hishia's constant warning about revenge. However, when it was revealed that no charges could be brought, she once again began to hunt them, even considering going to Akagi once again. The two goblins stayed quiet these past months, with only their Libra affiliation known. Hunting them was a major part of the reason Superbia joined the RRT. Sure, she wanted to help people, but the chance to kill these two goblins was the real reason she was here. Jim lifted Superbia and intended to finish her off with a blow to the head.
Good night, princess. He smirked.
I hope you have fun with your sister in hell. His arm flew forward and Superbia thought this was the end. Munikika, I guess I'll be seeing you sooner than I thought. I'm sorry I couldn't avenge you. Please forgive me for being such an incompetent fool. Superbia closed her eyes and prepared for death, but several seconds went by and nothing happened. What are you doing here?
Jim cried out in shock.
Superbia cracked one eye open and saw a metal gauntlet crushing Jim's hand that had been aiming for her. She'd been saved, but by whom? And why? Superbia looked at the hand of her savior, as the metal gauntlet gripping Jim's hand tightened. The goblin struggled to get free but was unsuccessful. The Oni had no idea who this was, and in her barely conscious state, she didn't care. All that mattered to her was that she'd been saved. What the hell are you doing here?
Jim yelled.
You're not part of the RRT. And why weren't we told you were in Nagoya? He looked up into the draconic eyes of a very angry Hishia. What the fuck was Herlex doing? I was visiting family in the city. When all of a sudden, you and your army showed up. Hishia increased her grip, causing Jim's bones to creak. You're lucky I was able to get my aunt and uncle to safety. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a good mood right now. She said that, but her eyes told Jim she was extremely angry, and when Hishia got angry that was a bad sign of things to come. As for why Libra didn't know, that was because Yumi had teleported her into the city the day prior. So they couldn't have known as she hadn't left her aunt and uncle's house since arriving. I bet any money that Akagi saw this coming. No wonder she was so insistent that Yumi bring me via her teleportation. That son of a bitch used me. Hishia cursed the demon in her mind. She'd give her an earful once this was over. Hishia lifted the goblin up and dangled him in the air, before using her other hand to punch him square in the gut, sending him flying into a nearby building, part of which collapsed around him.
Jim.
Grim called out and ran towards his friend. Meanwhile, Hishia looked down at the nearly dead Superbia and let out a smirk. You guys really are useless without me, aren't you? Her draconic blood had heightened her already bad personality.
Hishia.
Superbia cried out but was unable to speak. Here, take this. Hishia pulled a small vial out of her inventory and forced it down Superbia's throat. It's a high elixir. With that, you should be safe. But I wouldn't move around much. That item was the most potent healing item in the game as it restored you to full health and removed all status ailments and was extremely rare. Superbia took a moment to recover before sitting up. I thought you weren't going to get involved. Even if your family was here, why not just run away with them?
Superbia asked.
And thank you, I'd be dead if you didn't step in. I can't just sit by anymore. She turned to look at the carnage on the street. Countless people had already died, and the city was on the verge of destruction. The metal puppets marched across the city and the number of causalities was constantly on the rise. Screams and explosions sounded out around them. This was far worse than a normal Libra attack and Hishia had finally reached her limit. I couldn't live with myself if I let people die just because I was afraid, and we both know that my failures have already cost enough people's lives. Hishia turned to face the two goblins and slowly walked toward them. I'll handle these two. I know you want to avenge your sister, but just sit back and watch. These two were one of Hishia's many failures and she was going to handle them personally.
Be careful. Superbia cried out.
They got me with moonlight poison, don't let their blades scratch you. She knew Hishia was tough, but that poison would be a problem to anyone that took it in.
HMPF, Hishia smirked.
I don't think that will be an issue, she said as she casually waved away the Oni's concern.
Jim, get on your feet, man.
Grim pulled him out of the rubble.
This is bad.
We're not prepped to fight Hishia. This wasn't in the plan. He said nervously. Yeah, I know, Jim was still woozy. We need to get out of here and report back to base, maybe get some heavy hitters to deal with her. He figured they'd need to overspell Hauser and Birdie to fight her. Once we rally with Dash, he was cut off before he could finish. Sorry to say this, but I don't think you'll be getting out of here alive. Hishia appeared right next to them. Her speed was extraordinary, and even Superbia didn't even see her move. She stared down at the two goblins, her face contorted in anger and her eyes showed a dragon's fury. I've let you two have your way for far too long. And now, it's time to correct that mistake.
Hishya.
When did she dash? Before he could finish his sentence, Grim was grappled and thrown into the ground to the right of Hishya. He quickly got to his knees, but when he looked up, Hishya's extended hand was in front of his face.
What the?
Before he had a chance to say anything else, Hishya unleashed a full-force blast that stretched down the street, destroying scores of puppets. The burst was massive and could be seen by both Birdie and Alice, who were surprised. When the dust settled, Grim was gone, vaporized by Hishya's attack. Goodbye.
She grinned.
You killed him. Jim was awestruck and angry. You killed my fucking brother. You bitch. Jim rushed Hishya with his short sword drawn, but he was no match for the dragon. Hishya parried his blade with her gauntlet and placed her hand against his stomach, channeling a large amount of power into a red ball of energy. I should have done this a long time ago. This is for all the lives you've taken. Hishya frowned as she released the blast which carried Jim up into the air above the city. As he ascended, he could see the vast city before him, the skyline covered in fire and smoke. He tried to wriggle free of the energy attack, but was unable to move, and his last thoughts before he exploded were that he'd wasted his life. A massive explosion rocked the sky above Nagoya as Jim exploded violently. Everyone, Soldier, Libra, and RRT, was stunned. They had no idea what just happened, but the explosion was large enough to blow out windows across the city and knock items over even as far away as Toyohashi. Some members of the military even thought the US had dropped a kinetic round from its satellite. But Superbia knew the truth. She just watched Hishya effortlessly vaporize two members of Libra right in front of her eyes, and even she couldn't believe it. How? When did Hishya get that strong? Superbia couldn't bring herself to speak. She was just that shocked. Hishya had never been able to do things like that in FWO, and she'd most certainly never killed anyone. So seeing such a crazy display sent the Oni's head spinning.
She just, Superbia.
Of course, what the Oni couldn't know was that Hishya had been greatly empowered by transferring into the real world. Even more so than other returnees. Her draconic power was greatly reduced in the game by the developers and flavor text, so now that she was unrestrained, her power as a true dragon had been unleashed, and it was devastating. She was an order of magnitude more powerful now than when she was in the game, and with help from Kira, she was able to control it to a much greater degree than in her fight with Akagi. Though she still had a limit to what she could safely use. Seeing the massive explosion, Hishya let out a small laugh, and her lips curved into a grin. Akagi was right. She turned and started walking towards Superbia as she rotated her shoulder to stretch it. This does feel good. And it looks like all that training was worth it. Superbia wobbled to her feet. Hishya, what happened to you? She asked. Where did all that power come from? Do we really have time to chat about me? Hishya pointed to the smoke rising into the air. We still have 2 other locations to clear, plus the remaining members of Libra. On top of that, we need to handle the rest of the puppets in Jifa. Hishya looked at her. And you're not exactly in fighting shape. The elixir did manage to restore Superbia's body and remove the poison, but she was exhausted. Akagi's experiments showed that magical healing wasn't as powerful as it was in the game, and this proved it. It doesn't matter. Superbia shook her head. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Then stick close. Hishya walked past her, handing her a booster potion. It would alleviate some of the exhaustion and stamina loss, at least temporarily. I didn't go through the trouble of saving you so that you could die. So try not to get yourself killed. The two jumped on rooftops and began to clear the remaining puppets from Jifa. With the 2 of them, it was completed rather quickly, and once their mission was complete they began running full speed towards Okazaki, where they were told that Spellhauser had been sighted directing a contingent of puppets. Birdie POV. I've got eyes on Hishya. It seems like she stepped in and saved Superbia. Birdie was watching the Oni and the dragon leap over rooftops as they went in the opposite direction of her. It looks like she was the one who made those 2 blasts, and since I'm not getting anything from Jim or Grim, she probably killed them. I see it's going exactly as she predicted. I must admit, I didn't think Hishya would act, but that just goes to show the difference between Akagi and I. Birdie sighed. It truly is frightening how well she can predict things. Herlex responded over the radio. This isn't optimal, but things are still going well. Thousands have already died and were inflicting serious casualties on the JSDF and local police. He paused for a moment. Losing Jim and Grim really doesn't matter, so I'd say we're still up. Even if Hishya wipes out the puppets, this is already a victory. We've already killed tens of thousands of people, far more than even my most generous predictions. The public's faith in the Japanese government's ability to protect them will crumble, and international intervention will be inevitable. They could rebuild the puppets, but the damage they inflicted couldn't be undone. That was what he was getting at. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before their backers could swoop in and extract them under the guise of intervention, and it would be smooth sailing from there. Other nations might pitch a fit once they knew Libra members were working for them, but by then it would be too late. And besides, who wants to argue with a nation that has over a dozen superpowered fighters working for it? Though unfortunately, more and more members of Libra were questioning why they needed foreign backing, and some were starting to get ideas about taking over the world. Herlex was trying to tamp down on these sentiments, but he couldn't stop people from talking. He knew that while they were strong, they weren't invincible, and if they pissed off the collective humanity, they'd be hunted down and killed. Unlike Akagi, taking on the entire world would likely be impossible. Take Alice and bring her back to base. We can't risk losing her, Herlex said. I'll tell everyone else to be wary of Hishia. The forces we have in Nagoya might be able to handle her, but no reason to take chances. If things get dicey, I'd rather them fall back. Besides, I have a plan to deal with our little hero. So we don't need to be all worried. Though I'd like to know how she got into the city without my knowledge.
He cut the call.
He and the others wouldn't intervene against Hishia, they saw no reason. Especially when she'd be working for them soon enough. Even with that souped-up power and what my lord has told me, I still don't think Hishia is enough to handle what Libra's got. Birdie thought as she walked over to Alice. She better be careful here too. If she fights Merkiel, Sabia and Spellhauser together, that might no be so easy for her.
All right.
She patted Alice on the head. Herlex wants you to go back to base for safety, okay?
She smiled.
Okay, Alice nodded, and Birdie picked her up and unfurled her rainbow wings from under her cloak.
Hold tight.
She jumped into the air and took off at high speed, returning to base. Everything was going as her master foresaw and planned, and it was at times like this that made Birdie think her master was actually able to see the future with just how accurate her predictions were. Spellhauser POV. Roger that. She said into her ear calm as she threw some poor man off a rooftop. I'll do what I can to delay her and keep her attention as long as possible. Get the two troublemakers over here ASAP. Don't exactly want to fight that damn dragon. But it looks like I have no choice. Herlex is coordinating the rest of us in Nagoya, so all I have to do is keep her busy. Once the others get here, she's done for.
She chuckled.
Spellhauser. Hishia landed on a rooftop across from her, along with Superbia. It's been a while, hasn't it, Hishia?
The elf smiled.
Though you look a little more scaly than the last time I saw you, perhaps try moisturizer. Hishia didn't reply to her taunt, and instead drew her flaming blade, pointing it at her. Superbia, you handle the dolls. I'll deal with Spellhauser. Seeing that Hishia wouldn't take any argument, Superbia descended to the street below and began fighting the dolls. There were a lot of them, and she was still not at 100%.
Oh.
Spellhauser summoned her magical blade. Sending your teammate away? Are you really that confident you can beat me?
Spoiler.
Alright, so this does it for the extra half chapters. If I do edit the next arc and add more things in, I'll do this kind of thing again and will let you guys know in advance. A few minutes earlier. Pew 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 zap zap zap. Why do we always get the fun jobs? Ishizawa complained as she and her squad took fire from the puppet army. This was supposed to be a chance for us to catch our breath after running across the country, but no. Now we're fighting robots in the middle of Nagoya. She groaned as she ducked to avoid fire. Captain Yamagawa's team was in Nagoya when Libra's attack began. They'd been waiting in a military base in Okazaki when the attack started and were sent out to slow the advancing forces along with other military units. We need to fall back.
Yamagawa yelled over comms.
Move back to the next street corner. We'll use the K-rails as cover. This will be the last retreat. The block after that has the school, and the evacuation isn't complete. He said, giving covering fire for Toya, who bounced between cars. Pew 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 asterisk pew pew.
Holy shit.
Toya moved between cover, barely dodging a magical round that melted straight through a car door next to him. What the hell kind of weapons are these? Hell if I know. Inugami moved back up the street, jumping behind a concrete barrier. Just don't get hit. Our vests won't do shit versus those rounds. He opened fire, dropping a puppet. Captain, where the hell is our support?
Ishizawa yelled.
We can't hold back this many with just the 4 of us. She ducked, avoiding a blast before returning fire. I've put in a call for air support, but it's going to be a bit.
Yamagawa groaned.
We weren't expecting this at all, so nothing was on standby. He fired a grenade, taking down a few puppets. We need to hold this position until we get back up. I've put out a priority call for anything, so until then, keep your head down and try to stay alive. Our weapons can damage these things, but we lack the ammunition to stop this many. He said as Ishizawa retreated next to him, barely avoiding fire. Don't we have the RRT for this shit?
Ishigama exclaimed.
Where the hell are they? Superbia is currently engaged with these things in Jifa. Besides, her job is to handle the Libra members. Reports say several agents have been spotted already. She won't have time to help us. An explosion went off right in front of the barrier Yamagawa was behind as several rounds hit the concrete. What about the rest?
Toya asked. Negative.
Superbia is the only member in Nagoya. The rest will likely come, but they're hours away.
Yamagawa explained.
This will require the military to handle 90% of the legwork. We don't have hours.
Inugami yelled.
We've got maybe 20 minutes before these things reach the school at best. He fired another grenade, taking down more puppets. Pew 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 asterisk pew pew. There's so goddamn many of them. Ishizawa complained as she fired off a few more rounds.
Any ETA on support? Anything.
Command said to hold tight, but gave no time.
Yamagawa sighed.
It better be soon, or all those kids are going to die.
Fuck. Yamagawa. Crackle.
The radio made some noise.
This is command.
We've got 2 additional squads moving into position. ETA 10 minutes. The radio operation explained. What about air support?
Heavy equipment.
Yamagawa asked as blasts flew overhead. Negative, the radio operator replied. Command has denied requests for heavy ordnance to be used within the urban area. Too much risk for civilian casualties. If they don't deploy that stuff, the casualties will be a hell of a lot higher. Ishizawa yelled at the man. You tell your higher-ups to send us close air support. Now. Unless you want a bunch of kids to die and to lose and an entire division. I will pass along the request and explain the urgency, but I doubt their mind will change. For now, make do with infantry squads. Over. The radio operator clicked off. Son of a bitch.
Ishizawa yelled.
If they don't send in heavy weapons, the entire city is going to be wiped out.
Beep.
A massive explosion rang out across the city. From where they were, they could see a massive fireball in the sky. A moment later, they were hit with a shockwave that nearly knocked them over. What the hell was that? Toya asked as he looked at the smoke in the sky. Did someone drop heavy ordnance? That was way too big to be some kind of explosive of ours. Inugami blasted a few puppets. Did the Americans use their satellite? Hell if I know, that blast disrupted comms. Command isn't responding.
Yamagawa sighed.
Just keep these things back. Bang 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 bang. Pew 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 asterisk pew 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 pew. Yamagawa's squad continued their firefight with the puppets, which slowly got closer to their position. If something didn't change soon, they'd have to fall back to the school itself, and that would be bad. Where are those other squads?
Toya called out.
No idea, just focus on killing these things. Yamagawa ducked, avoiding a shot before returning more of his own. Boom. Another explosion went off. This time it was a nearby building to their left. The front portion collapsed, and puppets began to pour out onto the street. Shit, they're flanking us. Inugami fired a grenade at the puppets. Move back. Yamagawa called out, but as he tried to move he took a blast to the shoulder, badly wounding him. Captain. Ishizawa, who was next to him, grabbed him as he stumbled and tried to pull him into cover. Shit. The 3 of them regrouped and slowly moved back up the street. There was little cover, and with the injured Yamagawa, moving much more would be hard. Ah, this hurts like hell. Yamagawa laughed as he was placed against a car. Don't talk, you idiot. Ishizawa hastily tried to dress his wounds. I don't have the kit for such bad burns, so just deal with it for now. It looks like the damage wasn't as bad as it could have been. His shoulder was burned and bleeding, but the damage wasn't fatal. They're gonna be on us any second. Inugami said. Where are those other squads? We're going to be wiped out. As he said this, Several explosions hit the puppets as they marched up the street and gunfire erupted from the tops of the buildings.
Sorry, we're late, Yamagawa.
We got held up by some other attackers en route. Captain Ashizami said over the radio. You're not late, you're right on time. Yamagawa laughed, causing himself some pain.
Ow. Don't move. Ishizawa yelled.
About goddamn time, Ashizami. One more minute and you'd be reporting us back as KIA. So you're telling me if I just waited a bit longer, I wouldn't have to hear you complain anymore?
Damn.
Ashizami cracked a joke, and Toya and Inugami laughed. We need to get Yamagawa to a medic. Leaving burns untreated is a very bad idea. Ishizawa said as she finished bandaging him. Can you walk? Yeah, Yamagawa slowly stood up. Burns like hell, but I can still move on my own. The second and third squads made quick work of the puppets from their positions on the rooftops. You four retreat to points 45 to 98. Get Yamagawa to medical and restock on ammunition. We'll hold here.
Ashizami said.
Roger that, Yamagawa said, and the four started walking to the rear area point to get medical attention. As they walked up the street, they saw Superbia and Hishia jump across the gap between the buildings. They were moving east very quickly, and they only barely saw them before they disappeared. Well, there's your superheroes.
Inugami joked.
But two of them? I thought Superbia was the only one in Nagoya. Yeah, and wasn't the other one that Hishia girl?
Toya said. No clue.
Command hasn't said anything.
Yamagawa said.
But if she's here to help, that's fine by me. He figured the more superpowered backup the better for something like this. They're probably going to fight the elf Command said was in the area, Ishizawa said as she tried to contact Command for more info. Better they fight one of those freaks than us. She figured fighting a Libra member on their own wouldn't go well. Yamagawa's squad returned to the small forward base set up near the school, and the captain was taken to have his injuries addressed. They weren't as bad as initially thought, but he would be taken out of action for now. Toya, Ishizawa, and Inugami stood in front of the tent and watched as other soldiers ran around frantically issuing orders and moving injured people to get treatment.
This is a fucking mess, Toya said.
We can't even stop an attack by a hostile army on our own soil. He was pissed. Nagoya was his hometown, and he knew a lot of people who lived there. We're fighting fantasy characters. What the hell do you expect?
Inugami sighed.
The JSDF's not meant to handle something like that. We're lucky we've got a few on our side, otherwise, this shit would have gone south immediately.
Yeah, but it's not enough. Ishizawa shook her head.
We've got like 7 against nearly 30. Even with higher grade munitions from the States, beating them is gonna be a bitch. In the distance, they could hear loud bangs, similar to a sonic boom. It was clear that some kind of epic clash was unfolding, and they were glad to be far away from the source. Are we going to be able to win this? And even if we do, will there even be anything left of Japan after?
Ishizawa.
The two fighters glared at each other from across the rooftops, ready to do battle. Spellhauser flicked and flipped her blade in her hand as she kept a close eye on Hishia. The elf was a type of magical warrior, what you would call a gish, the one that relied more on light armor and proper spells than Hishia. As a result, she had to be careful. Hishia was quite fast, even in heavy armor, and if she got a solid hit on Spellhauser, things would turn rather difficult. She knew just how dangerous an opponent the Dragon Girl was. After all, Hishia trained her.
Spellhauser.
Hishia broke the silence, her glare carving straight through the elf. I hope you realize that I won't be holding back against you. If I get my hands on you, you're dead. Hishia's declaration was unexpected, to say the least. She was never one to kill other players and would normally refuse to do so, but something had changed. The look in her, I told Spellhauser that she was serious, and she broke out in a sweat as she stared the dragon down. It wasn't just her newfound draconic blood that made Hishia this way, it was regret for her past actions and failures. Regrets that she intended to rectify starting now. She's serious, she really will kill me. If I'm not careful, I'm going to end up like those idiots Grim and Jim.
She chuckled.
I just hope the new gear I got will be useful. Let's see just how powerful the hero is. Spellhauser turned and began to walk toward the edge of the building, and Hishia mimicked her movements. Slowly building up speed, the two began hopping from rooftop to rooftop, each time getting faster and faster until their forms began to blur. Once the two breached the sound barrier, a sonic boom erupted behind them, and the fight began as they crisscrossed across the rooftops, bouncing between buildings as their blades clashed with loud booms. The two moved at blistering speeds, but it seemed that Spellhauser was just a bit faster than Hishia. However, despite wearing heavy armor, Hishia was still quite agile, mostly because of her dragon power, so she was able to keep up with Spellhauser reasonably well.
Boom boom boom.
Shockwaves erupted as the two clashed in the air. Hishia was superior in raw strength, so Spellhauser was aiming to parry and deflect rather than take her blows head-on. She knew better than to challenge a dragon in a test of strength, and she was well aware of just how dangerous a combatant Hishia was. After a few more high-speed clashes, the two separated briefly and stood on opposite rooftops. Not bad, Scaly. I'm impressed you've kept up with me so far. So how about we try this? Spellhauser dismissed her blade and launched a barrage of magical blasts at Hishia, who returned them in kind. The two exchanged blasts, each launching their own to counter the other and creating a series of large explosions as they clashed. Hishia was a magic swordsman, and while she had quite a lot of MP in reserve, she knew that a fight of magical attrition would end in Spellhauser's favor. I won't let you draw this out.
Hishia.
Why, Hishia and Spellhauser yelled as they fired off their attacks. The clash of energy blasts sent out a massive cloud of dust which obscured vision. The heat radiating from the contact point was incredible, and the sheer force of the blast contest began to crack and crumble nearby buildings as civilians ran for cover. Hishia didn't want to involve innocent people, but figured that paying attention to them would cost her the fight and thus result in more casualties. Not wanting this stalemate to continue any longer, Hishia opted to launch a single larger blast toward Spellhauser and dive in behind it using it for cover so that she could get the jump on the elf. She figured that whatever damage she might take would be within acceptable levels and that ending this fight as soon as possible was worth taking a few stray hits. Did you really think I'd fall for such an obvious trick? Spellhauser clapped her hands, causing all magical attacks around her, including Hishia's larger attack, to fizzle. As a dedicated mage, she had access to anti-magic abilities, and countering enemy spells was something quite useful. You did this same routine on me during training, Hishia.
Damn it.
I didn't think she'd see through it. Curse her for paying attention to my lessons.
Hishia cursed her in her head.
As she dove forward without the cover of the attack, she was wide open as couldn't maneuver in the air without summoning her wings. Spellhauser knew this and charged up a blast in her offhand. I hope you're starting to regret teaching me so much. She unleashed a blast of blue energy, which impacted the helpless dragon and sent her flying into a nearby building, causing part of it to collapse from the impact. Hishia wasn't harmed too much, but the sudden directional change left her disoriented, and Spellhauser was not one to allow an opponent to get breathing room. In a flash, the elf entered the upper floor, where Hishia was smashed into the wall and dove her blade straight toward the stunned girl. Just like Hishia, Spellhauser wanted this over ASAP, knowing that the longer she messed around the more likely the dragon would catch her off guard. Lucidly, Hishia's draconic instincts tipped her off the coming attack and she just barely managed to react just in time, blocking Spellhauser's blade with her own, mere inches above her heart.
Damn it. Spellhauser cursed.
She'd hoped Hishia took more damage and would be stunned longer, and now she was in a disadvantageous position. How the hell could you react to that? You shouldn't have been able to move that fast. The last person that did something like that was faster. What can I say? Akaji is a much more dangerous foe than you. Hishia put some force into her blade, properly planted her feet and used her superior power to push Spellhauser back. Compared to Akaji, you're little more than a pest. Even if I didn't defeat her, even if she wasn't using her full power, I still held my ground against a demon. Hishia leapt forward, pinning Spellhauser with her blade. The two were locked together, and Spellhauser was placed between Hishia and the hole in the wall with little room to move. Compared to that monster, you're nothing. And I will never lose to someone like you. Not now, not ever. I have too much to live for to die here, and I won't leave this world at the mercy of fucks like you.
Hishia.
Don't you dare compare me to that bitch. Spellhauser exclaimed. She's nothing more than a monster.
A freak.
I'm nothing like her. She began to be overpowered. Hishia was significantly stronger than her, and it showed. And you're much better?
Hishia yelled.
You've killed countless innocent people, for what? Because you were just mad that this world sucks? Because it's a little unfair. Hishia was annoyed at her statements. She'd spent a good chunk of her life trapped in a hospital waiting for die. Did she think this world was unfair?
Sure.
But that didn't give her the right to start killing people out of jealousy and anger. Akaji might be a lot of things, a monster, a demon, but she's an infinitely better person than scum like you. Hishia sent a blast of energy through her blade, which gave her an opening as Spellhauser flinched. I might not agree with her and what she does, but she has rules, and at the top of them is a prohibition on mindlessly killing people like what you're doing right now. Hishia channeled magic into her blade as she slammed down at Spellhauser.
Shit.
Spellhauser cursed in her head as Hishia slammed her blade down full force, sending her flying through the opening in the wall and onto a rooftop across the street, causing the roof to partially collapse. But Hishia wasn't done yet. She rocketed forward, her blade burning bright with an intense flame. Spellhauser assumed she was coming in for another strike and raised her weapon to block. But rather than attack her directly, Hishia scraped her blade against the roof and flicked upwards, causing a massive plume of fire to erupt from its tip as she swung. In an instant, it flew forward across the rooftop, colliding with and engulfing Spellhauser in a torrent of super-hot flame. This was one of Sunstrike's innate abilities, thus it couldn't be disrupted via counter-spell tactics.
Arg.
Spellhauser screamed as the fire burned her. The pain caused her to lose focus, and Hishia took advantage of this. Believing this to be her chance to kill her, Hishia zipped forward, her blade at the ready. But Spellhauser had one last trick up her sleeve. Greater ability boost. The elf screamed as she swiped her blade, causing the fire around her to dissipate. Her body was covered in burns, and her hair was singed, but she was alive and she was pissed. Hishia knew what that skill was as her encyclopedic knowledge of FWO was second only to Akaji, but she was shocked to see Spellhauser use it. Players couldn't mix and match class skills and multiclassing wasn't possible, so her use of greater ability boost shouldn't have been possible. The ability boost line was exclusive to monks and rouges, to compensate for their lower defenses and damage ceilings, and as not something available to mages. How did Spellhauser acquire it? Oh man, good thing I had that.
She smirked.
Otherwise, you might have been able to get me. Gonna have to thank Imperial when I get back, that crazy bastard really outdid himself with this one. Hishia still came at her, but Spellhauser dodged out of the way effortlessly due to her significantly increased speed. Nice Miss Scaly. Spellhauser laughed. The two broke off engagement, not wanting to give the other a chance to attack further and taking up positions on the opposite sides of the roof. How the hell did you use greater ability boost?
Hishia asked.
That shouldn't be possible. She mentioned Imperial. Did that idiot create something to allow her to use it? Or was it like how Chloe gained that one monk ability?
Hishia. Ha.
Spellhauser laughed. Don't forget we have our own craft team, and Imp isn't the only one who can make crazy items. She pointed to her boots. Quite a nifty little thing, and combining my power with that of other classes is quite fun. I think it's time I stopped holding back. I hope you're ready to fight a Gish with the power of a frontliner. Though this doesn't last that long, but let's keep that quiet. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes to defeat her anyway. She thought internally. This might be a problem. I'm already getting close to my safe limit and I don't want to chance a rampage in a populated area. Hishia thought as she stared the elf down. Those abilities boost skills shoot up stats quite a lot, somewhere in the ballpark of 2 to 3 times their base level. Which means she's probably much faster than me, though I'd bet she's still weaker physically. I can take my chances and fight her with what I'm using now, but I don't think that's smart. Hishia debated internally before coming to a conclusion. I guess I have no choice but to go a little deeper myself. Fine, if you want to play the power-up game, Hishia smirked. I can do that too. Suddenly the air around them got heavier, and Hishia's aura exploded outward. Ha! Hishia screamed as she channeled more of her dragon power. Her face got covered in more scales, horns sprouted from her head, and her canines enlarged slightly. Kira warned her that using too much power right now wouldn't be a good idea, and so she'd intentionally left a bit in reserve if needed. However, it wasn't clear that even with all her remaining safe power she could defeat a boosted Spellhauser. Oh no, you don't. Spellhauser ran at full speed, intending to prevent Hishia from powering up. No way, I'm just standing here and watching you get stronger. She'd seen how that went in anime and wasn't about to allow her opponent to just power up freely. However, despite her proactive intentions, she was too late. Hishia could easily access her power due to her training with Kira, so by the time she reached her, she'd already channeled her energy and blocked Spellhauser's attack. Damn it! Spellhauser screamed as the two clashed blades again. Stupid BS dragon powers. The two began to clash as sparks flew from their blades, with each getting hits on the other, drawing blood. There's no way that equipment of hers lets her keep ability boost up permanently. Otherwise, she would have used it from the start. So that tells me she's under a time limit, while I'm not. Hishia analyzed her opponent while she clashed with Spellhauser. The two rocketed off once again, this time going even faster than last time. Their swift dance over the rooftops began to rock each house they stepped on. The number of blown-out windows was growing quite high. All I have to do is wait until that timer runs out, and she's done. Thing is though, she might get back up, so I might not have the leeway to just play the waiting game. Superbia isn't exactly in the best shape either.
Hishya. Boom boom boom.
The two continued to clash blades, but Spellhauser seemed to be having some trouble. Hishya quickly picked up on her inefficient and sloppy movement and concluded that she was not used to this level of speed and power. She wanted to use this to her advantage and decided to try something out, a technique she'd seen Akagi do during one of their sparring matches. Backing onto a nearby rooftop, Hishya lowered her weapon and stayed perfectly still. Spellhauser had no idea what she was doing but assumed it was preparation for a spell, since most of Hishya's large-scale ones required such a stance, and so charged directly into her, intending to intercept her before whatever she was planning could go off. "I won't let you cast," she screamed internally. However, ability boost had left her unable to properly judge the distance due to her speed and her control wasn't as precise as she thought, so when she kicked off the rooftop, she was going slightly faster than expected. As a result, when she swung her blade down at Hishya, the dragon turned slightly, avoiding her strike and causing her to smash her blade the rooftop where she was standing a moment prior. If she had better control, she would have been able to adjust, but at this speed, she'd already smashed the roof before she knew she'd made a mistake.
No. Spellhauser.
Unable to react or move, Spellhauser was at Hishya's mercy as the dragon swung her blade, intending to split her in two. Spellhauser cursed her mistake and her impending death. And she would have died, if not for the timely intervention of a barrage of daggers aimed at Hishya's back. Annoyed, the dragon girl spun around, waving her blade, and knocking them out of the air. However, this brief distraction gave Spellhauser the opportunity she needed to disengage and retreat to the safety of her teammates, much to Hishya's irritation. "Damn it, I was too slow."
Hishya.
"What took you idiots so long?" Spellhauser screamed. "If you'd been a second later, I'd be paced." Sabia and Merkiel stood on a rooftop behind Hishya, and Spellhauser quickly moved over to them.
"Well, you're not." Sabia grinned.
"A thank you would be appropriate, unless you'd prefer that we just let Hishya smack you around a bit more." "Yeah, we could have just let Hishya flatten you."
Merkiel chuckled.
"Less fighting between elves would be nice." Elna and Spellhauser never got along and their arguments often got on people's nerves. Great, now these two are here. Hishya was strong, but she wasn't confident about fighting several players at once. Especially Sabia and Merkiel, players well known for their tricky movements and off-brand fighting styles. The dragon did have minimal PvP experience, but not enough to make her 100% confident about beating 3 people at once, and that wasn't counting the possibility of more Libra members showing up or whatever item boosts the two siblings had. "I think I can beat these 3, but it's not going to be easy. Especially if I have to hold back from nuking the city."
Hishya.
"Anyway, now that you're here, let's deal with the hero and move on with our plans." Spellhauser looked at the two of them who nodded in agreement. "With the 3 of us, you're in big trouble, Hishya." "Not good, Superbia isn't really in any shape to fight right now. And even if she was, this is too much for her." Hishya knew every member of the assault team's skills and builds, and while the Oni was powerful, Hishya knew she couldn't survive in a 2v3. "I guess I have to bust out another trick I learned from Akagi." Hishya sighed as she jumped down to street level, which caused the 3 Libra members to follow suit. "Ready to die, Hishya?"
Merkiel laughed.
"Even you're no match for us." He drew his rapier and juggled it dramatically. "Yeah, I hope we get some scales from her," Sabia smirked. "Maybe I'll make some dragon skin boots." She swung her dual scimitars, flourishing them. Hishya took a deep breath before turning Sun Strike upside down and driving it into the ground in front of her, resting her hands on the bottom of the hilt. As the blade sliced into the asphalt, a small bit of fire erupted out from the cracks around it, as the black tar melted from Sun Strike's heat. She was going to try something different, and if it worked, things might just work out. But it would be a gamble, one wrong move and she might go on a rampage. But at this point, she figured it was a risk worth taking. Hishya started at her 3 opponents. "If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. But understand if the 3 of you come at me, I'll stop holding back," she exclaimed as she channeled further power. The ground began to shake, buildings began to creak, and the asphalt around her began to crack and warp. Some of it even began to levitate upwards as her body crackled with lightning. Hishya's hair turned from pink to reddish-orange, and it flickered almost like a living flame. If they wanted to come at her together, she was going to make a victory difficult for them and she was prepared to go all out. "I haven't even begun to dip into my power," she exclaimed in a more authoritative and elegant voice. "I was holding back to save the city from destruction, but since you 3 seem so eager to die, I'll stop holding back." Hishya let out a mighty roar, one that caused the three of them to step back in fear. They'd faced dragons before, but for whatever reason, Hishya's glare and voice gave them pause. It felt like they were standing before an immovable mountain and they began to sweat, just a little bit.
Come now. Hishya grinned.
Where did all that attitude go? I thought you were going to be the mighty adventures that slayed the dragon.
She laughed.
The look in your eyes makes you seem more like prey than a threat. Not exactly surprising knowing what I do about you three. Hishya continued.
Come on. I'm waiting.
Hishya stared them down, challenging them to approach. Her aura crashed over them like a wave, causing them to doubt their ability to win. Hishya was prepared to go all out if they came at her, and she wanted to show them just what kind of power she could really use if it came down to it. The three of them went wide-eyed at Hishya's power spike and her change in attitude. They'd never seen her act this confident and had no clue just how high her power could actually go if push came to shove. They looked amongst each other, hoping one would be the first to jump in, but no one was brave enough. After nearly a minute of this stare-down, Merkiel took a few steps forward, ready to fight, before abruptly stopping as he received a call over the radio.
I see, yeah. Okay.
He started talking to whoever was calling him. Yeah, that makes sense. We've got Spellhauser right here.
Yeah. Damn it, Max.
He turned to the other two. We're leaving. Leave the puppets and pull out. Herlex's orders are to disengage. We've already done what we came here for.
He looked at Hishya.
Lucky you, Herlex says we're all wrapped up. So you get to live just a bit longer. A pity. I'd like to fight you at full power. Perhaps next time. He turned to leave before looking back over his shoulder. And don't get the wrong idea, we're not scared of you. We just don't need to waste our time is all. We can easily beat you right now if we wanted, so be thankful for our generosity. The three jumped onto a nearby rooftop and fled. Hishya didn't give chase and stopped channeling her power, letting out deep breath as the tension left her body. She'd been bluffing, and was at the limit of what she could safely bring out, perhaps even going a bit over. Not confident in her ability to defeat the three of them at the same time, she opted to scare them and put on a display intended to give them pause, hoping they'd choose to flee rather than fight her. As far as they knew, what they felt was just the beginning and she could delve further if necessary. When in actuality, if she moved from that spot, she might have gone on a rampage from her overflowing power. It was a calculated risk, one that required Libra to value their own lives over the chance to kill her, and it worked. She wasn't sure if Merkiel would have actually attacked, but the small delay gave time for Herlex to call off offensive operations and issue a disengage order. I really hate taking one out of Akaji's playbook, but using fear as a weapon is quite useful. Especially as a dragon. She sighed as she removed her blade from the ground. That was a lot closer than I would have liked. Even with all this power, I'm not on the level where nothing can threaten me. I'm lucky Herlex himself didn't show up. Fighting him alone wouldn't be easy, but backed up by Sabia, Merkiel and Spellhauser I would lose. I can just feel it.
Hishya.
A few minutes later, Superbia showed up. Hishya, are you okay?
She looked banged up.
Apparently, she'd got into a fight with Max but had driven him off. Yeah, I'm good.
She smiled.
Libra disengaged and it looks like they pulled out of the city. Yeah, most of their puppets have been dealt with and the military is doing a cleanup.
Superbia nodded.
She'd quickly taken down a large number of them and the US and Japanese forces were hard at work doing mop-up operations. I think we've won. I honestly can't believe it, it's all thanks to you.
Hishya shook her head.
No, this was anything but a win, Superbia.
She looked around.
All they lost was puppets, and Jim and Grim really didn't matter. They got what they wanted. They killed how many thousands of people? And lost nothing in return. As long as they have Alice and those crafters, this is still a losing battle. Hishya also figured that if Herlex and the others had been here, Nagoya would be a sea of flames. This was a large attack, sure, but she knew all too well just how bad things could get if Libra stopped pulling its punches and really let loose. Why didn't they go all in? If they'd come in force, Nagoya would have been destroyed. I can't fight them all at the same time and they had no clue I was here. This was far too much to be some kind of feint, so what reason could they have for using a small team like they did? Herlex, Elna and Armalthy weren't here, which is strange. Were they just being lazy? Or is something else more important than being here?
Hishya. What do you mean?
Sure, things aren't exactly perfect, but with you here, we can dash. Superbia was cut off as Hishya shook her head. I'm strong, but I cannot fight Libra alone, especially if they've got access to stat-boosting items and abilities they shouldn't have. Even with the help of the entire RRT, we might, at best, kill some of them.
Hishia sighed.
Superbia, I hate to say this. Like really hate to say this. But we need Akagi. She's the only one who can handle this. She didn't want Akagi to get involved since she knew the more the demon used her power the greater the chance it came out, but figured they had no other choice. She'd been hoping that perhaps she alone could turn the tide. But Hishia was no longer confident in her ability to defeat Libra, not after fighting Spellhauser and especially as she couldn't access 100% of her power. But the government will never give in to her demands. Superbia had a dark look on her face. And I still have my doubts they will listen, even after this disaster. Who knows, maybe this mess will convince them to give in. This is the largest terrorist attack in history, they must understand just how dire things are after this. Hishia looked into the sky. We can only hope they come to their senses before it's too late. Never thought I'd see the day where a literal demon is Japan's only hope for salvation. I imagine Akagi is watching this situation from afar and laughing. To her, this attack wasn't a tragedy, but an opportunity, one she will have no qualms about exploiting. Hell, she probably saw it coming too. Akagi always knew what the assault team was going to do, so I wouldn't be surprised if she'd been keeping tabs on Libra.
Hishia sighed.
She definitely used me today. But why? To show Japan that she's the only chance for salvation? I wouldn't put it past her to do something like that. Her and her damn schemes are so complex and interwoven that it feels like we're all just puppets being pulled along in her show. Is this all just a game to her? Hishia shook her head, deciding to put that question off till later. What kind of messed up world is it, where she's the hero of this story? Where the being who wants to destroy the world might just have to save it? These thoughts and many others surged through Hishia's brain as Superbia and her traveled to the command center. It was going to be a long day and her stomach retched as she imagined the body count from this attack. What the hell is the meaning of this? Prime Minister Nodoka yelled through the video call. How could you allow an attack like this to occur, Commander Yukikaze? The Prime Minister was furious. He'd only taken office after Akagi's attack on Camp Katsura, and the last thing he needed was Libra to launch an attack like this. Things were already tense with the previous Libra attacks, but the Nagoya attack was on a whole other level. His political career was already on thin ice, so a massive attack like this could see him forced out of office and even bring down the entire government. He was already hearing calls for international intervention even from within his own party, and his frustration boiled over. Aoi had flown to Nagoya to see things in person and to speak with Hishia directly, hoping to figure out a game plan. Do you have any idea how many people have died?
He continued.
My latest reports are saying at least 80,000.
80,000. He repeated.
That's a number on the level of the bombing of Hiroshima or Nagasaki. An event that happened during war. What is the point of having your unit if you can't prevent such an attack?
He was fuming.
Mr. Prime Minister, if you would please ... Aoi tried to interrupt, but he was having none of it.
No excuses.
We allowed you to create the RRT to prevent such attacks. I've been generous with my support and lenient with things so far. But after this, I'm beginning to think you are unable to do the one job your team was created for. He was considering sacking her, but that would come with problems of its own. The other members wouldn't take kindly to that, especially since they'd been trying their best with what little resources they had. I don't think Aoi is the one you should be yelling at. Suddenly, the door behind Aoi burst open as Hishia walked in, startling the guards and causing a minor panic. Wait, Hishia, she's busy. Superbia tried to stop her but was too late.
Sorry, Aoi.
I tried to stop her. And who are you to tell me who to be angry with? This is a private meeting between me and Commander Yukikaze. I have no interest in speaking to the Prime Minister was cut off as Hishia spoke. My name is Hishia, and I'm the one who just stopped this attack from turning into an even worse massacre. Hishia was having none of his attitude. Aoi is not to blame for what happened. She doesn't have the resources or manpower to deal with Libra. You must know that 6 combat players cannot fight nearly 20. It's basic logic that the RRT is in a losing battle with Libra, even with the military's help things are going in a poor direction. Hishia continued. This attack was a wake-up call that things are much more dire than otherwise suspected. It's clear that they removed Wexel to prevent the RRT from tracking their movements and so that this attack would go off as planned. Hence why no one could detect the cloaked puppets entering the outlying areas. I understand that things are not easy, but as Commander Ms. Yukikaze is responsible for these failures. The Prime Minister stuck to his guns. The RRT was created to stop such events, and it failed. Now I must decide what to do for the future of Japan. So does that mean the military gets off scot-free?
Hishia asked.
Because they proved to be just as ineffective at handling Libra. Tell me, how did they not detect such an attack? How did they fail to drive back the enemy? And where were the Americans? I thought they were supposed to help.
Hishia pressed on.
There was only a small JSDF contingent nearby to deal with the puppets, and the Americans only showed up after it was too late. Sure, they wiped out a good chunk of the puppets once they got going, but had Superbia and I not been here, you'd be seeing hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million dead. The Prime Minister pursed his lips in frustration. He couldn't talk back, since she was right. I see you know very well the reality of our military situation. You are correct, our troops are less than effective in this situation, and I seriously doubt our ability to defeat Libra as things stand now. The honesty in his statement stunned Aoi, who never expected him to say something like that. So let me ask you this, as one who knows these members of Libra well.
Can you defeat them?
That power you displayed earlier would indicate you're on a much higher level than those of the other returnees. You are not part of the RRT, but your intervention was key, and I thank you for it, but does this mean you will fight them? Can we count on you to deliver us victory? He was hoping that Hishia's intervention meant she'd join their anti-Libra efforts and perhaps defeat them on her own. The other members of the RRT who were not physically present had connected to the call in time to hear his question and wanted to know the answer too. She'd seen the footage of the attack and were appalled, but Hishia's insane power spike had them convinced she'd easily defeat Libra.
Frankly, Hishia thought.
I cannot defeat them myself.
Hishia shook her head.
My power has increased significantly from what it was in the game, but dealing with 20-ish other players is beyond what I could do. Earlier, I had to bluff my way past Spellhauser, Sabia, and Merkiel, since fighting them would have been about even, perhaps slightly in my favor. Her statement disappointed and confused people. I know you all think I'm some magical answer to Libra, but I'm sorry to disappoint you, and I refuse to give you false hope and lie about what I can do. I know damn well just how my power stacks against Libra's members since I trained/worked with most of them. But you were giving off such crazy energy, Superbia interjected. How could you not beat them? You took out Jim and Grim in one shot each. And that explosion had to be powerful enough to level their compound. Those two were weak and stupid. Hishia shifted her eyes to the Oni. They aren't good metrics for determining my power. And besides, as I said, I was bluffing. I pulled an Akaji and decided to use fear to make an opponent back down without fighting, though she wouldn't be bluffing in that case. Hishia sighed, knowing Akaji could have easily killed those three. That's crazy, Hishia.
Aoi looked at her.
How could you have all that power and still not be able to win? She didn't understand why Hishia said she was unable to defeat Libra. Are you seriously telling me that their combined power is even more than what you showed today? Because that's both absurd and terrifying. Herlex is one of the reasons I say I cannot win, Aoi. Hishia answered. He is the third strongest player, after Akaji and me.
She thought for a moment.
His angelic/divine power is absolutely crazy. Recall that he took a shot from Mishu head-on with no gear and was only stunned. That should tell you just how strong he is, and with his gear, it's only going to be harder to damage him. Everyone recalled that event. Not to mention that he has a transformation, one Superbia and Minazawa have seen before. It was never as powerful as mine, but you can bet that like me, his has been upgraded significantly. And unlike me, he probably has no issue going full power.
Hishia
is correct that his angelic form is powerful.
Minazawa said.
I've seen him do heavy damage to even world bosses with it, and I'd agree with Hishia that he's probably a lot more powerful now if she's anything to go by. Also, the rest of Libra is nothing to scoff at, Jim and Grim aside. I might be stronger than each individually, but I am not good enough to fight 10+ people at once. I've done enough practice fights with you all over the years to demonstrate that, while I can punch well above my weight, fighting more than 2 or 3 people is simply beyond me. And even if we all went in together, the odds aren't good. Especially since Imp can't fight and Mishu is useless up close. Hishia paced back and forth. The problem is that we lack PvP experience, and our builds are not geared toward fighting other players. A necessity from our time in the game, something that is now limiting our abilities. Combine that with the numbers disadvantage and the fact that their crafting team is making items that can give class-restricted boosts to them, and we've got an issue. Imperial special gear tilted things further in Libra's favor. I don't think I need to explain how dangerous giving classes access to each other's abilities is. There was a reason class abilities were not allowed to intermix since game balance would be ruined. Yeah, you said Spellhauser used greater ability boost, right?
Minazawa asked.
Imp, Could you make something like that for us? That might help even the odds a bit.
Maybe perhaps. Imp thought. Difficult hard. Time-consuming.
Can try, no guarantees promises.
And we don't have time.
I doubt they'll just sit around and let us build up strength, not after an attack like that.
Hishia said.
She turned and looked at the Prime Minister.
At this point, we don't really have a choice.
Mr. Prime Minister, I am going to recommend you contact Akagi and accept her deal. She's our only hope at victory at this point, as much as it pains me to admit that. His eyes went wide. You can't be serious. The government cannot just give away territory, especially to someone like her. The fallout would bring the entire government down. It's either that or Libra overruns the country.
Hishia hit back.
At this rate, it's only a matter of time until the nation is in flames.
Then what? She asked.
Do you really want to be the Prime Minister during the second American occupation of Japan? Or perhaps it will be the UN instead of the Americans. It really doesn't matter either way, does it? Since Japan will get occupied by foreign powers, and who knows what happens then. Hishia was concerned that there wouldn't be a Japan once Libra was done. If some of the more bloodthirsty members had their way, the number of casualties wouldn't stop until it was in the tens of millions. The Prime Minister wanted to refute her statements, but he knew she was right. And what makes you think we can trust this Akagi woman? And how can we be sure that she can handle this if we accept her deal? What guarantee do we have that she is capable of handling all of Libra if you say you are unable to? He was more open to the idea of working with her now than he was letting on, but needed a bit more information. Because I've seen her power myself, Hishia said with a serious expression. Her power has increased to the point where she could fight every single player who kept their powers and easily win. Me included. Hishia knew better than anyone else just what Akagi could do, and she knew for a fact that if Akagi got serious, nothing could stop her. Hishia's statement caused the room to go quiet. Hishia isn't lying or exaggerating, Superbia spoke up. When I saw her not too long ago, she was like a totally different person. The amount of power she now possesses is horrifying, and I can tell she's got much more to bring out if need be. I now understand what Hishia was so afraid of for all these years. She was right to be scared of her. And where did she get such power?
Hoshino asked.
Are you really still going on about that who demon thing? I still think you're exaggerating. She's just another player like us is all. She waved away their concerns.
She is a demon. Hoshino.
That's a fact. Hishia's words were laced with irritation. Let me ask, what do you think she did to Hijax and Sumeralia?
She killed them. I know that.
Hoshino was confused by her question.
Oh, she didn't just kill them.
Hishia broke into nervous laughter. She took them into her fucking shadow body, where she controls everything, proceeded to torture them for God only knows how long, and then she killed them.
Hishia looked at her.
Akagi herself confirmed that she was a demon, not a human. And that she was so since the day she was born. The game did not give her that power like with us, she always had it. Hishia continued. She told me to my face that her real self, the self that's sealed away in her soul, wants to destroy the world. Hishia took a deep breath. So trust me, if she wanted Libra would be dead in an instant. I'm 100% sure of it, hence them deliberately avoiding pissing her off.
So what?
Does that mean she's also our enemy? Hoshino still didn't appreciate Hishia's words.
No, Hishia shook her head.
If she was, the world would have already ended. Hishia continued. Akagi is trying to find a way to control that destructive part of her. It's why she hasn't unleashed her full power.
Hishia sighed.
She just wants to live a peaceful and quiet life, funny as that is. It's just that her power is what would make her go crazy. Regardless of any of that. The Prime Minister chose to ignore that issue for now, believing it to be nonsense. It will be hard to convince the Diet to give in to her demands. And the public might be quite resistant as well. Giving away territory was something that no country would easily agree to, especially Japan.
Perhaps, Hishia thought. Perhaps a meeting?
Between you, her, and members of the Diet. Would that be helpful? Hishia wasn't exactly good at politics. She can talk to you directly, and you can understand just what I'm saying. Perhaps hearing it from her would help convince those in the Diet.
Hishia thought.
As for the public backlash, I'm not exactly into politics, but I think you can justify it. I know politics doesn't like it, but being brutally honest might not be the worst idea. Tell people the honest truth, that without her help we can't win. It's either that or lie, and then everything comes crashing down. A meeting might be useful, but it would require the Americans to be present as well.
He said.
They're already involved in this whole affair and would likely have their own thoughts on the subject. It just went to show how powerful the US was in Japanese affairs if the nation's PM couldn't do such a negotiation without them. If they put enough pressure on us, we might have to decline even if the Diet were to agree. As for an explanation to the public, I'll speak with PR about that.
He took a deep breath.
As the person here who has the most rapport with her, could you assist in setting up a meeting? Preferably over video. I don't think most of us would be comfortable meeting her face to face. That's understandable, and I'll see what I can do. Hishia gave a wry smile. She understood exactly where he was coming from.
Herlex POV.
Standing in front of the members of Libra who engaged in the attack, Herlex prepared to give a small address. The well-dressed man who started this entire group was also here, and his face had a devilish smile on it. Well done, everyone. Herlex thrust his hand in the air, causing a cheer. Things might not have gone exactly as planned, but the attack was a success. Losing Jim and Grim was an unfortunate tragedy, but they did not die in vain, as now the whole world will understand just how powerful we are. Tens of thousands had died in the attack, while Libra lost disposable puppets. The loss of Jim and Grim was de minimis in nature, and thus no one cared. Hishia's intervention was unfortunate but within expectations.
And do not worry.
I have planned for this, and soon the hero will be working for us. So let's celebrate. Everything is going to plan, at least mostly. We even got our hands on a few important items with the RRT so focused on Nagoya. Herlex, Elna and Armlethy had been busy breaking into a few key government and military installations for smash-and-grab operations during the chaos and obtained what their backers wanted. The room broke out in cheer as the booze flowed. Today was a victory for Libra, and just as Herlex predicted, the attack would be the beginning of the end.
But for whom?
The well-dressed man smiled as he watched Libra cheer and celebrate their whisper. His mouth curled to a nasty smile as he whispered quietly to himself. All according to plan.
A few days later,
Akagi stood in front of the RRT headquarters in Tokyo. The smile on her face showed just how happy she was that her plans were coming together. After Nagoya, Hishia informed her that the government wished to speak with her again. This time she'd be meeting with the new Prime Minister and a few other members of government. It seemed they'd grown desperate. After the Battle of Nagoya, mass protests erupted across the country, and calls for international intervention only grew stronger. Akagi knew Libra's backers were making moves behind the scenes, and their capture of sensitive government documents would leave Japan in an unfavorable diplomatic position at this rate, and the government knew it. In such a situation, Akagi was certain the government would cave to her demands, and she was more than happy to take advantage of their weakness. Though, in fairness, she'd been the one to guide things to such a conclusion. When Hishia called her the puppet master, she wasn't wrong, as Akagi'd been manipulating things behind the scenes, at least to some degree. Birdie was useful in not only keeping tabs on Libra, but also as a voice to push them towards more radical action, and Akagi encouraged her to stoke the flames of radicalism within Libra's members. While her agents that watched the RTT helped her read the political winds accurately, so she knew just how much pressure to apply. Akagi truly was playing both sides of this conflict, though that was par for the course. As she walked through the front door, Akagi found Mishu waiting for her in the lobby. "How's it going, Vampy?" Akagi said as she walked in. "Keeping out of the sun?" "Yeah, but staying away from running water is the much more inconvenient thing." Mishu rolled her eyes as she flicked a cigarette into a container. She was not actually vulnerable to any of the common vampire tropes, though she did prefer the nighttime. "Aoi is on a call with the PM and someone else. She told me to take you to our waiting room upstairs. We can chat for a bit while we wait. Come on, Spooky." She motioned for Akagi to follow her to the elevator. The two entered, and once the doors closed and the elevator began its ascent, Mishu spoke up. "Care to explain why I have a feeling that everything is going according to your plan? Something about how everything's playing out strikes me as too perfect for you." She looked at Akagi. "I know you don't just let things happen, and this all feels like some long con you planned, like what you did in Nagorno. How much control are you exerting over both us and Libra? And don't try and sell me some crock about how you're not involved." She'd known Akagi long enough to know that the demon always had a plan or scheme in the works. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Akagi stuck out her tongue cheekily. "I don't control Libra. But if their actions are to my benefit, I have no qualms with exploiting that." She wasn't technically lying, since all her mole did was push some ideas and stoke tensions. "I know you too well to believe that," Mishu said. "You had to know that attack was coming. No way in hell you missed that. Your intel network is too good for me to believe that you had no clue that Nagoya was getting hit. Hishia said you were unusually insistent on having her teleport into the city with that priestess of yours. She figured you set her up as a fun surprise for Libra, since they wouldn't know she was in the city. Mishu had worked with and around Akagi long enough to know just how on top of things she usually was. She never knew how Akagi did it, but she always had perfect intel on the assault team's movements and actions in FWO. And if I did know?
Akagi smiled. What of it?
Do I have some kind of obligation to warn you? Are the lives of this country's people my responsibility? And as for Hishia, I might have placed her within Nagoya, but she made the choice to intervene, not me. I didn't force her to do anything. You really don't care about others, do you?
Mishu asked.
Do you truly see people's lives as nothing more than pieces on a game board? Is this all just some sick game to you? She wasn't exactly angry or upset, rather she was genuinely curious. I simply see things through a different lens than you, so don't misunderstand my intentions or feelings. I can assure you that I am not some uncaring monster that lacks empathy and compassion. I simply pick and choose who those feels are directed towards in a much more tight manner than a human would, and I generally don't allow emotions to cloud my judgment. It might appear cruel, but there is no malice behind my actions, Mishu. I just calculate the cost and benefit to every situation. That doesn't mean I enjoy seeing people die, but if people dying gives me an advantage, so be it.
Akagi shrugged.
Perhaps that's just part of who I am. Or it's because, as a demon, most mortals are little more than food to me. Mishu's skin crawled at that comment. Please don't tell me you're actually going around and eating people's souls or something. The vampire was a little concerned. I'd rather not have to deal with that. Do you go around and drink people's blood? Akagi asked in return. At least without permission, I should say.
No. Mishu shook her head.
I can, but I don't need to. Mishu didn't need blood to survive. It did make her stronger temporarily, and she did say it tasted good. But it wasn't required to survive.
I'm the same.
Akagi glanced over at her. Just because I can, doesn't mean I do. Her lips briefly curled into a smile before returning to normal. Though, I won't turn my nose up at a meal if it would present itself to me.
Akagi. Ding.
The elevator reached the designated floor, and Akagi stepped out, followed closely behind by a slightly more nervous vampire.
Oh hey.
Superbia and Hishia were sitting at a small table chatting over some tea. This was apparently a break room for the team, and they'd begun to customize it and improve it with some extra features.
Hey Superbia. Akagi waved.
I see you're up and around after everything that happened. Heard you almost died, oof. Yeah, the elixir and potion handled most damage. But damn, is my body still feeling the exhaustion. Superbia had bags under her eyes. But I guess that's better than dying, so I'll take it. I wonder why the effects are so bad. That's because potions and magic accelerate natural healing, so it can take a lot out of you if the injury is severe. Akagi told her a bit about her research with Mimi on potions and magic. Yeah, Imp said something similar. Superbia gave a small smile. I hate to admit this, but she's incredible. She took to medical stuff like it was nothing. I don't know whether I should be impressed or concerned that the mad scientist is able to understand biology. At this rate she might start making her own crazy experimental creatures. Well, she might have been getting a small amount of help from my dedicated physician. As for some Frankenstein monster creations, I would actually like to see it.
Akagi chuckled. Ah, that's right.
Mishu came back from the kitchen with a drink.
You have that Yukiana.
Name's Mimi if I recall.
She took a seat on the couch.
Must be nice having someone so skilled at potion and elixir making on your side. Imp sucks at making those. Yeah, she's better at crafting items than brewing. Akagi recalled the last time the imp tried to brew. It resulted in a massive explosion, which took out one of Akagi's workshops. Best keep her away from that stuff lest the RRT's HQ becomes a crater. Yet trust me, I've been keeping an eye on her.
Superbia groaned.
Even in the real world she's still awful at brewing. Imp was currently banned from trying any new potion-related experiments without someone else to handle the brewing. Where's Excelsior?
Akagi asked.
I don't see that walking tank anywhere. He didn't want to be around you, Hishia answered. So he left for a bit. Yeah, I suppose a devoutly Catholic man wouldn't really want to pal around a demon.
Akagi chuckled.
He doesn't have to worry though. I don't burn when I walk in churches or touch holy water. So it's all good. She'd actually tried just to see what happened. Dang, there goes my best method of beating you.
Hishia joked.
Perhaps we should contact some Onmyoji? They could probably exorcise you since defeating demons and yokai is their forte. There were a few families and shrines that supposedly had spiritual powers, though whether there was any truth to that was unknown. I think you might need a wee bit more than some talismans and incense to banish me. Akaji winked, causing Superbia and Hishia to laugh. The four of them chatted a bit more before one of Aoi's aides came down the elevator and told Akaji they were ready for her. None of the other members were invited since this would technically be an off-the-books meeting and they had no reason to insist on joining. After Akaji got in the elevator and departed, Mishu let out a sigh.
You weren't kidding, Hishia.
I felt like my heart was going to leap out of my chest. She was referring to Akaji's natural aura. I mean seriously, what the hell was that? It was like some crazy dense power. I told you.
Hishia smiled.
The first time it hits you is quite intense.
Underscore 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 underscore
underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore. Akaji was taken into a conference room on the upper floor where the meeting was going to be held. Aoi was sitting in front of a long table, next to another man who Akaji assumed was a translator, and on the wall was an array of monitors. On them were the Japanese Prime Minister, the Speaker of the Diet, and several other members of the cabinet and legislature. However, there was also one unexpected guest. Akaji figured the Americans would want a seat at this discussion, but having the president herself attend via video was an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. I guess things just got more interesting. Akaji. Akaji took her seat next to Aoi and gave an introduction before the meeting began in earnest. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Prime Minister, members of the Diet. Akaji gave a polite bow. My name is Akaji Dumata. And Madam President, this is quite unexpected, I never imagined you would be here. She gave a polite smile. Yes, well, when I was informed of the events in Nagoya and that you'd be speaking with Prime Minister Nodoka, I figured it would be a good opportunity to speak with you myself. I've wanted to talk to you ever since your name came across my desk, so this worked out well. Though sadly the circumstances surrounding this meeting are anything but pleasant. President Rosewood answered. Things have escalated quickly, and so I wanted to handle things personally, hence my being here rather than a member of the State Department. I'm glad to hear that the President of the United States has seen me as someone of interest. Akaji chuckled. I'd say you're more than just an interest. But I will save further discussion for after we are finished with the main topic of discussion. Mr. Prime Minister, we can begin when you are ready. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. President Rosewood looked to him. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for coming, Ms. Akaji. The Prime Minister continued. I've been informed of your requested payment for assistance in the Libra matter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what you want is a 20 square mile area of land around your current residence to be given to you as a sovereign. You wish to have your own microstate similar to the Vatican in Europe. Is that correct? He asked. Indeed. Akaji nodded. That is exactly what I want. Can I ask why? The Prime Minister continued. What reason could you have for such a request? I fail to see what you could really gain from becoming the ruler of your own nation. Pardon my frankness, but you already operate independently of government oversight as it. Having your own nation wouldn't grant you much you don't already have, and it would only burden you. Would it not? He was trying to figure out her reasoning, since his team couldn't figure out Akaji's goals. Akaji thought for a moment before answering. A few reasons. 1. I do not wish to be ruled over by humans. Even if I don't operate under your laws, I am still considered a citizen of Japan, and that in and of itself rubs me the wrong way. 2. I wish to establish my new nation as a refuge for those who were affected by FWO. There have been cases of discrimination against survivors, and I wish to take them in, not to mention that I have plans for expansion of my estate into a town, and I'd prefer to perform that task as a sovereign, not a citizen. 3rd, I am a bit of a vain person. So having the title of a nation's ruler is quite attractive to me, even if it is technically unnecessary. And 4th, let's just say it's in my very nature to rule over things, and this will serve to satisfy that craving. Her last point was given with a much sharper tone. I see. The Prime Minister thought for a moment. Ms. Akaji, let me ask something. You said you do not wish to be ruled over by humans, but the other returnees seem to have no issue with it.
He continued.
After all, even if your appearance changed, are you not still a human yourself? So I don't see why you would have different feelings on the matter. PFFFF. Akaji let out a laugh. You really didn't tell them, Aoi? She looked at the girl, who just shook her head. I couldn't exactly bring that up to the Prime Minister myself, and I figured you'd handle it better. Aoi gave a wry smile. Tell us what? The Prime Minister asked. That I'm not human. Akaji's voice distorted, which caused everyone to flinch. I'll spare you the details, but after some digging, I found out that I was never a human, Mr. Prime Minister. Akaji's smile caused everyone's skin to crawl. I am a demon. That is not just some title or designation I've chosen, it's a fact. It was not FWO that granted me these powers, I've always had them, and they were just dormant until recently. Though technically FWO and the events regarding the transfer of power did impact her abilities to a point. Gathering up some courage, President Rosewood asked. How is that possible? This world has no such creatures, so I find it hard to believe that you could be some creature of myth. I have no idea. Akaji shrugged. Some that I've spoken to have a few theories, but right now we've no concrete answer. Akaji grinned. But I can tell you this. My kind are quite bloodthirsty, and we view most mortals as little more than food. She saw some question forming on people's lip but continued anyway. Now, I am not one for mindless slaughter, and I usually refrain from killing unless given a reason. But as you saw at Camp Katsura, I am not above acting on those base instincts. Akaji laughed, which creeped everyone out. If you give me what I want, I can promise you the swift and complete destruction of Libra. Though I have a caveat. What do you want? The Prime Minister asked. A girl named Alice is among the members of Libra. She was the one who created those puppets. Akaji said. Yes, I recall seeing something about her in my briefings. What about her? PM. She will fall under my personal control rather than be terminated or captured by you, Akaji explained. The girl has been quite broken, mostly because she was used as an illegal medical experiment by a prior government. Her statement caused murmurs among the members of the Diet. I have all the evidence and proof you could ever need on that front, and my agents can forward it to you once we've finished here. Getting back to Alice, due to her trauma and some events in the game. I've taken her as my adoptive daughter, and thus once Libra is handled, she will be coming to stay with me. You want us to just let free the person who killed tens of thousands in Nagoya? One of the Diet members yelled. How can we explain that to the public? Not my problem, Akaji said. All I care about is getting what I want. Besides, even if Libra would be defeated by the RRT, I'd still step in to take Alice under my protection. So you're not losing out on anything by accepting my offer, since you'd never be allowed to try her as a criminal either way. Akaji smirked. She knew they couldn't stop her, so that threat was very real. On top of that, the Libra member Birdie is actually my informant, a mole if you will. So she will naturally not be included in any request for termination. Akaji explained what Birdie was doing and what she'd learned from infiltration. So that means you knew these attacks were coming? President Rosewood asked. Her face showed a bit of irritation. I suppose that means you chose to allow them to happen to give yourself a stronger negotiation position? Yes, Akaji confirmed. I have no obligation to help. So why not use things to my advantage? President Rosewood, you're intelligent enough to understand my actions without letting emotions cloud your judgment. I know it seems cruel from a human perspective, but on a purely logical level it makes sense. Why shouldn't I take advantage of the chaos to get what I want? Don't act like the United States or Japan haven't done similar things in the past to get their way. Akaji shrugged. She was a student of history and knew just how cutthroat international politics is. If you want something, you do everything to make it happen, that's just how things worked. I suppose you're right. President Rosewood sighed. From a human perspective your methods would seem quite unpleasant. But I suppose if you are a demon rather than a human, it makes sense. If I am to believe that you are one, your kind are notorious for scheming and plotting for their own ends. Though that does not mean I have to agree with your actions or your methods. She couldn't exactly refute Akaji's point, so she chose a more neutral path. Though you understand that your attitude might cause concern or resentment within the government and population. I doubt people will be too happy if you keep acting like that. Who cares? Akaji waved her off. What you all think about me is irrelevant. I don't care if you all hate me. And if you view me as the greater evil and don't wish to work with me, fine. But that will be your loss, not mine. No matter what, I will get what I want, and it's up to you to decide if you want our relationship to be amicable or not. I've never met someone who cares so little for what others around them think. She acts as if everything is already hers and we are simply a minor inconvenience. Is that because she's confident in her power? Or is it simply naivety and hubris? For the first time in my life, I can't tell. President Rosewood. After some bickering between government members, the Prime Minister turned to Akagi and told her they would discuss this and give her an answer in due time, which he said was fine. One by one, they began to disconnect until only President Rosewood was left on the call. Now that they're gone, and we have a little time, I would like to speak to you in private if possible. President Rosewood asked. You've piqued my interest even more than it already was, and I wish to learn just a bit more about you, if you don't mind. Sounds good to me. Akagi smiled. I've been wanting to talk to you as well. Aoi left the room, leaving only the interpreter and Akagi. So, has Hikari been keeping you on your toes? Akagi laughed. She can be quite a capricious little scamp. Yes, well. President Rosewood sighed. Let's just say the Secret Service has been having an aneurysm with her popping in and out of places. She's had quite a few angry phone calls from members of the CIA, FBI, and the NSA about the spy was walking freely around DC, though by this point, Rosewood had given up on trying to stop her or the other ninja. Just give up. If the Empire couldn't counter my agents, you have no chance. Akagi smiled. Hikari is easily one of the best agents I have in terms of stealth and intel gathering, so even if you had anti-magic capabilities you'd probably still fail to deal with her. Getting past the fact that you have spies within the highest levels of my government. I'd like to ask you about something regarding those ninja. President Rosewood turned serious. Hikari told me that she was one of the NPCs within the game you were all trapped within, but she seems far too lifelike for that. I know AI can be advanced, but... President Rosewood had her own issues with AI, since many people believed she was actually one in disguise. Let's just say things with FWO are anything but normal. I mean, what game can trap people inside and grant them powers upon returning? Akagi laughed. I take it that means you know more about what happened then? President Rosewood picked up on the fact that Akagi wasn't telling her everything she knew. Yes, I do. But I will keep that to myself for now. Akagi was planning on unveiling Mizumi to the world at some point, but not today. But just understand this for now. FWO was anything but a game. Not only were our lives at stake every day, but those who inhabited the game were as real as you or me. If anything, perhaps comparing them to you wouldn't be inaccurate, as they are basically artificially created forms of life. Though in the case of the FWO NPCs, they are far more advanced and made from a bit more complex techniques than what created you. She was referring to the artificial process by which the president was born. So, what you're saying is that I should consider the NPCs of FWO people something akin to lab-grown humans or those born via artificial methods like me? President Rosewood said. In a way, yes. Akagi nodded. They're a little bit different because they were programs at first. But due to some intervention, they are now anything but AI scripts. And now that they're in our world, they're no different than anyone else. Their bodies are made of flesh and blood, and you'd find no difference between one of the human members of my family and a human of this world. President Rosewood remained silent as she processed all that information. She was open to the idea of AI coexistence with humans, and was more receptive to calls for ethical treatment of such creations. But she understood that there was a large difference between her understanding of AI and what these former NPCs are and wanted clarification. Did they act like this in the game? The NPCs, I mean. Could you talk to them like normal people? Did they act any differently during the time within the game versus after they left? President Rosewood was curious. Yep. Akagi nodded. All the NPCs, except for certain bosses and scripted quest givers, were able to act fully independently and live their own lives. Yumi lived in a village with her family for 2 years. Marshall was a leading general in the Imperial Army and went on several missions before he was expelled. Heck, the NPCs could even marry and have children between them. I see. That is quite an unexpected turn of events. President Rosewood mused. I was never informed of something like this, and as far as I know the company who made that game has denied their AI being sentient. Were they lying? Or is there truly something more at work here? Something about the words Akagi used is telling me that there's a whole lot more to this situation than meets the eye. President Rosewood. Trust me. It was just as strange for me when I realized it. We were all told beforehand that the AI would be cutting edge and nearly lifelike. But once we got in the game, it was like we'd gone to an entirely different world rather than into a VR game. Akaji gave a wry smile. My people are very real and I will not tolerate anyone trying to deperson them. As to those devs, they're probably just trying to cover their asses. I see, President Rosewood thought. Based on what you've told me and my interactions with them, I see no reason why we should treat them as anything other than people. I've interacted enough with Hikari to see that she's not something a program could create. She says she knows more. So perhaps she found who caused that whole event and got answers. President Rosewood thought. But then why wouldn't she publicize that information? She decided to put that issue aside and have her intel agencies look into it more. Let's switch topics. President Rosewood's eyes snapped onto Akaji. What are your goals? What do you hope to accomplish? You say that you're a demon that kills people, so why shouldn't I consider you a threat? She went into a more serious president mode. Should I not consider you a risk to, not just Japan, but also to the United States and take action against you? You should view me as a threat. Though I'd advise not doing anything stupid like attempting to kill me or kidnapping my sister and her friends. Akaji laughed. I'd like to think you're smart enough to not do something so suicidal. Akaji's answer was not what President Rosewood expected. She'd anticipated a plea of innocence and some platitudes, so the president was momentarily shocked when Akaji straight up told her she was a threat to the United States. Though I'd say that rather than a threat to just Japan and the United States, I am a threat to all humanity. Akaji gave a terrible smile. However, that lies more in the possibility of me taking action, rather than any plans on my part as of right now. Akaji waved her hand dismissively. As I told our little vampire friend before I came here, just because I have the power to destroy the world, doesn't mean I will. It just means that I could. And whether or not I do, well, that's up to how the rest of the world acts toward me. President Rosewood snapped out of her surprise. And what if you decided to change your mind? President Rosewood asked. You say that you don't wish for war right now, but what's stopping that in the future? What guarantee do we have that you don't become an enemy? It was a good question and one that needed to be asked. Just because Akaji didn't want to destroy the world today, doesn't mean she wouldn't later. Also, does that mean you're effectively telling the entire world to just let you do as you please under threat of annihilation? She held that question back for now. If that day comes and I need to go to war with either just the United States or all of humanity. Akaji took a deep breath as she leaned forward. There is nothing you can do to stop me, and your best bet is to pray it never happens rather than try and come up with some method of defeating me. Akaji smirked upon seeing Rosewood's shocked expression. This was the second time today the president had been stunned. What? Did you expect a different answer? Expect me to play nice and tell you that I'd never do something like that? That my human nature wouldn't allow me to act like that? Akaji laughed. Listen, it's only a matter of time until I shed what's left of my humanity, so I can tell you that it won't save you. After composing herself, President Rosewood spoke. I don't know if I should be impressed or annoyed that you're so honest with me. Kind of strange to see a demon being much more upfront with their intentions than members of Congress. She gave a dry laugh. Listen, compared to them, I'm small potatoes. Those guys are the real demons. Akaji let out a laugh, and her joke got a chuckle out of the president. At least you can tell a joke. President Rosewood continued. Let me ask you this, and be honest with me. If you went to war against my government today, could you beat us? She decided to just ask the question she had on her mind. Something about Akaji made her just want to be frank with her. Yes, Akaji didn't even hesitate. Even with my current power restrictions, I could easily wipe out not just you but every country on Earth. Akaji had run some tests with her power, and based on what she'd seen, plus what she estimated was still dormant, the annihilation of humanity was well within her power. If I wanted, the entire world would either burn or become my slaves. No hesitation? President Rosewood didn't expect such an instant and unflinching answer. How can you be so sure? I mean, you can't tell me a nuclear weapon wouldn't hurt you. And humanity's military might is no joke. We've even managed to kill other returnees with our forces. So perhaps you should reconsider your assessment of your chances. President Rosewood had no idea why she was being so forward with Akaji, but decided against questioning it. Are you not aware? Akaji tilted her head. Aware of what? President Rosewood asked. Akaji allowed her form to dissipate into a black shadow blob in the chair she was sitting in, causing both President Rosewood and the translator to jump in surprise. Sorry for startling the both of you, but I figured a demonstration would be better than words. Akaji laughed. The body you normally see is little more than an illusion that I use to speak with people.
Akaji laughed.
My real form is a living shadow like you see here, and I can manipulate it freely to create a body if I so desire.
I see.
That was not included in any of my intelligence briefings.
She looked annoyed.
So what does that mean? Since you're showing it to me, I presume it's not just an interesting party trick. It means that conventional weapons cannot harm me. Akaji had tested all sorts of weapons, even shooting herself with every type of explosive and bullet imaginable, all to no effect. I haven't had a nuke dropped on me just yet, but I have ample reason to believe that it will do nothing. Akaji's real body could only be damaged by extremely powerful energy-based weapons. Technically a nuke would cause a large burst of energy, but she calculated it wouldn't be enough. Likely, the only effective way of doing harm to her was through high-intensity radiant magical attacks. That is hard to believe. President Rosewood was trying to keep a flat expression but was failing. If even our world's most powerful weapons cannot hurt you, then that would make you. She trailed off, not wanting to finish that line of thought. As far as I'm aware, the other returnees are not so tough, so what makes you different? They can be harmed with conventional weapons of a high enough potency. So don't worry about that. Akaji returned to her usual appearance. She knew that one of Libra was killed via a drone strike, so defeating them conventionally was possible, albeit difficult. As for me, well, I'll leave it up to your imagination. No reason to give a potential enemy info.
She winked.
Just understand that I am much different than the others.
Fair enough.
President Rosewood sighed. It's funny, the first time I saw you, I was reminded of a demon lord from a TV show I watched when I was a kid. Now I'm regretting that comparison.
Demon lord.
Something inside Akaji stirred when she heard that term.
I like it.
She muttered under her breath. Just please wait to do your invasion of the world until after my second term is over.
She joked.
I'd rather not be in charge when that happens.
Darn.
Akaji snapped her fingers in jest. Now my plans have to be delayed. She laughed. Well, I have another meeting to get to. However, please allow me to thank you for your time. And know that I do not intend to stop Japan if they agree to your terms. I feel that losing a few empty mountains is a worthwhile price to pay for saving the country. She gave a tired smile. I would like to meet you in person at some point in the future. I feel like we have a lot we could discuss. I would love to meet you.
Akaji nodded.
Perhaps we can arrange something once this whole mess with Libra is dealt with? I'll have to convince a few members of Congress that inviting a demon to the White House isn't an impeachable offense first.
She laughed.
Have a nice day. You too, Akaji replied, and President Rosewood disconnected. I see that she's another one of those few very capable people. I wonder if she'd come to work for me after she's done. Akaji thought for a moment. She had an eye for capable people and those who excelled at their jobs. She'd recruited most members of her family because they were capable people who could do things she couldn't, and now, President Rosewood caught her eye. Akaji returned to her home a little while later with Hishia in tow. The dragon girl had some things to discuss with Kana, and asked Akaji to bring her along. One-ichan, you're back already? Kana was sitting at the kitchen table studying. School was temporarily closed due to Libra's attacks, but the girl wasn't going to just lay around and had been doing additional studying on her own time to keep sharp. Yup, and I brought one Hishia. Akaji pointed to the dragon girl. She wanted to talk to you, so you kids have fun. And don't be too loud tonight. Akaji zipped into the other room as Kana's pencil cracked in half in her hand from anger. I'm sorry about that, Kana said as Hishia took a seat across from her. She's always a pain and does that kind of stuff just to rile me up.
Yeah, it's fine. Hishia sighed.
She does the same thing to me. So I'm quite used to it by now. The two let out loud sighs. They'd both taken enough abuse from Akaji over the years. So, what did you want to talk about?
Kana asked. Hishia fumbled.
It's more that I wanted to see if you were okay with me.
Kana tilted her head. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I don't really know how to put this. Hishia struggled to find the right words. You saw how I acted at Nagoya, and you know just what kind of person I can be under all this. So I was worried you wouldn't want to be around me anymore. Hishia was a little embarrassed. She'd shared her past history in full with Kana a few nights before the battle at Nagoya, including the full tale of the Battle of Hassan. She hadn't spoken to her since then, and she thought Kana was upset with her, something that gave the possessive dragon massive anxiety. Kana closed the book in front of her and sighed. One-chan did tell me just what kind of person you used to be before she damaged you. But you've been trying to be a better person since then. Have you not?
Kana asked.
I guess I have? Hishia posed the statement as a question. Prior to Hassan, I was a terrible person, and looking back, I'm embarrassed and angry at myself for what I did. So many people are dead because I knocked people out of the assault team to make myself look better.
Hishia clenched her fists.
You asked me about what happened in Hassan, and I told you everything. I told you that we ignored the Imperial Army's suggestions, that we sacrificed NPCs to buy time, and I told you how we killed the soldiers to make the fight easier. But there was one more thing I didn't tell you. And what was that?
Kana asked.
The one who gave that final order. The one who made the call to sacrifice all those NPCs to slow the army down was me. I decided to sacrifice them to save the other players. Hishia's face turned dark.
I'm no better than Libra, Kana.
I'm just as selfish and petulant as them. Even if I try and act better than someone like Herlex, at the end of the day, I was more than happy to drag others down to build myself up.
No. Kana shook her head. You're not the same.
Not one bit. And how is that? Hishia asked, nearly crying. I got all those people killed. I didn't even see them as people. And not just that, but my vanity and ego ended up getting who knows how many other players killed.
You heard how I treated Alice.
I thought she was annoying because she hogged my spotlight, and I was more than happy to drive her away so people would focus on me. You sacrificed the lives of the NPCs because you were trying to save the lives of players, weren't you?
Kana asked.
And I think it unfair to judge you just because you didn't understand that the NPCs in the game were alive, since almost no one did. So you're not the same in that respect, Hishia. You didn't sacrifice them because you wanted to kill them. You did it to save those important to you. It might seem cruel, but I think most people would do the same thing.
Kana smiled.
Akaji was the same way. She'd gladly let entire cities burn if it meant keeping her people alive. Did you know? Kana moved over and hugged her. Every day when I saw the total number of living players go down, I'd check to see if One-chan was still alive and be glad that someone else died instead of her.
Kana hugged her tight.
Every single day, I would rejoice that someone I didn't know died just so that she would live.
Kana smiled.
I told that to One-chan, and do you know what she said? She said that wishing for those you care about to live was natural and normal, and that I was no worse of a person for doing so. Kana looked into Hishia's watery eyes. So you're not a bad person for prioritizing saving your friends and those you cared about. Even if it cost the lives of so many others. After all, you're only human. Kana's smile made Hishia's heart flutter. I won't say who you were in the past doesn't matter, since that's not true. Your actions against other players competing with you for attention and praise is definitely not something that can be ignored or overlooked.
Kana continued.
You acted terribly, you might have even gotten people killed because of your vanity.
But you changed.
Even if it did take a demon putting the fear of God in you to break through that thick head of yours. What matters now is who you'll be in the future. That doesn't mean we can just forget the past, since that wouldn't be good either. But don't let it define you. Instead, use it as a reminder of who you once were and allow it to aid you in becoming better.
Kana continued.
You told me you want to be a better person, and from what I've seen, that's exactly what you're doing. You're on the right path, Hishia, so don't worry. Compared to One-chan, you don't have nearly as much baggage and you're repentant. Kana laughed as she hugged the dragon girl. So yes, I still want you around. I'd be sad without you. Because, well, you're important to me. She gave an awkward smile.
I love you, Kana. Hishia hugged her back.
Happy to know the girl she loved accepted her, faults and all. Hishia and Kana spent the rest of the night chatting about various things, including their relationship, a bit more. Hishia was relieved that Kana didn't think less of her because of her past, and Kana was happy that Hishia had finally opened up to her about her regrets and issues. The two still weren't officially together, but Akaji figured it wouldn't be much longer until one of them decided to be honest about their feelings. After having tea the next morning, Hishia went back home. She had some shopping to do and other errands to run before her parents returned home. Akaji didn't really have anything to do at the moment, and was a bit lethargic after some work last night. So, she just wanted to relax at home. Around noon, and after finishing her studying, Kana went into the living room to find her sister. She wanted to have lunch with her and Yumi, but upon entering the room, she was greeted with an interesting sight. Scratch scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk. I have no idea how or why, but this feels amazing.
Keep going.
Akaji exclaimed in joy. She was currently sitting on Yumi's lap in shadow form. Kana was momentarily stunned as she watched Yumi scratch and pet the black blob sitting in her lap before she came back to her senses. I'm glad you like it.
Yumi smiled.
I feels good to pet you like this, it's kinda squishy and soft.
Ah.
Kana didn't really know what to say. What are you two doing? I feel like I need an adult. Scratching my lord, Yumi said with a smile. She seems to enjoy it very much.
Kana, what are you talking about?
I am an adult. Akaji said without an ounce of hesitation in her voice. Also yes, you probably do need one for this. Since Yumi petting me is truly one of the lewdest things imaginable, second only to the dreaded hand-holding.
The horror.
She said added a fake and dramatic gasp to her sarcastic comment. We truly are depraved and degenerate. Forgive us for sinning. PFFFFFF. Wanichan thinks she's an adult. Kana let out a stifled laugh. Also, hand-holding is lewd, and you should repent for engaging in such acts in public. Kana had watched enough anime to get the joke. Anyway, this feels awesome. It's like Yumi is scratching every single itch I could never get at.
Akaji said.
Yumi, we should pet Kana later, she always likes when I tickle her.
I can see that.
But why?
Kana walked over. And please no.
Your tickles always leave me incapacitated for a good while afterwards. She momentarily shuddered as she recalled the last time Akaji tickled her. For some reason, Akaji very much enjoyed doing that to people.
What? Akaji said.
Can a demon not relax in the privacy of her own home? Am I not allowed to lounge around in peace and comfort when I've got nothing better to do? I guess you're right. Kana still didn't know what to say. It wasn't often Akaji slipped out of her humanoid appearance, so Kana was still not used to speaking to the literal blob of darkness. It's just that you almost never look like that, and it's a bit strange to be speaking to the literal darkness sitting on the couch. Well, this is my real body, Kana. Akaji reminded her. Sometimes, I just want to take my hand out of the proverbial puppet and relax. Having a humanoid body is nice and all, but being like this is quite comfy and I enjoy it.
Puppet.
I guess when you put it like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Kana sighed.
Akaji was technically just a shadow demon manipulating her power to create a form you could speak to. Since Kana could always see her sister's shadow body, she understood what Akaji was saying. Since she could see the small connection that ran between Akaji's real body and the form she usually spoke through. It was definitely strange to be sure. My lord had a busy night last night, so she wanted to relax a bit and called me over for pets. Yumi giggled. Yumi gives the best after-work pets. Akaji's smile was visible via her words. Said work resulted in half of the Remura Group's board of directors disappearing. Kana sighed internally. I guess. My lord likes to be spoiled, if you couldn't tell.
Yumi smiled.
So this is actually quite a common occurrence. She just normally does it while no one else is around, she does more funny things too when we're alone. And I enjoy it when she gets like this.
Yumi.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I desire to be spoiled, doted on and pet, Akaji said. And also, Yumi, you very much enjoyed our playing around the other day. Yumi's face went red as she recalled things. I mean, it's not really fair when you turn so cute like that. I can't help myself when you get all fluffy like that. She bonked the shadow blob in embarrassment. Kana just rolled her eyes. I feel like your flirting is going to cause me to gag on the sugar in the air.
Oh, are you jealous?
Akaji chuckled. Do you want to be snuggled? As she said this, her form changed into something akin to a rope that coiled around Yumi. Too bad, Yumi is mine, and she's only allowed to do this with me. So no Yumi snuggles for you, too bad. No, I am not jealous. Kana sighed as she looked at Yumi. Are you alright with her doing that?
Kana asked.
She's wrapped around you like a snake. I couldn't be happier.
Yumi smiled.
Her face got slightly redder. It feels good to have my lord this close to me, so I actually quite like her doing this.
I guess.
Kana couldn't really understand it. I'll just file this away as something you two weirdos like to do. She shrugged, giving up on understand their strange relationship. Shall I coil around you? Akaji asked with a laugh. I can squeeze you nice and tight.
Please don't.
Kana shook her head vigorously. You know I hate snakes, and you'd remind me too much of that. You come over here and try that, and I'll hit you.
Hisses.
Akaji let out a snake's hiss as one of her shadow tendrils morphed into a snake and flicked its tongue.
Now, don't pick on Kana.
Yumi bopped the snake on the head.
Hisses.
Akaji's tendril recoiled at the strike and the snake head dissipated. Kana really hated snakes. So even the brief sight of the shadow snake creeped her out. Though they were not the thing she hated the most, as there was, as she called it, a far worse evil in the world. Please don't do that again.
Kana. Then perhaps this?
Akaji uncoiled from around Yumi and formed into a shadow rabbit on her lap. Is this better? She asked, tilting her head while twitching her nose. Seeing this caused Yumi's eyes to widen as she squeaked internally, barely holding back the urge to dive in and glom onto Bunny Akaji.
See.
When you get all cute like that, how am I supposed to hold myself back?
Yumi.
A bit better than the snake. Rabbits are always nice and cute and I like them very much.
Kana sighed.
Except for the fact that you're actually a demonic rabbit. So you lose out on a lot of cuteness points with that factoid. Shall I feed you a carrot, my lord? Yumi said as she wrapped her arms around Akaji. I think we have some fresh from the garden. I want to see her eat it so bad. Maybe she'll really let me do it. Yumi was freaking out internally at the cuteness. Rabbit no wants carrot. Rabbit wants souls. Akaji spoke in a funny voice which caused the two girls to laugh hysterically. No laugh at rabbit. Give rabbit souls. Silly mortals. Her voice and the absurdity of the situation caused the two to lose it and join in on a bit of the fun. Oh mighty demon rabbit, what kind of soul do you wish to eat? Kana asked while laughing.
Akaji thought.
Rabbit wants soul of pure maiden. They are the highest of quality. Provide one at once.
Well, Mika is out.
She isn't pure of mind.
Kana laughed.
Perhaps you would settle for Naomi?
Acceptable.
Bring soul to consume. Akaji couldn't continue with this act any longer and started laughing. Where the fuck did this whole thing come from? And how did we start doing a demon rabbit that wants to eat souls? Honestly, I think you should show that to Mika and Naomi. That was a pretty funny voice and I'm sure they'd love it. Kana had tears in her eye from laughing. I think Mika would just start petting her uncontrollably.
Yumi smiled.
Yeah, she'd be all like, Bunny. Akaji mimicked Mika's voice. She'd probably squeeze me so tight that I'd pop. Either that for feed you so many carrots you explode. Kana was still giggling. Alice would probably get me a tiny hat and want me to have tea with her.
Akaji chuckled.
Though I'd need to turn white for things to line up a bit more. Akaji released her bunny form and went back to being a formless blob, jumping across the room and landing in Kana's lap. She had no eyes or face, but Kana could tell she was looking up at her with a pleading expression. Why did you hop over here?
Kana asked.
Please don't wrap around me.
Because it's your turn to pet me, Akaji said. Kana just looked at her like, really? Fine.
At this point, why not? Kana gave in and started to scratch her. Scratch scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk.
Akaji hummed in delight.
Having my real body touched like this is so nice. I feel like I'm going to fall asleep, that's how comfy this is. You feel like when you put cornstarch in water, and it makes that weird solid liquid.
Kana chuckled.
Why can I touch you anyway? Aren't you made of energy? Because I'm allowing you to, Akaji answered. If I wanted, I could make it so your hands just pass through me. See? Kana tried to touch her again, but this time her hands just went inside the blob. She didn't feel anything, and it was like she was touching nothing at all.
Interesting.
Kana swiped at the air a few times before continuing the petting. Scratch scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk asterisk scratch asterisk.
Huyaha. That's the stuff.
Akaji was enjoying herself. The way you're acting reminds me of a small dog that's getting scratched behind the ears.
Kana smiled.
Does it really feel that good? I'm not really doing anything. That comparison honestly might be right.
Akaji chuckled.
Also, yes, it feels quite nice, though Yumi was better. The priestess was trying hard not to give Kana the death glare. She wanted Akaji returned to her right now, but was holding her tongue out of respect. It seemed Akaji was not the only one who became possessive. If you would have told me a year ago that I'd be sitting in a feudal estate, petting a blob of darkness that was actually my demon sister, I'd have called you some choice words.
Kana laughed.
This is quite a crazy scenario we have here. Akaji let out a laugh. Yeah, it's been crazy. But crazy in a fun way. Kana thought for a second before glancing down at her.
Can I try something? She asked.
Yeah, sure. Akaji didn't really know what she was going to do but rolled with it.
Yumi, think fast.
Kana picked up her sister and threw her at Yumi, who caught her. While Akaji yelled wee as she was thrown. You're really light, Kana said, clapping her hands. Throw her back. Yumi did, and the two started tossing her back and forth across the table between them. Akaji had no idea why Kana was doing this, but found it amusing. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Eventually, Kana caught her and started petting Akaji again. Any particular reason you did that?
Akaji asked.
She thought it was fun, but didn't expect Kana to do that. Not really. Kana gave a wry smile.
I just, thought it'd be funny.
And for whatever reason the idea of a beanbag came to mind, so I just threw you.
PFFFFF.
Akaji laughed at her answer. And you're always calling me a kid? With you around, it feels like my brain has turned into mush, so you're at fault.
Kana laughed.
I've probably lost IQ points just being around you. Ah yes, you have discovered my master plan.
Akaji exclaimed.
You will fall to the dark side by having fun and playing around.
The horror.
Whatever will I do? Kana put her hand up in fake shock. Yumi, save me from the scary demon. It's using its evil power to make me stupid.
Sorry, Kana. Yumi laughed.
But I've fallen under her spell too. The three let out a big laugh. A break like this was nice, and Akaji's abilities allowed them to have a little fun. With everything going on right now, Akaji was glad to see these two smile. Before I forget, I came in here to see if you wanted to have lunch. As Kana said this, her stomach growled. Sounds good to me, Akaji said, jumping onto Yumi's head. What about you, Yumi? I think lunch sounds good.
She smiled.
I'll make us some sandwiches. With an extra helping of souls. Akaji said this, causing the two girls to laugh. Yes, yes. Yumi rolled her eyes. Is Chloe's okay? The three of them headed toward the kitchen. Well, she's a cat, so it probably tastes like chicken, Akaji said. I kinda want to call her over here so I can ask for her soul with absolutely no context. Please don't pull such pranks on them.
Kana looked at her.
You and I both know she'd actually give it to you if you'd ask her. Yeah, not exactly sure whether I should be grateful they're so loyal or creeped out, Akaji said. It just goes to show how much you mean to us, and the fact that we could gladly give you anything you desired. Even our lives. Yumi smiled as she placed Akaji on the table. Now, are you going to stay like that forever? Or are you going to eat with us? She walked into the kitchen. Maybe I want to stay like this?
Akaji hump-fed.
You can just drop the food on me anyway. I can just absorb it if it touches me. Then I guess you get no lunch. Yumi stuck out her tongue. I only serve food to people. And slime shadow blobs don't count. That threat only works if I need to eat, Yumi.
Akaji sighed. But fine if you insist.
I shall take a human form. Why did she emphasize the word human? Kana caught that and was worried. But before she could ask any further questions, Akaji hopped into the air and transformed into a copy of Yumi, taking a seat at the table. Why did you turn into Yumi?
Kana sighed.
She said to turn into a person. But she did not specify which person. Akaji chuckled. So here we are. How about I stay like this for a while and we snuggle together like this later, Yumi? Akaji smirked as the priestess turned slightly red. I had this coming.
Yumi sighed.
I should have just left well enough alone, and now I'm going to have to pet a copy of myself. That's going to be fun. Yeah, Kana shook her head. Wanichan is not one to let someone else have the last laugh. Nope. Akaji smiled, and the three had lunch together. Today was a rather relaxing and normal day, though the sight of one Yumi petting and scratching the other was something that caused quite a bit of head-turning at the estate. Spoiler. After heading home from Akaji's estate, Hishia ran errands around Tokyo for her parents. She picked up groceries, dropped some things off, and cleaned the house while they were at work. Without a job or school to go to, she had very little to do during the day. She had more money than she could ever spend from her time in FWO, and with Akaji's help, she was able to convert that into usable currency. Hishia had tried to give some to her parents, but they declined out of parental pride. With her intervention in Nagoya, She'd officially joined the RRT as a temporary member and hoped to deal with Libra as quickly as possible to prevent more casualties. With any luck, the government would agree to Akaji's terms, and she'd handle the group before they could move against Hishia's parents. They told her not to worry and to do what she felt was right. But the thought of them getting hurt kept her awake at night, and she was reluctant to leave them alone for too long, lest something happen while she was away. Though in the end, they forced her to give them at least some space. After returning to the house and putting away all the groceries, Hishia took to cleaning. Something that didn't take much time due to her super speed and flight. Once she was done, she relaxed on the couch and decided to take a break for a bit until it was time to make dinner. It would be a few hours before her parents got home from work, so she decided to check in and see how the other players were reacting on her forum and see how people were handling things generally.
Black box.
This is really getting out of hand, guys. I'm getting scared, like so many people just died.
Blue dog.
Yeah, I'm only over here in Osaka. I knew people who died in Nagoya. And to make things worse, people have been harassing me, calling me a monster or terrorist just because I was in FWO with those people. I don't even have any powers and they probably want me dead like everyone else.
So leave me alone. Great friend.
Seriously. I've had so many people up my ass because I'm former FWO. Like, I'm just as fucking scared as you. Those people can blow my head off with a thought.
Hishia.
I'm sorry that people are behaving like that. I should have gotten involved sooner.
Blue dog. Don't blame yourself.
You had your reasons, and you're helping now despite the risk to you and your family. It's not your fault people are assholes.
Great friend.
Yeah. Don't be down on yourself.
Black box. Hey Hishia. Hishia. What's up? Black box.
Are the rumors true? Is Akaji going to help?
Hishia.
We're working on it. I know a lot of you can't stand her, but we really don't have a choice. Having her get involved is always a pain, but it's necessary.
Blue dog.
Even though you can nuke a city? Are you really not enough to beat Libra? Like, I know Akaji is crazy, but is she actually going to make that much of a difference if the super dragon can't do it?
Hishia.
Sadly, no. I have a lot more power than before, but fighting 20-odd people is beyond me. Akaji herself confirmed this, and you should know that she knows the strength of each of us better than anyone else. As for her, yes, she can do this alone tbh. Her demon power is on a level you need to see to believe. I suspect that Herlex going max power would be hard-pressed to damage her in any meaningful way, let alone win.
Great friend.
That's simultaneously reassuring and horrifying. What's going to happen to the world if Akaji really can solo like 20 people?
Zumi boy.
Speaking of her intel on us, I always did wonder how she knew everything about us in-game. Almost like she had some kind of spy or could use divination magic.
Purple rose.
I thought the same, but who on earth would work for her? Like, what do you get out of it? And there aren't many people who could get that info and not be found out.
Blue dog. Maybe she threatened someone?
Like, work with me or die. I could see her doing something like that.
Hishia. No, that's not her style.
Despite what you all might think, Akaji doesn't resort to intimidation for things like that in most cases. And it doesn't do much good now, does it? If there was a spy, which I doubt, it's over anyway.
Black box. Was it you, Hishia?
I always found it strange she didn't kill you at Hassan. Did she make you a spy in exchange for your life?
Hishia.
No, and if it was, I wouldn't admit it. So asking me is pointless.
Black box.
Fair, just figured I'd ask. And also, I wouldn't exactly blame you in that case.
Blue dog.
Doesn't really make sense for the leader of the team to sell us out anyway.
Miss you.
Akaji had a mole. I don't know who, but I can confirm someone in the upper echelon of the AT was her agent.
Purple rose.
And you know this how?
Miss you.
I have my ways.
Winky face. Black box.
Well, if she did, it would explain a lot. Tricky bastard was always one step ahead of us with her games.
Hishia.
Now that you mention it, she did always seem to know our deployments. And she was always in the perfect place to mess with us or be annoying. Maybe she really did?
But who?
There aren't many of us that would have that level of intel, and I can't see any of them betraying like that. The conversation then went into a guessing game of who the mole was, but no one could really agree on anything. There was only a limited number of suspects, but no one could point to anything concrete that would indicate who it was. Eventually, the conversation moved to different topics ranging from discussion of Libra attacks, attempting to flee the country, and even some speculation about if Akaji was behind a few suspicious deaths. Hishia turned off her AR and looked up at the ceiling. I wonder if Akaji really did have a mole in the team?
Hishya sighed.
I just hope that means someone who was my friend isn't really a traitor. Hishya figured that whoever it was must have had a damn good reason for acting as Akaji's agent since they weren't an NPC.
Oh well, who cares anyway?
They're probably just some powerless nobody now anyway. In fairness, Birdie never acted against the assault team, and Akaji merely wanted her to report intel rather than undermine their efforts. As for why she would side with Akaji, well, there aren't many reasons one would become a follower of the assassin. Deciding that this train of thought would do little more than depress her, Hishya stood up and decided to begin dinner preparations since her parents would want to eat as soon as they got home. It wouldn't be long before they got off work, and she wanted to make sure they got dinner, something the two frequently forego due to their busy schedules. She got straight to working frying things up and getting things ready. Hishya learned a bit about cooking during her time in FWO, but was never that great at it. A little bit later, her parents got home from work. The two worked in the same office building, so they usually carpooled. Hishya had just finished everything, and dinner was only a few minutes away when her father showed up. Something smells good. Her dad walked into the kitchen and hugged her. Thanks for making dinner. I'm starving. Yeah, sorry you end up doing this most days. Her mother came around the corner. Though it's nice to see you able to cook. And it's nice to eat something other than microwave meals, she smiled. You could see bags under both their eyes. Yeah, never thought I'd be able to walk, let alone cook.
Hishya smiled.
It's nothing special, and my cooking is still quite limited. So I hope curry is okay? That's about as elaborate as I'm going to be able to make for right now. I never thought I'd miss the FWO cooking system.
Hishya.
Sounds good to me.
Her father smiled.
Can't beat a home-cooked meal no matter how simple. Hishya hadn't been able to enjoy such simple moments with her family since before she'd been diagnosed with MD. Her parents had tried to spend time with her as much as possible in the hospital, but it was always going to be hard due to their jobs and her lack of mobility. Hishya had always assumed she'd die before she got a chance to taste her mother's cooking again, let alone actually do cooking herself, so this was a treat to her. Her parents took off their coats, and the three of them sat at the kitchen table for dinner together. Hishya's cooking wasn't the best, but neither of her parents complained one bit. They were just happy to have their daughter back, even if she was a bit different. Though strangely enough, the dragon aspect didn't seem to bother either of them, and her mother thought the tale was cute. The three discussed some mundane things like how the day at the office went. Hishya talked about helping an old lady at the store, and eventually the dragon girl discussed how she'd be going on a mission in the next few days to take down some of Libra. It was a sobering topic, though both her parents held strong and told her to use the power she'd been gifted to help people, and that they'd support her no matter what. It was a touching conversation, which was swiftly ruined by her mother's question about her would-be girlfriend. So, her mother looked at her. How are things going with Kana? Have you finally had some fun yet? Her question caused Hishya to nearly choke on her food. Her mother was aware of the situation, as mothers are, and decided to ask. Though Hishya really wished she wouldn't get into that topic right now. It's going. Hishi's face turned slightly. Once this whole thing with Libra ends. That's when I'm going to, you know. She decided to ask Kana out officially once things calmed down, something she regretted instantly because death flag. I guess I should be glad it's a girl. Don't have to worry about chasing her away. Her father laughed. I would be angry if you did, Hishya said. She accepted me for who I am, flaws and all. I couldn't find anyone better even if I searched the entire world. Now we just have to figure out grandkids. Her mother chuckled. Do you have any magic to solve that? I'd like to see some tiny dragons running around. She was only half kidding. Once again, Hishya turned bright red. I think we're a bit out of luck on that front. I swear you just do that to embarrass me.
Hishya.
Seeing her reaction caused both her parents to bust out laughing. Just think, not even a year ago, you were stuck in a bed, unable to move. And here we are talking about your first girlfriend. Her mother's eyes got slightly watery. I don't know who to thank for this blessing. She reached across the table and grabbed Hishya's hand. I don't want to admit this, but your father and I, we were expecting the phone call any day. We knew you wouldn't survive, and it was stressful. Every time our phone rang, it caused our hearts to sink into our chest. Yeah. Her father's eyes were also a bit wet. I'm just glad we can sit around a table like a family again. I miss this so much, and I count my blessings every day. Honestly, it's a miracle that my body didn't give out during the 4 years in FWO. But I'm glad it managed to hold on, because now I can start paying back my parents for everything.
Hishya.
Hishia was truly grateful for the love her parents gave her, and how they'd never once abandoned her when she was ill. Even when it seemed hopeless, they tried their very best to cure her. When that proved impossible, they did everything they could to stay by their side and help her through the pain. She was their one and only daughter, and they'd be damned if they didn't do everything possible to ease her suffering. The years she'd spent trapped in FWO had only served to increase her longing for a normal life, and the second chance she'd been given was something she wanted to hold on to, no matter what. That's why she asked Akagi for a pact and why she was so reluctant to get involved in the war against Libra. Seeing Akagi's family situation, and hearing the horror stories about what she had to go through, made Hishia even more grateful for what she had. After finishing dinner and doing the dishes, Hishia decided to head to a nearby corner store to pick up some snacks for the week. It wasn't particularly far away, and she'd be back in a few minutes. "Alright, I'll be right back," she said while kicking on her shoes. "Do we need anything while I'm out?" her father yelled from the living room.
Pick up some milk.
"Otherwise I'll have no coffee in the morning." "Can't have that, you're extra grumpy without it." Hishi smiled as she took off and headed to the store. A few minutes after she left, came a knock at the door. "Hishia, did you lock yourself out?" Her mother came out of the kitchen and went to the door. "How many times do I have to tell you to take the key?" When she opened the door, what she saw was not Hishia, but a young man with angel wings. "Sorry for coming so late, but I needed to speak with Hishia."
He gave a fake smile.
"Can I wait for her in here until she gets back?" Hishia's mother knew who this was. She'd seen him on TV and knew why he was there. "Please don't scream. If you just cooperate, this will all be over soon, and no one has to get hurt."
Underscore 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 underscore
underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore. About 10 minutes later, Hishia came home. I'm back, she said as she took off her shoes. Do you still need help cleaning up? She poked her head into the living room and was greeted by the horrific sight of Herlex sitting on the sofa with her parents tied up and unconscious. This sight caused her blood to boil and rage flooded her body, causing her eyes to turn draconic. Oh, there you are. He smiled. I was wondering how long until you showed up. But I guess that was pretty quick, good for you. Herlex. What did you do to them? Hishia was about ready to pounce him, but was stopped when the angel put up his hand to stop her. Ah. He smiled as he held up a small vial. Go ahead and kill me if you want. But if you do, that will mean your parents die too, and I know you don't want that. What did you do to them? She demanded an answer. Her draconic power began to manifest further. Nothing special, I just gave them a dose of blood moon poison. A nifty little thing, and usually harmless. Well, at least to people like us. Herlex grinned. Blood moon poison. Hishia's eyes widened. How did you even get that stuff? It was a special event drop. Akagi wasn't the only collector of rare items. He said as he spun the empty bottle in his hand. Though I never imagined that I'd actually use this stuff. Funny how things work out, huh? Blood moon poison was tied to a special quest chain involving the attempted assassination of a duke in the Empire. The player would need to seek out a special antidote, one that was otherwise impossible to attain, and in return, you would be given one vial of the poison as a quest reward. It did not affect players and would do nothing if ingested by one, but was guaranteed to kill any NPC in under 30 minutes of administering the poison via the mouth. The poison time was suspended for the quest, so it could be finished at the player's leisure. Unfortunately, in this case, Hishia's parents were treated the same as an NPC and as such were currently on a timer. If not treated with the antidote soon, they'd die. However, there was one problem with administering treatment for this specific poison. The only cure for the poison was the antidote you obtain in the quest. And it wasn't something we could make or even use. So you can't cure them, all you've done is condemn them to a horrible death by the poison. Hishia was angry thinking her parents were about to die. Normally, you'd be right, he said, taking a second vial out of his inventory and twirling it in his hands. But what I have right here is the antidote. He showed it to her. The small vial contained a dark blue liquid. You only lost the antidote if you completed the quest it was tied to, and I just so happened to have kept it. This was technically possible since not finishing the quest line would allow you to keep the item. Though few players did, since it was useless. Hishia looked at the vial and instantly knew he wasn't lying. She'd seen the antidote and what he held matched its appearance from when she did that quest herself. "Give it to me," she screamed as horns erupted from her head. "Hand it over now and I'll make sure your death is as painless as possible." "I will if you agree to my terms," he said smirking. "Though I'm afraid that killing me is out of the question." "Terms?" Hishia got angrier. "What terms? I want you to work for us." He chuckled. "Agree to that, and I will save them. Naturally, before I administer the cure, I will be taking your parents into custody and restraining them since I can't very well have you attacking me after getting them cured. I thought of simply kidnapping them and taking them back to my base first, but I decided to be nice and go about it this way. So be grateful." Though he was also afraid that simply kidnapping them would give Hishia the time to rally with Akagi and rescue them, he figured by putting Hishia on a limited timer and forcing her to come along he could ensure her cooperation. "You want to use them as hostages?" Hishia spit her words. "You want to use me? Make me help in your murderous plans?" "Yes," he smiled. "You got involved, so you should understand my actions. I gave the dose about 5 minutes ago. So, you have about 25 minutes to make a decision. And naturally, attacking me will see this vial destroyed and don't even think about trying to take them to get help. I've confirmed this poison isn't curable in this world, though feel free to rush them to a hospital. Just don't say I didn't warn you." He winked. "You bastard!" Hishia exclaimed. "Hey, I'm just doing what needs to be done to win." Herlex shrugged. "I'll give you a few minutes to decide. I hope when I return, you'll have a positive answer for me." He snapped his fingers and teleported away. Hishia instantly ran to her parents' side and cast low-level healing magic on them, but it had no effect. "He's right." Hishia began to cry. "There's nothing I can do. Because of me, Mom and Dad will." She hugged them. "I'm so sorry." Hishia was stuck with a horrible decision. If she agreed to Herlex's terms, she'd go to war with Japan and Akagi. This would probably see her killed by the demon. Akagi might be able to rescue her confined parents, but Herlex would account for this and create failsafes to kill them if someone tried to save them. Such artifacts existed in the game, and she knew he and the crafters had them. She could agree to his terms on the surface and then place an SOS to Akagi for help, but she figured that was far too risky. Hishia figured she'd be placed under heavy surveillance and the crafting team had likely made items to ensure compliance. Imp had figured out to suppress one's magical power via some restraints, so Imperial making something that would kill her if she betrayed Libra was very possible. However, if she ignored him, her parents would die. She would absolutely go after Libra in vengeance and demand that Akagi slaughter them all. But she'd be left alone, and her parents would still be dead. Just when her life finally got back on track, and she'd been granted this reprieve, it would be taken from her. She knew her parents wouldn't want to be used as hostages against her and that they'd tell her not to worry about them. But that didn't make things easier on the Dragon Girl. She loved her family and they meant the world to her. Losing them was tantamount to losing an important part of herself. Her mind raced, considering all possible options, but she eventually concluded that there was no other option but to allow them to die and then make Herlex pay in blood for his crime. She refused to be made into a puppet and commit atrocities just for the chance at saving her parents. As much as she might want to, Hishia knew that they'd be sad that she picked them over doing what was right. Just as she was about to say goodbye to her parents, her eyes widened in realization as something from months ago flashed in her mind. The crystal. She opened her inventory and looked at the transport crystal Akagi had given her. The demon gave it to her in case of an emergency, and she was certain this was a dire enough situation. The crystal was calibrated to take Hishia straight to Akagi's side, and it would take Hishia and those she was touching straight to her if crushed. She knew that if anyone could cure them, it would be Akagi, the master of plans and preparation. Surely she of all people had a cure for blood moon poison? Though the Dragon Girl understood that asking for Akagi's help came with its own risks. There was no guarantee Akagi would help, as that would mean taking a side against Libra before she was officially contracted, and even if she did, she might very well ask Hishia to pay a terrible price for their salvation. So, it's either become a slave to terrorists or a demon. Hishia thought as she held the crystal in her hand. Funny, the demon doesn't sound as bad. Having made up her mind, she grabbed onto her parents and cracked the crystal in her hand. Whatever Akagi would ask was worth it if her parents lived. In an instant, she and her parents appeared next to Akagi, who was standing in her garden smoking her pipe as she looked up at the moon. "Akagi, please help them. Quickly." Hishia exclaimed, her eyes wet with tears.
Spoiler. Akaji. Please help them. Quickly. Hishia exclaimed.
The demon's eyes scanned Hishia and her two parents. Blood moon poison, Akaji said. I haven't seen that in a while. Her lips curled into a smile. She knew what was going on. What an interesting turn of events. Though why did Birdie not alert me to this? Has Herlex become more cautious? Akaji. Please, if you know what it is, you have to help them.
Hishia cried.
Herlex poisoned them, and they don't have much time left. He told me that if I didn't join Libra, they'd die. Akaji shifted her jaw for a moment before answering. You know that it takes a special antidote to cure them, right?
Akaji said.
And even if I had it, helping you would mean going against Libra. The Japanese government hasn't accepted my terms yet, so I might end up fighting them with no benefit to me. Which means losing out on something quite valuable. Do you have something of equal worth to trade? She actually had no issue here, since she'd simply demand payment from the Japanese regardless of this unexpected development. Akaji was simply interested in what she could wring out of the Dragon Girl and having a bit of sadistic fun. Please, I'll do anything.
Hishia started crying. Just save them.
Please, I can't lose my parents after I just got everything back.
Anything.
Akaji looked at her, the demon's eyes glistening in the moonlight. Yes, anything. Hishia was desperate, her eyes red from crying.
Just please.
Save them.
Akaji sighed.
Well, when you place that kind of offer on the table, I can't exactly say no, can I? What a fortuitous turn of events. Thank you for this wonderful gift, Herlex.
Akaji.
In a flash, Akaji grabbed the three of them and took them to Mimi's clinic. The Yukiana was about to go to sleep when Akaji dropped them the beds. Sorry, but no time. These two need an immediate antidote. They've been hit with blood moon poison, so grab them the antidote quickly, we don't have any time to delay. Mimi was shocked by the sudden entrance.
Blood moon poison? She exclaimed.
How on earth did something like that happen? She ran into the back and ruffled through her cabinets, bringing out 2 vials of a dark blue liquid. Here quickly before the damage gets too severe.
She stuck out her hand.
Akaji grabbed the vial and had Hishia's parents ingest one each, forcing it down their throats. Once it was ingested, their faces got a bit better and some of the color returned to their skin. It would take time, but they would fully recover from the poison. You actually had some. Hishia fell down where she stood. Her legs gave out from under her. You actually had some. Yes, do you think I didn't get hold of this rare item? It's me we're talking about. Thankfully, Mimi is a god of potion making, and we found a way to reverse engineer the thing. I wasn't taking chances with any of my people dying to such a poison.
Akaji laughed.
You can make more. Hishia snapped out of her stupor.
How?
In-game it was impossible to make, but in the real world all we needed to do was copy the ingredients, and with a bit of trial and error, we got it down, Akaji smirked. I figured some fuck would use it, and I've had Mimi on it since she set up shop.
Good call me. She smiled. So. They'll live.
Hishia looked up at her. Mom and Dad. They'll be okay. After a bit of rest, yes. Though, it will take probably about a week before they're back to normal.
Akaji said.
You got them here just in time, so there shouldn't be any lingering issues. Hearing this, Hishia started bawling. The thought of losing her parents had caused her so much grief. They're gonna be okay.
Wah.
She started crying like a baby.
Oh geez.
I'm not being paid enough to deal with this. Akaji signed internally.
Yumi, go grab Kana.
Her girlfriend is currently a hot mess in Mimi's clinic, and I'm not about to try and console her. Akaji asked through her telepathic connection. A few moments later, a pajama-clad Kana arrived and ran straight to Hishia's side.
What happened? What's going on?
Why is she freaking out? She asked, and Akaji informed her of the situation.
Oh Hishia.
Kana took her in her arms. It's alright, everything's alright. Your parents will be fine. SHHHHH. Having Kana hug her seemed to help as Hishia calmed down. How could he do this? That bastard.
Kana was pissed.
It was a smart move, blackmail Hishia into helping, and you've got a dangerous situation.
Akaji chuckled. Not a bad idea.
It's what I would have done. Though he really fucked up, he should have just taken them hostage. This whole poison thing, while interesting, left too much room for error.
Kana just looked at her like, really?
Hey, I'm just saying. Akaji shrugged. I'll leave you two alone for now. Go make your pet feel better. Akaji walked towards the door, stopping in the doorway as she left. Also, Hisha, come see me in the morning. We can talk about things. Akaji walked out. What was that about?
Kana asked.
I have to pay Akaji for saving my parents. Hisha looked at her, tears still flooding from her eyes.
What? Kana exclaimed. No way.
I'm not going to let you do something you'll regret. I'll go talk to her, and Kana was cut off.
No, Hisha shook her head. It's fine.
I accepted the demon's deal, and I have to pay the price. I wanted my parents to survive, and this was the only way. I wasn't about to become Herlex's pawn. What did she ask of you? Kana demanded to know. I'll yell at One-chan if it was something bad. She shouldn't be asking you for something outrageous, that's not right. Hisha took a moment to answer. Anything, the dragon girl said quietly. I said I'd do anything if she saved them.
Kana's face paled. No. 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 I have to stop this.
One-chan will probably ask something awful of you. She'll make you like Kaori. She tried to go after Akaji and force her to let Hisha go, but was stopped.
Please, Kana.
Hisha grabbed her arm, stopping her. Please respect my decision, as awful as it may seem. I wanted my parents to stay alive, and I made a choice. Enslavement by Herlex or Akaji were the only paths to saving my parents. And honestly, Akaji was the lesser evil, as strange as that is. Hisha seemed sure that she was going to become Akaji's slave as payment. Besides, this is probably my punishment for all the horrible things I did. It's my karma catching up to me is all, so don't worry. I just hope you'll be able to still accept me even as a slave. Hisha. Kana had no idea what to say. She couldn't try to interfere without trampling over Hisha's feelings, something she was reluctant to do out of respect. Kana figured Akaji would probably let Hisha go if she requested, but she understood how much her sister hated when she stuck her nose too deep in her business. Akaji had lines even Kana shouldn't cross, and she knew that.
One-chan. Kana.
The next morning, Hisha met Akaji in the garden to learn her fate. The demon was a bit busy with some other work, so she was a few minutes late. Once Akaji arrived, she sat on a bench and began smoking her kizaru, even offering one to Hisha, who declined. Hisha thought the sight was strange, as even on this cold day Akaji was unaffected and seemed to be enjoying her time outdoors. Hisha was a fire dragon and similarly didn't care about the cold, but it was still an amusing sight. I see the dragon is still sleepy. Akaji glanced over at her. I assume things went fine after I left last night, though I must say, you look like hell, Hisha. I don't think I've seen you that exhausted since after Hassan. Yeah, everything is alright kinda. My parents are still asleep, and Mimi said they'd be fine. So at the very least that's good.
Hisha looked terrible.
She had bags under her bloodshot eyes since she didn't sleep much last night, and her skin was pale. Sleeping together with Kana didn't really help much. I was too worried to even think about getting rest.
Yes, well.
Akaji put the pipe away. I've held up my end of the bargain. Your parents are saved and will be returned to you in good health shortly. Now it's your turn, my little dragon. And you should know better than anyone that a deal with a demon is absolute. Trying to weasel out as well, not good for one's health.
She chuckled.
I won't do something like that.
Hisha shook her head.
I knew what I was getting into when I asked for your help, and I know better than to cross you. I've seen what happens if people try to renege on payment. There were a few stupid nobles and players who tried to pull one over on Akaji, though they all ended up the same way in the end.
Good to hear.
I figured you weren't stupid enough to take them and run. Not like you could ever escape me anyway. Akaji laughed, causing Hisha to get chills. Now, I believe our deal was saving your parents, and in exchange, you'd do anything I asked. Is that correct?
Yes, Hisha nodded.
Very well, then I want two things, Akaji smirked. First, you are to do everything in your power to see that the Japanese government accepts my deal.
Hisha nodded.
Getting that done will make everything come together and you are quite the useful voice.
Second. Akaji grinned. What should I ask for?
Hisha got nervous since she knew what was coming. I guess this is the end of my freedom. Hisha prepared herself to become yet another pawn of the demon. Though, in fairness, she was already one. Even if she didn't know it.
I know.
Akaji's grin turned into a smile. Promise me that you'll take care of Kana. That you'll treasure her always, and never do anything to hurt her.
Akaji said.
Promise me that you'll make her happy, Hishya. I think my sister's happiness is more than equivalent of an exchange for saving your parents' lives.
Hishya was stunned.
She expected Akaji to demand she become her slave or servant, not this.
What? Hishya. That.
Hishya shook her head and slapped her cheeks, her face turning stern. I promise you that I will take care of Kana and look after her no matter what. I already love her, so I'd do that regardless. I promise you that I'll make her happy. Then everything is settled, and the deal is complete.
Akaji smiled.
I won't pressure you to make things official, since I have no right to do so, but don't go leading her on forever. Though my intuition tells me that the whole affair will come to a head soon.
Akaji.
I already planned on doing so once this nonsense passed.
Hishya laughed.
I can't risk someone else getting her, I just hope she is willing to settle for me.
Akaji laughed.
I don't think you have to worry about that, my little dragon. Kana is very much in love with you too, she's just been waiting for you to be honest with yourself. Hishya wanted to ask just how she knew that but chose not to. She figured Kana spoke to her sister about this very issue before, but couldn't be sure and honestly didn't care. Hearing Akaji say Kana returned her love caused warmth to well within the dragon's chest. Soon, the target of her affection and obsession would be hers. Akaji's demands surprised the dragon, but in a good way. She knew just how much Akaji cared for her sister, and understood she wanted the best for her. But never imagined she'd use the blank check she'd been given to ask for something like this. Hishya felt touched that Akaji would go so far for Kana and swore to never break this promise, no matter what. And from this day forth, Hishya looked at the demon a little differently. Sure, she was still afraid of her inner terror, and the dragon was still worried about the future. But she also saw the kind and caring side of Akaji that laid within.
Demon.
Or not, she was an older sister who cared for Kana, and she found that heartwarming. Several days later. Well, Herlex. Your grand plan failed.
Merkiel chastised him.
You wasted my poison, and for what? Now Hishya ran to Akaji, and she's probably saved her parents. Great job, O wise leader. We won't get a second shot at this, and I'd bet that stupid assassin is going to become our enemy now. The thing you were so eager to avoid.
He scoffed.
How was I supposed to know Hishya was given a transport crystal that would take her right to Akaji's side? And how was I supposed to know Akaji had her own antidote? So don't ride my ass. As if you've done anything more than kill innocent civilians since you joined. Don't come in here and shit-talk me about planning when everything else I've worked on has gone almost exactly as I wanted.
Herlex exclaimed.
Hishya going to Akaji was a miscalculation, yes, but I'd like to see you do better. If you just listened to me in the first place and killed Akaji, this wouldn't be happening. We've had more than enough justification and ample opportunities to do so. But every time I've brought it up, you always told me to fuck off.
Merkiel yelled.
Forget it, I'm done listening to you and your plans. He turned to leave the room, followed by Sabia, Roxlex, and Hitamaguchi. Where are you going?
Herlex asked.
To do what you were too scared to do. Merkiel glared at him. We're going to kill that bitch Akaji and show you all she's nothing worth being afraid over. Once we get back with her head, you're stepping aside as leader and we'll be doing things my way. Yeah, you're too weak, Herlex, my brother is right. Plus, I've got a bone to pick with Akaji.
Sabia smirked.
Gotta pay her back for killing Michirin. That was a good friend of hers that Akaji assassinated years ago. Armalthi, come with us if you want. You can't be happy with Herlex's plans, and I know you too well to believe you're happy to sit on the sidelines. He waved to him before leaving.
Damn fools.
Herlex slammed the table. If they go pissing off Akaji, that's going to fuck everything up. Hishya is a problem, sure, but her and Akaji simultaneously is going to be a disaster. Merkiel's group leaving, left just Herlex and Armalthi in the command room alone. He's an idiot, just let him go and get himself killed if he wants. Armalthi shook his head. Yes, but idiot or not. He's a strong fighter and so is that team of his. Losing them is going to be bad, and it's going to draw in the bigger threat. Herlex snapped his fingers, putting up a privacy barrier around the room. We're going to need a plan for when things start going south because of Akaji. He'd placed the barrier to prevent any external spying. Though rather than suspect a mole, Herlex had become concerned about Akaji's agents potentially watching them. I think we can make it hard for Akaji to move against us. Armalthi said as he mulled over a plan in his head. She's pretty attached to the priestess, Yumi, wasn't it? He gave an evil smile. Perhaps I should go have a talk with her.
You know.
Bring her in for a nice chat. He was imaging all the fun he could have with her. Fine, go right ahead. Herlex let out a breath. But at least wait to see those idiots actually attack her. If we're lucky they wise up and cool off before they go causing trouble. However, if we do need to go kidnapping, do not kill the priestess, beating her up or whatever is fine, but I need her alive. She's an extremely valuable hostage, and if we have her, Akagi will do whatever we ask. I think she goes into Tokyo alone sometimes, so find an opportunity and strike there. Just do not allow her to escape. Her teleportation takes a bit of time before it's ready, so you need to hit her with a surprise attack and take her down before she has the opportunity to cast. Armalthy's mouth curved into a grin. He'd killed countless NPCs, and he didn't really care if Yumi was a real person or not. To him, that distinction didn't matter. Real or not, he enjoyed killing, and it didn't really matter who it was to him. Though he'd always enjoyed terrorizing NPCs in the game, and internally, the thought of making Yumi scream in agony was quite appealing.
Oh, little priestess.
I wonder what kind of sounds you'll make. And I wonder what the look on your master's face will be when she sees you. He started laughing manically, not realizing that he was about to bring the world to the brink of annihilation, as well as doom it to darkness.
Spoiler. HMPF.
We'll show that idiot just who's boss. Merkiel laughed as he looked out from the trees. That stupid angel is a coward. All we had to do is hit this bitch, and she'd go down. Akagi might be tough, but she's still just a single person and an assassin at that. She can't handle a group of properly trained players like us. Merkiel, Sabia, Hidemaguchi, and Roxlex were currently standing in the tree line looking down at Akagi's estate. The four of them had their own personal issues with the assassin, and her recent actions against Libra gave them ample reason to go after her. They were quite a competent team, and together, they were sure Akagi wouldn't stand a chance against their combined might. Such attitudes had been prevalent among every other group which tried to kill her in the past, and were always proven to be little more than foolishness.
Yeah, Sabia agreed.
Everyone was always afraid of the big bad monster. But she's not that tough, and I reckon she's actually been afraid of retaliation. The only thing she's got is the fear factor, but we don't buy that BS. Those idiots who tried taking her down in FWO were just stupid and weak. We're much better than them. Everyone nodded in agreement. What about the others?
Hidemaguchi asked.
She has ninjas and other fighters. How should we handle that issue? They're not a threat. Roxlex waved off her concern. All they can do is annoy us. They might be in the real world now. But they're still just NPCs, they can't hope to match a player. The demon man was quite sure of himself. Take them out if you can, but our primary target is Akagi herself, Merkiel said. The rest of them are just fluff, and we can kill them after Akagi is dealt with.
He continued.
Stick together, teams of 2. Whichever group finds her, give the signal, and the other team will come running. Don't fight her in a 2v1. Best chances are all of us together at the same time. Merkiel wasn't stupid enough to try to deal with Akagi in unfavorable circumstances. He'd worked with his team for years and knew exactly what they were capable of, and based on his calculations, the four of them together should be able to handle Akagi with what they have now. However, his calculations were made with the assumption that Akagi was still bound by FWO's rules. A mistake he would learn of all too late.
Right.
Sabia, Roxlex, and Hidemaguchi. The four of them crept towards the estate under the cover of night in dead silence. They aimed to deal with Akagi while she slept, figuring they could take her by surprise. Hidemaguchi and Roxlex took to the front entrance, near the main house, while Merkiel and Sabia went toward the back, where the extra buildings were. They'd first search the compound, dealing with any guards along the way, and then converge on the main estate if Akagi wasn't found elsewhere.
And we're in.
Roxlex easily picked the lock on the main gate, and he and Hidemaguchi snuck inside, seemingly unnoticed. They hadn't spotted any guards yet, but were on the lookout. Roxlex quietly closed the gate behind them, and they started moving forward. He'd cast a spell to make it harder to detect them, so he was quite confident that no one would spot them. The two went around to the side of the estate, intending to check the greenhouse and garden area, when suddenly a black fog began to creep up on them. What is this? Hidemaguchi asked quietly. Magic. I'm not detecting anything. Might be some kind of natural phenomenon. Roxlex didn't know. He was a type of magic rogue, so his knowledge of the arcane was only half-baked. Just be careful and don't move too far away, looks like our vision is quite limited by it. Hidemaguchi nodded, and as they slowly crept further into the garden, the fog got denser and denser as they approached the front of the greenhouse. It was getting to the point that neither could see what was in front of them for more than a few feet, and the air itself felt heavy and thick around them. "This fog is obnoxious," Hitamaguchi said. "Can't you get rid of it with your magic?" "I can try." He tried to cast a basic spell, which should have removed the fog. But nothing happened. "Nope, looks like it's resistant to magic. It will take a bit more than a silly cantrip to dispel my darkness." Suddenly Akaji's twisted voice came from the darkness surrounding them. "Shit." Roxlex took out his blade and prepared for battle, causing Hitamaguchi to draw her greatsword. "Where is she?" he exclaimed as he looked around. "I'm right here," Akaji replied, and the fog lifted revealing their target, sitting on a blanket holding her Kizaru. "Is that a bit better? Can you see me now?" "Quick, fire off the flare." Roxlex looked back at Hitamaguchi, who did exactly that. A red flare shot up high into the air and soon reinforcements would arrive. "Good, now the four of us can take you down together. You don't stand a chance against all of us, so prepare to die." He had a smirk on his face. "I'm going to enjoy taking you down a peg before I rip your throat out, you bitch. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Sabia and Merkiel will not be coming to your aid." Akaji laughed as she lit her Kizaru. "Those two are currently busy in their own battle and will be unavailable, not that they could reach you anyway." "What the hell is she talking about?" Roxlex didn't understand. "Where are they? It shouldn't take more than a few seconds for them to get here. If those two really are fighting elsewhere, we might be on our own against Akaji," Hitamaguchi said to him. "We should be able to deal with her on our own. Or at least hold out until they get here." "Yeah," Roxlex agreed. "We don't need them to defeat you." The two took a fighting stance and started moving toward Akaji. "Time out," she said, putting her hands in a T shape. "I'm not the one you will be fighting." Akaji snapped her fingers, and a moment later, two individuals appeared from the surrounding darkness. "Indeed, you two are not worthy to clash with Lady Akaji," Marshall said while taking his massive greatsword off his back. He was fully dressed in his battle armor, and he flicked a cigarette as he cracked a smile. "We'll deal with you two ruffians, and I think we're more than enough, don't you?" He looked at Kira, who stood next to him. "Absolutely," Kira nodded. "My lord has no reason to entertain such unwelcome guests." Kira summoned her two blades. She primarily used two-weapon fighting but could cast some magic as well. "Prepare to pay for the sin of entering our home uninvited." "You two are going to fight us?" Hitamaguchi was shocked and annoyed. "You're just NPCs. You can't fight us." She thought Akaji was looking down upon them by having her followers fight her instead of doing it herself. "I'll rip your heads off and throw it at your precious master. Or perhaps I should show you the sight of her screaming in agony as you're helpless to do anything." She grinned. "That would be nice, wouldn't it? You two could never hope to lay so much as a finger on Lady Akaji." Marshall slung his sword over his shoulder. "However, despite the emptiness of your threats, I will not tolerate such words being directed towards her, and I hope you've prepared yourself to face my anger." "Indeed." Kira's eyes grew sharp with anger. "I will have you pay for your insolence. None shall sling such threats at my master and get away with it. Let's cut these two down and get to the real target." Roxlex looked at his teammate. "Just be careful and keep your guard up. You take the general, and I'll take the dragon. Once we've beaten them, we'll regroup to fight Akaji together." "Sounds good to me." Hitamaguchi rocketed forward, bringing her greatsword down onto Marshall, who held his own weapon up with one hand, blocking her attack. "Let's see if you like a little overcharge." Hitamaguchi channeled magical power into her blade, causing a burst of radiant energy to explode out of it. Marshall was slightly pushed back by the blast but was otherwise unharmed. "A paladin, I see." Marshall laughed. "And here I thought your kind were heroes of justice and protectors of the weak." His words dripped with sarcasm. "Ha!" Hitamaguchi continued to clash blades with him. "Screw all that. I wanted to be a paladin for the power. Everything else doesn't matter." The two crossed blades, locking themselves together as they fought. Marshall seemed to be having it easier as he was only using one hand. But he was unable to use magical power, which left him at a disadvantage. "I see. Then you are no better than those disgusting fools in the Imperial Order of Knights." He roared, channeling more power into his blade. He'd always hated people like her and was in no mood to play nice. "I shall defeat you. Your kind are the ones who disgust me the most." Meanwhile, You sure you'll be okay without your big buddy? Roxlex and Kira stood across from each other at blade length. I hope you understand that I'm quite good at killing single-target bosses like you. So I'd advise taking me a bit more seriously. I could defeat you both on my own, so your concern is unnecessary. Kira replied, her eyes fixed on him. However, my lord requested a show, so that's what she'll get. In a flash, both her blades swung at the demon man. He reacted, blocking both. The two began to clash, their blades glistening in the darkness, and briefly lighting up the area around them with each strike. You're pretty good. Roxlex stepped back. I heard you were a quest boss, so I guess it makes sense you're so strong. Though I've beaten plenty of bosses, so you won't win against me. I have gotten much stronger since my time among the dragons. Kira swung her blades and took a stance. You would be foolish to think me as weak as I was then, and I shall show you that it is I who shall defeat you. Kira stepped forward and started probing his defenses with her blade. Roxlex was quite adept in single combat and was able to deflect her strikes, easily bouncing them off his blade.
Come on! He exclaimed.
Is that the best you've got? In his offhand, he summoned a magical dagger and threw it at Kira. She easily deflected it, but Roxlex took this momentary opening to slam his blade into her and pin her down as she crossed her blades to hold back his strike. Got you! Roxlex thought to himself as he summoned another dagger and drove it straight for her torso. However, rather than plunge into her stomach as he intended, the blade struck her armor and failed to penetrate, doing seemingly no damage whatsoever. The dagger cracked and shattered into light, and Kira used his momentary confusion to kick him in the stomach, sending him flying. I'm sorry to tell you this. Kira rapped on her armor. But it will take much more than your little butter knife to even scratch this armor. Kira's armor was made of refined dragon scale. However, that shouldn't have been enough to nullify Roxlex's attack. No matter how high quality the armor, her defense stat should have been far too low to suffer no damage from a player's strike. Even high-level NPCs like her and Marshall should be no match for players, yet they were trading blows and fighting them as equals. Roxlex understood that something was wrong with this situation and he racked his brain to come up with an answer. This doesn't make any sense, even the floor bosses couldn't nullify my attack like that. That blade is specifically designed to pierce armor. An NPC taking no damage from it is impossible. Only players with high defensive investment combined with heavy armor can do that. Roxlex was stunned. He had no idea what just happened. But if his magic dagger couldn't pierce Kira's defenses, he was in trouble. If my piercing attacks can't deal with her, that leaves me without a whole lot of options. She must have some kind of weakness. I just have to look hard enough until I find it. Roxlex could duel reasonably well, but the issue was that he lacked the oomph to deal major damage. His normal strategy was to use flair and footwork to enable him to use his magic dagger to finish opponents off, since that was his class's entire shtick. If that didn't work, he couldn't reliably put out damage and he'd lose. He looked towards Hidemaguchi, who was engaged in a fierce duel with Marshall. The two seemed evenly matched, and he couldn't rely on her for help. Taking your eyes off your opponent? Kira flashed forward and swung her blades at him. The sign of an amateur. Kira increased her speed and put more force behind her strikes. Roxlex's ability to deflect her strikes annoyed her, but he couldn't do that forever. Clank, 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 clank. The two fighters clashed blades again, this time much faster than before. Roxlex was struggling to keep up with this increased level of speed, and he realized he was in danger of being overwhelmed by the half-dragon. I wanted to save this for Akagi, but I have no choice. He deflected one of Kira's attacks and feigned another magic dagger strike which caused her to back off slightly. She had no idea if he could pierce her armor with that attack and wasn't about to take chances. Seizing on this opportunity, he activated the greater ability boost stored in his gauntlets and struck back at Kira. Now it was the half-dragon who was on the back foot as he was suddenly faster and stronger than her. This won't last that long, and I can't use it again. But I need to deal with this bitch so I can help Hidemaguchi. His flourishes increased in speed and he even managed to scratch Kira across the cheek a few times with the tip of his blade, causing her to step back to gain some distance. Interesting. My lord did inform me that they'd found a way to place class abilities in items. That must be what's going on. How pathetic, is what I'd want to say if it wasn't so effective. Kira thought to herself. I should end this before he unleashes any more surprises. Waiting out his timer isn't a great idea, especially if I don't know what else he has up his sleeve. She put away one of her swords, holding the remaining with two hands. She channeled magical energy into it, and it shone with a bright red aura. Come! She exclaimed. I'll finish this in one blow.
That's my line. Roxlex dove forward.
He assumed this would be a clash of blades, but just before their blades made contact, Kira dropped hers to the ground, swiftly moving her arms and catching his blade between her hands with her palms.
Shira Hadori.
She actually did that kind of crazy move?
Roxlex.
A famous, yet usually dangerous move, Shira Hadori was not something a normal martial artist would use. But Akagi wanted a show, and Kira aimed to please, as she figured Akagi would appreciate this turn of events. Kira smirked as she moved her arms and snapped his blade in half. A weak blade for a weak man. Kira punched the shocked Roxlex in the head, knocking him out. Due to being a magical rogue, he was extremely weak, and even one good hit would incapacitate him. I would have killed you, but my lord wanted you alive. Though, knowing what she intends to do with you all, death would have been a mercy. She tied him up and looked over at Akagi, who seemed to be enjoying herself. The battle between Haida Maguchi and Marshall raged on and was proving to be a bit flashier.
Boom 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 bang shimmer.
The two swordsmen clashed their blades over and over again. Each time, Haida Maguchi put a small amount of her magical energy into the attacks. This was her specialty as a paladin, as her class allowed her to easily mix magic and swordplay into a deadly combination. While she lacked major magical offense, she could augment her strikes to compensate. Marshall had dealt with these kinds of fighters before, so he knew to be careful around the radiant energy. What's wrong, old man? Can't handle the heat. Her blade erupted with radiant energy as it collided with his sword. I can do this all day.
Can you? She goaded him.
She had quite the large pool of magic, and using her augmented strikes didn't take up that much. I think I'll be fine, so don't you worry about me. In fact, I think you should be more concerned with yourself, he chuckled. Compared to Sylphana, you're nothing special, and I think this will be over in due time. The two continued back and forth across the darkness. As neither was a caster, they could only duel in a contest of strength and technique. Marshall had spent his entire life learning the ways of the sword and was extraordinarily gifted and was a master of the blade. He'd risen to the highest tier of the imperial military and was widely regarded as the best living swordsman in the empire. Haida Maguchi, on the other hand, lacked proper training, but her skills and powers more than made up for this deficiency. While she did have a bit of practice and technique from the game's teaching system, it was nothing compared to Marshall. Though, while her strikes were inefficient, they were dangerous. If Marshall wasn't careful, she could still harm him, and her paladin abilities make her trickier than your average warrior. In terms of raw strength, they were evenly matched, and as the two slammed their blades against one another, it was clear that this couldn't be won with sheer force alone. A bright flash erupted as Haida Maguchi exploded another burst from her blade, pushing the two warriors apart.
Come on now.
I'm getting bored. I thought you were supposed to be strong. I think I've got a grasp on this girl and her technique. She's quite slow and her attacks leave her open to interruptions, but that damn radiant energy is going to be a pain. Marshall thought to himself. He'd gotten quite good at reading his opponents over the years and was trying to come up with a plan to beat her. If I can pin her down just long enough, I might be able to cause her to fall off balance. That will be my moment to strike. Marshall shifted to a defensive stance. He was going to try and absorb her hits and force her to lock blades with him. Once he did that, all he'd need to do is make her lose her balance. Big mistake.
Haida Maguchi smirked.
She'd been waiting for this moment. Every time someone couldn't beat her in a slugging match, they'd always moved into a stance like that. She figured he wanted to lock her down and limit her movement, something plenty of other players had tried in the past. The two were quite even in strength. But with a quick application of greater ability boost, she would overpower him and take him down. Come on now, take the bait.
Marshall. You're mine.
Haida Maguchi charged in, her blade crackling with radiant energy. She would activate greater ability boost the moment before she impacted him, that way he wouldn't be able to react. Take this, old man. She swung her blade down, smashing it straight into his, but to her surprise not only did his sword not break, but he was able to withstand the blow.
What? She exclaimed in surprise.
How did you eat that hit? That level of power should have cleaved you in half. Don't think you're the only one who can boost their abilities temporarily. His entire body shone with a red aura, while he couldn't use greater ability boost. Marshall could use a technique that massively upped his defense, but made him slow. In fact, Marshall was primarily a tank, and his entire style focused on taking hits and drawing his enemy in, rather than dealing damage. Not wanting to give up, Haida Maguchi poured more power into her blade, hoping to overwhelm him. You can't do that forever, old man. I can see your stance slipping. She noticed that Marshall's stance was seemingly crumbling under the weight of her attack.
I win.
Just as she said that, Marshall shifted his blade, causing Hidemaguchi's greatsword to slide downwards towards his hilt. This is what he'd be aiming for. By bringing her in like this, he could force her to compete with him in a contest of technique instead of strength, as it was the only way he could win. Using his superior skills, he caused her blade to slide down the length of his, throwing her off balance for a brief moment as she lurched forward slightly. But that small miscalculation was all he needed to finish this fight. As she slid forward, he sidestepped and deflected her blade into the ground, smashing his knee into her chest as she fell. "Ack!" she cried out in pain as the air was kicked out of her lungs. She tried to stand up but was met with the flat of his blade straight to the face, knocking her out. That was a close one. He let out a sigh. If she'd been a little bit smarter, that might have gone differently. If only she didn't have such a rotten personality, she'd make a fantastic knight. He tied her up and walked over to where Kira and Akagi were waiting. "My lady, it's done," Marshall said with a smile. "My apologizes for taking so long."
"Yes, it is.
Though I must admit it was not as interesting as I had hoped." Akagi looked at the two tied-up players. "They were quite weak and stupid. Both of you took them down much quicker than I expected." "Oh well, I suppose that is to be expected."
She shrugged.
"I believe the power you've provided us helped in that matter," Kira said. "I never thought I'd be this strong, and from what you've said, there is even more to come."
"She's right." Marshall nodded.
"If they'd come at us a few months ago, we would have lost." After the events at the mall, Akagi discovered an interesting side effect to her powers. As her followers were bound to her, the more power she gained, the stronger they got. She couldn't exactly be sure why, but something told her it was another feature of whatever kind of demon
she was.
They'd been testing these new powers, and Akagi was more than happy to have willing volunteers for her people to face in real combat. "Well, it would seem Chloe has finished playing with her food. So think we're done here, bring them along." Akagi stood up and waved her hand, making some of the darkness disappeared, revealing the tied-up forms of Sabia and Merkiel. Chloe had used her wires to bind them, and they were still awake, and yelling. "See, Maester is here, just like I said." Chloe smiled as Akagi, Kira, and Marshall walked over. Chloe had quite an easy time dealing with these two, and she only had a few scratches. Meanwhile, Sabia and Merkiel looked like hell. Their face was covered in blood and cuts, and their bodies were bruised. Chloe seemed to have enjoyed tormenting them.
"Good job, Chloe. I'm impressed."
Akagi smiled. "It's all thanks to you, Maester." Chloe gave a cheeky grin. Their little conversation was stopped by Merkiel shouting, "None of this makes any sense."
Merkiel screamed.
"How could an NPC beat us? That's not possible." He glared at Akagi. "What kind of bullshit did you pull to make this happen?" Marshall and Kira dropped the other two onto the floor next to Merkiel and Sabia. "I see you were just as foolish as he was. Your defeat was guaranteed from the moment you pointed your blades at my lord."
Kira scoffed.
"That you lost was only natural when you are faced by an opponent such as her." "Yeah. Maester saw you coming from a mile away, and you two were so easy." Chloe glared at him. "I have no idea why such weak people thought they could defeat me. In fact, I'm insulted."
She huffed.
Chloe took pride in her status as Akagi's pupil and was careful never to sully her master's reputation with failure or defeat. "Akagi, what is the meaning of this? This isn't right." Merkiel still wanted an answer. "Answer me."
"It's your fault, you know."
Akagi smiled. "They only got so strong because your friends Hijacks and Sumeralia brought me out. Effectively, the stronger I get, the stronger they get. And well, since they can beat players." Her mouth twisted into a terrible grin. "Just imagine how strong I am." Akagi let out a demonic laugh. Her followers only received a few percentage of her total power for themselves, so that alone should show how crazy strong Akagi was. Merkiel's eyes went wide.
That's insane."
"What the hell are you? You can't be that strong."
"Ah, that question again."
"It's funny, Hijacks asked me the same thing before I killed him." Akagi got right up in his face.
"I'm a demon.
An honest-to-God creature of nightmare and despair. And you, my little wolfie, have stepped straight into said demon's lair and pointed your blade at it in anger." Akagi began to cackle like a madman.
"And well,
if you come for the king, you best not miss." Akagi quoted a famous phrase and continued her laughter. The other two stirred from their slumber and sat up next to Merkiel and Sabia, confused and afraid.
"Fine, go ahead and kill us," Sabia said.
"We lost, and I'm prepared to die."
"Oh no.
Akagi shook her head. Death would be a mercy for you four, and right now, I'm not really feeling it. Besides, it would be quite a waste to dispose of 4 willing volunteers. I've always wanted live test subjects. Imp will be thrilled. Hearing this caused the 4 of them to panic. They had no idea what Akagi planned to do with them, and they didn't want to find out. Squeal all you want, my little piggies. Akagi's smile turned terrifying. But in my shadow, no one can hear you scream, and no one is coming to save you.
Muhahahahahahaha.
Akagi's shadow erupted and engulfed the 4 of them as she laughed maniacally. Akagi, Marshall, Kira, and Chloe appeared in the garden not much later. Both fights had occurred within Akagi's shadow body, as she brought them there not long after they enter her home. Her new test subjects were currently taking a nice nappy and would be sent to what she dubbed the Happy Farm, later for some fun experiments. Good work, you 3. You made me proud today. Akagi smiled. And Chloe, I'm truly impressed. You took down 2 players by yourself. That deserves special commendation, and as your teacher, I couldn't be prouder of how much you've grown. She wasn't confident Chloe could do it, but the cat pleaded with her to allow her to try. Chloe still felt she needed to redeem her earlier failure with Sakura and figured this would be a good way to do so. I shall prepare you a suitable reward later. Your praise honors us.
The 3 dropped to one knee.
Make preparations to use our new volunteers. We've got much work for them to do. But make sure you don't kill them, and I want their minds intact. Akagi's request wasn't out of mercy or empathy, rather because she wanted the 4 of them to suffer and because it was beneficial to keep them sane and alive. There would be much fun in store for those 4.
Of course.
Kira, Chloe, and Marshall. Quite good timing too. The Japanese government just accepted my terms a few hours ago. At least now I don't have to work for free. Akagi let out a laugh that would chill a man to his bones. Herlex stood in the upper area of Libra's command room and was looking over maps with Armalthy. His face showed anger, irritation, and exhaustion, and Armalthy could tell he'd reached the end of his rope. It's been 3 days, and we've heard nothing from Murkiel's team.
He sighed.
So I'm going to assume they're dead. Well fuck, and we're not going to be able to pass things off as independent action like last time. Akagi already told me the next time someone tries shit, we're going to be hit back. He muttered a curse under his breath. What a bunch of idiots. Armalthy shook his head. They should know that it takes more than just 4 misfits to deal with Akagi. I mean hell, Brian and Kimku were far stronger than those 4 and they still got clapped. Trust me, you aren't telling me what I don't already know. Did they think the other members of the assault team that went after her were chumps? Because I knew those guys and I can guarantee not all of them were fools. I mean hell, Umgui took her team and fought Akagi on an airship in the perfect trap and still lost. Herlex pinched the bridge of his nose.
Can you initiate Plan B?
Because we really can't afford to deal with Akagi right now. No problem, I've already got it all planned out. Give the word, and I'll head to Tokyo and bring us back 1 NPC.
Armalthy grinned.
These 2 had kept their planned kidnapping between the 2 of them, so unfortunately, Birdie would not be able to warn Akagi in time. Just remember, we need her alive. Herlex reminded him. Rough her up all you want, but I need her alive so she can be a hostage. A dead NPC isn't going to anything other than piss Akagi off.
Yeah.
He started to walk out the door before looking back at Herlex. By the way, how are things progressing with your Angel's Lance? Can we start using that soon? He was referring to Herlex's transformation into a proper angel. It was an ability at the end of his cleric class skill tree and was quite powerful. Though seemingly, not as strong as something like Hishia's dragon ability. I've got everything prepared, and I was planning on using it in our next attack.
Herlex looked at him.
Let's see them handle us glassing a city or 2. Armalthy's eyes lit up when he heard that.
Oh, I can't wait, man.
I've been wanting to see that since the start of this whole thing. Gonna be great when we turn half of Tokyo to slag. He left the room and headed on a journey to Tokyo. It wouldn't take long until he arrived and he wanted to get in position for a stakeout. His target was Yumi, the most important person in this world to Akagi, someone she could no longer live without. What would happen if she was taken?
If she was harmed?
Armalthy could easily overpower the priestess, so it was unlikely she could resist him. Even with Akagi's recent power increase, Yumi's additional power was still not enough to allow her to fight the Electromancer. As he hopped across the skyline and ran towards his target's destination, he suddenly got a bad feeling in his chest. Something told him he was about to make a big mistake, but he quickly pushed it aside as nerves. If only he listened. Armalthy arrived at a point above Tokyo where he could get the best view of Yumi's arrival location. The priestess had a habit of using the top of the high rise across from him when she was contacting her agents in the city, and he decided to make it the ambush point. He knew from observation that she would likely be arriving soon, so he waited. Several hours went by, and he started to get annoyed thinking that she wouldn't show. Until, just after 3:30, a blip of magic appeared on top of the building. His target had arrived. She was alone, and he decided to act before any of Akaji's other agents, or Mishu, could get involved. He carefully but quietly ran across the rooftops, not wanting to give away his position or intent. He'd managed to leap to the building where Yumi appeared, and the priestess didn't seem to have noticed him when he climbed up behind her as she was busy reading something on a notepad. "Let's make this quick, otherwise my lord is going to be angry I left without any escorts. That worrywart can be so overly paranoid at times." She sighed before looking at her paper. "All right, it seems infiltration is going well. I've yet to hear back from Team 6, but that's understandable. It shouldn't be much longer until Yumi was completely focused on her work, so when she was struck from the back, she was taken completely off guard. Ack. She flew across the rooftop, banging her head off a pipe, and causing blood to gush out. Ah hell, don't tell me that killed her." Armalthy got a little bit nervous since he tried to hold back, but with his strength, it might have still been too much. Ack. Yumi let out a groan. "Oh good," Armalthy let out a sigh of relief. "Since you're still alive, how about we play for a bit?" He slowly walked over to the groggy Yumi. What is going on?" "My head." Yumi struggled to stand as she clutched her bleeding head. Through the blood and pain, she caught a glimpse of Armalthy. "Why you? What are you doing?" she asked as her head pounded. "Me." He pointed to himself. "Just having some fun." He smiled as he smacked her across the face. "Arg." Yumi cried in pain. Armalthy then proceeded to grab her by her throat and beat her senselessly, enjoying himself as Yumi screamed in agony. He broke multiple bones, caused bruises, and drew plenty of blood. When he was finished, Yumi was a mess and was only barely alive. Man, beating people like you to within an inch of you life is always so much fun. Armalthy smiled. She coughed up some blood. "Why? Do you have any idea what you've—" She couldn't finish. "Because killing you NPCs is fun? Also I know I've pissed off that bitch of yours, since I've hurt her favorite pet." He laughed. In Yumi's concussed and beaten state, his image briefly overlapped with that of Silverwolf all those years ago. Armalthy was the same kind of psychopathic human being that took her family away. "Though I won't be killing you today, lucky you. I was ordered to bring you in alive so that we can put a leash on that master of yours. I can't wait to see her face when I show her your bloodied and beaten visage." He smirked. "Oh man. She's gonna be so angry. Heck, she might even cry because I touched her toy." He laughed as he threw Yumi across the building. Armalthy could have just taken her and left, but he was having too much fun to end this now. Arg. Yumi landed with a thud. Her head pounded, her body ached, and she was in so much pain. "Yo, you want Tita to use me?" She was barely able to speak as she lay crumpled on the ground. "But my L-Lord will." "That's the idea, little girl. We're going to make sure that the scary demon toes the line, lest she find you chopped to bits." He laughed. "You see, that's the problem with people like her, she cares about others. And that means she can be controlled. What a fool. Even if we can't defeat her head-on, all we have to do is threaten someone she cares about and she'll toe the line. That's what she gets for giving a damn about others." He smirked. "Akaji's weak for caring about an NPC like you. If it were me, I'd just let you die. But that idiot allowed herself to get soft. You don't need friends, family, none of it. It just makes you weak and vulnerable. Fuck all that noise. Having friends and family just gives people something to target and it drags you down." He threw his arms to the side. "I have none of that. I answer to myself and no one else. And because of that, I am strong. No one can control me." My lord. Yumi could barely keep her thoughts straight. "I'm so RRY. I messed up and now you're going to." Yumi knew what would happen once Akaji learned that she was beaten by Armalthy. "Please, don't lose yourself because of me. I am not worth it. Please don't destroy this world." Yumi flipped onto her back, still in pain, and her head spun as she looked up at the blue sky. She was in too much pain to use teleportation and she was too far away to use her telepathy to call for help. She'd scheduled a meeting with some of the ninjas, but the wouldn't arrive until later, and it was doubtful they could win. Knowing how much she meant to Akaji, Yumi was afraid that this world was about to burn under her master's rage. She feared that this beautiful and calm blue sky would be turned forever black with smoke and ash as her full fury as a demon was turned loose. Cities would burn, and people would die, all because Akagi cared for her so much. It was a lot of weight on the girl's shoulders, and she didn't want people to die or the world to end because of her. But she knew that was likely what was about to happen, even if she told Akagi not to. As she lay in pain, her mind flashed with scenes of Akagi throughout the time she knew her. From their first meeting in Karkal to the day she asked her to spend eternity with her. They were all precious memories to the priestess, and Akagi would never understand just how happy she'd felt when Akagi opened up to her. Yumi already long since fallen in love with her master, but she knew it would never be. So when Akagi asked her to spend the rest of time with her, the joy she felt was immeasurable. It's why she suddenly kissed her. Even if Akagi could never love her like a mortal, she knew just how much Akagi cared for her. Once she agreed to become her bonded soul, she was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of warmth and affection. It was a feeling of belonging and completeness, and something deeper than any mortal love could convey. My lord. I love you. I'll love you more than why you could ever imagine. You were the person who gave me meaning after all was lost. You were the light that pierced the darkness that threatened to engulf my heart. I'm sorry that my feelings and my selfishness are going to cause you so much pain. I'm sorry that I was too weak. Yumi began to cry. Not because of the pain, but because she felt that she was unworthy of Akagi and the affection she'd shown her. She was just a village girl with nothing special about her, but Akagi didn't care. Not only did she take her in when she had nowhere else to go, she made her happy, in her eyes, the happiest girl in the world. To her, the fact that she was weak enough for this to happen meant she would be repaying Akagi's warmth with pain, and that was something she could not allow. In her infinite paranoia, Akagi gave Yumi a secret escape method. One that would only be used in an extreme emergency, and this was just such a situation. Transport crystals were quite small, and at Akagi's insistence, Yumi had one installed in a special place in her right shoe. She refused to allow herself to be taken hostage, and killing herself would be an even worse idea. So, using the last bit of energy she had, Yumi twisted her broken leg and slammed the back of the shoe into the concrete roof, breaking the crystal and teleporting her to Akagi's side. She'd never been so glad that Akagi was overprotective and paranoid. Armalthi had not expected this, and was aghast at Yumi's sudden disappearance. He was aware of transport crystals, but never expected Yumi to have one. Fuck. That's not good. No, it was not. And he would soon feel the wrath of a demon whose bonded soul he dared to lay his hands on. His action here today would go down in history as the single worst decision in history. Back at Akagi's estate, Shihishia and Kana were sitting in the garden having tea and chatting about various things. Using some magic, she'd changed the temperature around the area so they could be comfortable outside as it was still quite cold out. As they chatted, Akagi was suddenly filled with a feeling of sickness and anxiety, and her chest began to tighten. She had no idea what was going on, and this strange feeling persisted for several minutes until a flash of light appeared, and a bloody and bruised Yumi appeared next to her. Akagi immediately stood up in complete shock, dropping her cup which shattered on the ground. Her eyes went wide as she screamed in horror, her voice distorting. Yumi! Enhance! Akagi screamed at the top of her lungs when she saw the nearly dead Yumi appear next to her. Hishia and Kana freaked out as well, and the three instantly ran to her side in a panic. Akagi picked her up in her arms and hugged her. The demon's entire body started shaking, and Kana watched as her shadow body began to writhe in anger. Yumi! Yumi, please say something. Please. Akagi was a complete wreck. What happened? Who did this to you? I am Sorry, Akagi. She looked up at her tear-filled master's face, getting out those few words before falling unconscious. Yumi! Yumi, no! Stay with me! Akagi squeezed her tight and screamed. Mimi! As she ran full speed to the Yukiana's clinic. Not caring about a door, she crashed through the building's walls, scaring Mimi and her daughters. They were about to say something, but the tear-filled face of Akagi combined with the bloody form of Yumi caused them to jump into action instantly. The horrifying pressure coming from Akagi didn't help matters. Mimi took Yumi and placed her into a bed and began casting her highest level of healing magic, while her daughters brought the absolute best and highest quality potions to heal her. They knew that if they used anything less, Akagi would kill them and she wouldn't make it quick. Hishia and Kana appeared a few moments later and saw Akagi sitting on a bench in the hallway down from Mimi's clinic. Her eyes bounced back and forth, and she clenched her teeth as if she was in pain. As they got closer, they could hear her ramble like a madman as she clutched the locket Yumi had given her. She'll be okay, 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 she'll be okay.
She'll be okay, 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 she'll
be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay, she'll be okay. Kana ran up and tried to speak to her, but was ignored. Akagi seemed to be either unable to or unwilling to speak with her sister, and her shadow's orange eyes and sharp teeth turned toward her as she approached. When Kana attempted to touch her sister, she was repulsed by a harmless shock.
"Don't touch me."
Akagi growled at her in a low demonic grumble. Kana backed away in fear as she was slammed with an intense aura of hatred, nearly causing her to fall to her knees. Hishia began shaking in fear, as she realized that her worst nightmare was about to happen. Akagi couldn't hold it in much longer, and it was only a matter of time before the seals failed. Akagi raved and ranted as she sat in the hallway speaking in both demon and Japanese, seemingly at random, and even mixing the two together. Kana and Hishia watched as the scara of her left eye slowly turned black and the aura around Akagi got more intense. After a tense few minutes, Mimi came out of the clinic and looked at Akagi, who met her gaze.
My lord. Please calm down."
Mimi's legs began to shake. She'd never seen Akagi like this and was genuinely afraid for her life. Why Yumi is alive. Her wounds were severe, but I've treated everything and cleaned her up. However. She hesitated to continue as Akagi's left eye seemed to stare directly at her soul. She is currently in a coma. She will eventually wake UEP. But I cannot say how long that will be. Crack. That was the last straw. Akagi's mind raced, and she was filled with so many emotions, thoughts, and feelings that she was no longer capable of suppressing the darkness inside of her. Logically, she knew Yumi would be fine. But the thought that she may never awaken from the coma consumed her, and she began to imagine what would happen if she never woke up. She feared losing her forever, and how, with Yumi gone, she would be alone once again. When Akagi said she could no longer live without Yumi as her bonded soul, she was not exaggerating. While Akagi would not die if Yumi did, the priestess's death or disappearance would drive her mad in grief and loneliness. The loss of one's bonded soul was not supposed to be possible, but if it did, crack. Akagi couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Since a coma was basically death, as while her body was physically present, Yumi was essentially gone from this world. Crack. Yumi had been the warmth in her life, and she'd helped her keep on track through the darkness. The priestess had been a stabilizing force in Akagi's life, even more so recently. Crack.
With her gone.
Crack. Akagi would be alone. And that was Akagi's worst fear.
Shatter.
Akagi screamed, her voice heavily distorting as she did. She stood up, clutching her head in pain as she screamed in demon, "Let me out." She began clumsily banging into walls, smashing her head against things as she ran down the hallway, chased closely behind by Hishia, Mimi, and Kana. They were all horrified by Akagi's wail, but pursued anyway. As Akagi ran down the hallway, her right eye slowly morphed from amber to orange, and its scara turned black. After banging against the walls for a while, Akagi ran straight through the building itself, and crashed into the adjacent courtyard, rolling into the grass while screaming.
"One-ichan."
Kana tried to run to her side but was stopped by Hishia, who grabbed her.
"Keep away from her, Kana.
It's not safe for you to go over to her." Hishia tightened her grip around Kana's arm. "She's not in her right mind. If you get close, she might hurt you." Kana wanted to deny her statement but couldn't, since she understood that Hishia was right. As she looked out at the screaming and writhing Akagi, she couldn't even begin to imagine the pain in her sister's heart.
"One-ichan, why must you always suffer? Kana."
Akagi began rolling in pain in the grass, screaming at the top of her lungs. Dark clouds began to swirl above the base as a high winds rushed through the courtyard. Simultaneously in Tokyo, Washington and Libra's base, a massive wave of power crushed down on people, causing panic to take hold. While around the world, people reported trouble breathing and something akin to an earthquake as the ground shook and writhed, with a few buildings toppling. It was as if the entire planet was shaking as Akagi's power went higher and higher. All this noise and hoopla began to attract attention from the rest of Akagi's family, who started gathering around Kana. They began asking questions, wondering what was happening, and the few that got close to Akagi found an impassable barrier blocking them. When they were told that Yumi was badly injured, they knew something horrible was about to happen. It was well known just how important the priestess was to their master, but they were about to see just how important she was. Akagi flipped onto all fours and stared at the ground in anger as she began to scream in demon. What do I care about this world anyway? She punched the ground, causing a minor quake that knocked the girls on their backs. The shockwave even caused research stations as far away as Nagoya to register her punch on the Richter scale. What has letting the humans live gotten me? She punched the ground again and a bolt of red lighting crashed next to her, vaporizing the grass.
It's all my fault.
It's all my fault that Yumi got hurt. I should have just killed them all. Akagi screamed as the wind speed picked up further.
No. It's the humans' fault.
They couldn't be grateful with getting to live.
Ha!
The ungrateful bastards. I allow them to exist and this is how they repay me.
Fine.
I'll show them what real hell is like, and I'll burn this entire world to the ground. If they want a monster, I'll give them one. Ahahahahaha. Akagi began to laugh uncontrollably as her power climbed higher and higher. Further bolts of red and orange lightning crashed down beside her, and Kana and the girls were moved under a pavilion to keep them out of danger. We're all going to die. Hishia stood completely motionless. What she'd feared had come to pass and this would be the end of the world. Don't let it control you, One-Ichan. Kana spoke in demon to Hishia's shock.
Fight it.
Do you really think Yumi would want you to become some mindless monster? Please remember who you are. Akagi ignored her as she started screaming and raving once again.
Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Me out. Let 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 me out.
Let me out. Akagi screamed in pain and a massive vortex of black energy swirled around her, shooting into the sky like a tornado until Akagi herself was no longer visible. As all this was happening, Mizumi suddenly appeared next to Kana, finally returning from her world after these weeks away. She took one look at the torrent of demonic energy and said, I was too late. Her face paled, and she started shaking.
This world. It's doomed. It's here.
Chirp asterisk chirp chirp. Akagi was awoken by the sounds of birds at outside her window as light beamed into her eyes from outside. She slowly opened her eyes, only foggily remembering what just happened, and her head was pounding as if she had a migraine. She sat up in bed and looked around the room, only to find that she was in a particularly unpleasant place. Why am I back in my old room?
Her voice surprised her.
It was the one she had when she was Rishia. What the hell is going on? She slowly got out of bed and checked in the mirror. She was indeed transformed into Rishia, though she was wearing pajamas and her eyes had dark bags under them. She moved over to the window and when she looked out, she saw nothing more than an infinite expanse of white in all directions. Well, that's great. She had no clue where she was, but she had a theory. Well, I guess this is happening. Figuring it was best to just roll with things, she opened the door and peeked into the hallway. It was exactly as she'd last seen it at the Kyoto house, with Kana's papier-mâché bird sitting on shelf on the wall. Looking around and seeing nothing, she decided to head downstairs where she could hear voices. As she crept down the steps, she could hear two people speaking while a TV played in the background, though the voices were all ones she'd heard before. As she looked around the corner and into the kitchen, she saw an interesting sight. It's about time you woke up. A shadowy form of Akagi sat on the couch sipping tea. I never thought you would get out of bed. Then again, I guess we're actually pretty attached to sleep. Yeah, me neither. Next to her sat a shadowy form of Rishia. And hey, that bed's pretty fluffy, so it's understandable. The two were hanging out in the living room, watching what Akagi figured was her memories. Right now the TV was playing her assassination of the Imperial Crown Prince. Akagi just sighed. Let me guess. Shadow Akagi represents the darkness inside me, and the Shadow Rishia is my humanity.
She rolled her eyes.
What a nice trope, good to see it showed its ugly head.
Pretty much.
Shadow Rishia smiled. At least you're quick on the uptake. And hey, don't be angry at us, we didn't ask for this. So where am I, and why am I here? I vaguely remember Yumi getting hurt, but after that, things are a blur. Akagi still had a headache and couldn't exactly figure things out, though she had an idea. We are inside our soul. Shadow Akagi answered. When you saw Yumi in such a horrific state, and your mind began to assume she'd never wake up, the seals around our soul collapsed, and I was freed. She continued. You were pulled in here not long after things got out of hand, and you went a bit crazier than normal. Indeed. Shadow Rishia smiled. We are currently raving and ranting in the garden at the estate and are unleashing quite a large amount of energy. It would be an entertaining show if it wasn't for all the massive problems it's causing. Well, that's great. I assume this is the end. Akagi pinched her nose. I've lost control, and now I'll go on a rampage and end the world. Did you bring me here to just kick back and watch the show? Why do you sound so sad? Isn't that what we've always wanted? Shadow Akagi grinned. Besides, what's so bad with doing our job? They're just humans, little more than ants to us. Who cares if we kill them? It will be fun. Destroying the world isn't right. Shadow Rishia argued. No matter what power exists in our soul, we're still human. We were born this way, and we should stay like that. Being a demon doesn't mean we have to stop being us. If we do as you say, we're nothing different than a puppet being pulled along by someone else's strings. I'd have to hard disagree on that second point. And also, why should we constrain ourselves to the notions of humanity? Shadow Akagi asked. We are not human, and never were. You are little more than a lie used to keep me down. You understand that, don't you? She looked at Akagi. You don't want to be human anymore, right? You said so yourself. This girl is just an annoyance getting in the way of our true selves. So do us both a favor and banish her from our mind. Destroy her, and let's have some fun. The Shadow Akagi gave an awful smile. Don't listen to her. Shadow Rishia exclaimed at Akagi. We're not a monster. We don't need to do what she says. You don't have to give in to being a crazy monster of death and destruction. Banish her and keep your humanity, please. If you get rid of me, that will mean giving up everyone you care about. Kana Yumi, everyone will no longer mean anything to you. Is that what you want? To exist in a world all alone? With nothing but death and destruction? I know that's not what you want, despite what that fool might say. But you are fake, aren't you? Akagi asked. Why should I keep lying to myself any longer? I'm not human, I never was and I don't want to be. Akagi shook her head. You have no idea how horrible it's been living within this void in my heart for all these years. Exactly. Shadow Akagi nodded. We're a demon, we exist to bring death and destruction. We don't need anyone or anything else. Your useless humanity has done nothing but bring us pain and suffering, so it should be expunged forthwith. It's not useless. It's been good for us. Shadow Rishia disagreed. Just because I was artificially added to us, doesn't mean I shouldn't be here. You've had so much fun, and so many good memories because of me. You can't just throw that all away. Do you really want to kill Kana and all your friends? Because that's what will happen. I know it's been hard and there has been some pain, but I believe it's a good trade. You might not be whole, but you get to so much more than what you've lost. Who cares? We don't need Kana or any of them. Though I won't deny Yumi has been nice. Her pets are top tier. Shadow Akagi smirked. However, amazing Yumi or not, it doesn't matter. All we need to care about is killing humans and destroying worlds. Anything else is irrelevant. We shall achieve an even greater level of happiness by fulfilling our duty and exterminating the people of this world. Burning it to ash will be good for the soul. The two shadows turned to Akagi. So what will it be? Will you banish me and give in to darkness? Will you become the monster you were meant to be, or will you stay true to yourself? Shadow Rishia. Or will you banish me and be little more than a shell of a person, someone who hides behind a mask they can never remove? Someone who lies to themselves every day to please others at the expense of yourself. Shadow Akagi. Akagi thought for a moment. They both made good points, and it was hard for her to come to a clear answer. She did want to remove the last vestiges of her humanity, but that would mean giving up Yumi and the others. People she'd come to trust, care for and rely on would be cast aside. Could she really do that? Could she really find joy in being alone in a dead world? Whole but without friends or family at her side. Years ago, she would have easily banished her humanity and embraced the darkness. She was always alone, but not anymore. Today she had family, friends, and people that she cared about. She couldn't throw all that away and consign them to death. But at the same time, she wanted to fill the emptiness in her heart. The urge to be whole only increased after she tasted just a bit of the power within, and she could no longer resist the temptation. She looked at the two shadows sitting in front of her, her eyes bouncing between them as she agonized. She didn't want to destroy the world, but she couldn't deny she wanted the power to do so. She'd already had a taste, and it was far too intoxicating to pass up. If she banished the darkness and embraced her humanity, that would mean she would never be complete, a grim prospect. The world might be saved, but at the cost of Akaji's happiness, and she couldn't do that. She might love Kana immensely, but with the chance to become whole right in front of her, she couldn't say Kana was more important to her, as horrible as that seemed. I truly am a horrible person. I just admitted that my own power and happiness is more important to me than my own sister. Akaji. She thought things over for what seemed like an eternity before slapping her cheeks. She'd come to a conclusion, and her choice would shape the rest of this world's history. I don't want to be human. Akaji declared without hesitation in her voice. This statement caused Shadow Akaji to smile, while Shadow Rishia sighed. Good. Then the world shall burn under our feet. Shadow Akaji was excited. The humans shall regret causing us so much pain. However, Akaji wasn't finished. But I do not want to destroy the world, as much as that sounds like fun. Akaji grinned. So if my only two choices are to embrace my inner darkness or continue to lie to myself, I'll just make a third option and banish you both. Akaji grinned. I will be something other than a human. And at the same time, no one, not even my own power, has the right to dictate my future. She looked at Shadow Akaji. I will take the power given to me as a birthright. But I will dictate how I use it, when I use it, and for what purpose. I will not be controlled by instincts, emotions, or expectations of how to use it. If the world is to burn, it will only because I chose to do so, not because I was fated to cause destruction by my birth. Her declaration was the culmination of her years in FWO and the time she'd spent in the real world with her new family. They'd showed her warmth and joy that she never wanted to give up, and reinforced the importance of having those around who cared for her, and her stubborn nature and iron will wouldn't allow her to be controlled by anyone or anything. She'd made a decision, and it was final. Akaji turned to Shadow Rishia and smiled. I will not say that the humanity thrust upon me has been bad. After all, without you I wouldn't have Kana and the others. But I'm sorry, you have to go. I can no longer resist my desire to be whole. You have served your purpose, goodbye. Akaji gave a fierce gaze as she glared at the two of them. I am the master of my own fate, so leave. Both of you. The two weren't angry or even shocked by her declaration. Rather, they seemed happy. Good. Shadow Akaji smiled. I'm glad. Yeah, Shadow Rishia smiled. You don't need us anymore. You're ready, and that makes me happy. The two stood up and began to speak in turns. From this day forth, you will be granted the freedom you so desire. Shadow Rishia. As well as the power that is rightly yours. A being that was meant to destroy the world. Shadow Rishia. Now has the freedom to choose. Shadow Akaji. Will this world thrive? Shadow Rishia. Or will it perish? Shadow Akaji. That is your choice. Shadow Rishia. And no other. Shadow Akaji. You have banished the light. Shadow Rishia. And the darkness. Shadow Akaji. Now all that remains is you. Shadow Rishia x Shadow Akaji. The two dispersed, and Akaji was momentarily left alone in the living room before a bright flash of light consumed her. His swirling black vortex slowed down to a crawl before dissipating. As it relented, the wind calmed down and the shaking began to quiet as a single humanoid shadow could be seen hovering in the air. It stayed there for a moment before slowly descending to the ground. Hishia's eyes showed her panic, and Mizumi fell over, shaking in fear as her face paled. Akaji had returned. As Akaji descended to the ground just ahead of her sister, she spoke. Her voice sounded authoritative and regal. Her outfit had changed and both her eyes were a deep orange. Her scara were now pitch black, her skin was even more pale than usual, and she stood at well over 6 feet tall. My apologies for the commotion. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Akaji Dumater, and I am the Demon Lord. End of Book 2. Spoiler.